Oh no! The cameras, they got jacked.
What?
Hold on, I got it. I think I got it. I got it. Alright. We're good. That was almost what was that? Petrified. Alright. Welcome everybody to the show. Tonight we're going to have a really good show. Today is Monday. It is June 1st, 2015, and this is MogTalk episode 15. Tonight we have returning with us Ark and Kerr. We also have, for the very first time, JoeNeverFails on the show. Everybody say hi.
Hi Ark, hi Kerr. Hi everybody.
Hi, Joe.
Hey.
So how have you guys been for the last week? Or how did last week treat you?
Awesome. I went to Comic-Con.
How was Comic-Con?
What?
It was pretty good. Lots of interesting costumes and lots of really cute merchandise. I bought one, but I can't get it right now.
You can get it. We'll get it later. We'll show all of our merchandise off some point in the stream, I'm sure. How about you, Joe? How have you been for the last week, man?
I've been good. Super busy. Trying to find time to get poetics, trying to find time to play with people, but doing my absolute darndest. Doing the darndest.
Doing the darndest. How's the tour going?
The tour's going great, man. It's really fun. It's like way more fun than I had ever imagined. It's really cool.
That's sweet, man. I need to eventually do something like that. I see a lot of people doing that now, actually, and they seem to love it, so.
Yeah, I definitely don't regret it. I'm pretty sure I've talked about it before to like my old FC, the Exile. Hashtag Exile, shout out Exile boys. Hashtag early polls.
Nice.
Hashtag damn it, Leluc. We talked about like what it would be like to just throw yourself into a server where you had no freaking clue who anybody was and how you could adapt and what it would look like and what it would be like to pug, with a group of other people. And one of the main reasons why I started streaming was watching people like, Samus the Evolved Male, Pug Hero, watching people just go out and do it on their own. Like I never had that experience, so I've learned a lot from it. Absolutely, it's been really cool.
All right, Ark, how you been, man?
Pretty awesome. I've been on vacation, so I haven't streamed in about I wasn't playing Final Fantasy for about like 10 days. Came back after I know it was I went through withdrawals for sure. Came back, and our first raid night we got Turn 8 Savage down, so that was awesome.
Ooh,
Nice.
much hype. Respect.
So you only have turn 7 left?
Only Turn 7 left, yeah.
I believe in you, man. I think you can do it. I definitely think you can do it.
That's all we're gonna be doing till the expansion, so.
Until you clear it, then you're like never touching it again.
I hope we clear it, but yeah, that's how they all are. Like you don't even have to. You just like you have one person left at the end of the fight, and it's like that's good enough.
Yeah, it works.
You don't have to master the fight. It's like there's some good RNG there. We killed it. That's it.
Yep.
Forget
Got the title. Screw it. Done.
Yeah.
All right. Well, tonight's topic is going to be the Heavensward jobs, and we're going to go through every single one of them actually, and give you as much information as we can, with what kind of experience we actually have as well going with it. You may also notice we don't have Adagio and Gilly with us tonight on the show. We kind of figured since we're doing a show on jobs, it wouldn't make sense to have 3 tanks on the show to talk about jobs. So, Adagio and Gilly, they stepped down a little bit for at least today, so we can get a little bit more perspective going on here. And so, they will still be in the chat, helping us get questions for, Joe when we do the Q&A, and while we're going over the jobs, if you guys have any questions about that, they'll collect them and give them to me, so we can make sure that we get them answered. That being said, tonight we have, I'll be representing tanks to the best of my ability. If I say something completely wrong, feel free to call me out on it. I want to know what I'm wrong on. And for melee DPS, Joe's going to be our boy. He's going to tell us everything we need to know. And especially with Swagoon, right?
You dig.
Alright.
Mainly Swagoon. The rest is just touching.
You're going to touch it like you know what you're doing, and then maybe something good will happen.
Just a tip.
And then we have Ark, who's going to be mainly covering ranged DPS, but Ark, you know everything, right? You're like an encyclopedia.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
I won't. Yeah, I won't let anything get by me. If you
gotcha.
miss something. Even if it's a class you should know better than me. I'll be like, wait a second.
All right, if Ark says something wrong, call his ass out so we can make fun of him for it. All right, and then Kerora is going to be our resident healer, telling us everything we need to know about the heals, or giving us a good perspective on it. We're going to discuss all of them, and when we're talking about Monk, I'll put my perspective on it, even though I don't even know how to use. I can't even remember the goddamn name of it. Perfect balance. I can't use perfect balance. I was like, what the hell do I use perfect balance for?
What don't you use it for?
Right. And so, like, I would always start off. I'm like, let me do twin snakes 3 times in a row. That's a lot of DPS. I'm just gonna hit that 3 times in a row at the start of the fight with it. I have my mistakes with it, guys. I have my mistakes.
It's fun learning a Monk opener.
Yeah. All right. Well, before we jump into all of that, I want to do a Q&A with Joe here because he's never been on the show before, and I think the few people who don't know who Joe is might actually like to hear a little bit more about him. Are you ready for the interrogation, Joe?
My body's ready.
All right, we got the duct tape ready too.
Oh,
Sit down
yeah.
to the chair. It's gonna be a good time. If anyone has any questions for Joe, now is the time to go ahead and ask him. You can ask him later on too, but we're gonna talk about him and figure out what we can, I don't know, pick his brain just a little bit here with what he does. And Adagio and Gilly again are in the chat collecting your questions, and when we're done going through the initial questions, we'll go back and ask all the questions collected through the chat. So first, I think this is also extremely important for anyone who plays the game. When did you first start playing Final Fantasy XIV, and what brought you to the game, Joe?
It's a really fun question. I found out about Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn, in a GameStop trying to pawn my PS3 and all of my video games to pay my rent. It was not the greatest moment of my life, and I was gonna get like $48 for like games that I'd played like hundreds of hours in. Like I had a 97% Final Fantasy XIII outside of one downloadable content, a 93% Final Fantasy X2, and I was gonna give it all away for $48. I was like, "Fuck that! What am I doing?" Like I was trying to sell my original copy of 7, 8, 9. And I was like, I need to get right. And I was like, "Fuck that, dude!" I was leaving the store and I saw one of those big like cardboard panels for 14. I was like, "Damn, this shit's online." I was like, "Yo, I got internet. I got PS3. Like, what the fuck?" And it was coming out the next day. It was August 22nd, 2013. And I got it. I put $5 down on it. I had just enough to buy the game, like leftover scratch for myself. And I got it the next day and I played early access for that first week. That was when I first started playing.
Nice.
That's awesome how you went into like pawn something for money and then you end up getting an MMO.
Yeah, I end up spending the rest of my money on it. Yeah.
The marketing. Yeah. Oh geez, they got you.
Yeah, and turning in any games to GameStop is like a sign of desperation because you get shit for that.
100%, man. I was not in the right state of mind, if you guys know what I mean.
I got you, man. I got you. All right, so I'm pretty sure most of us know you play Dragoon at this point. That's kind of your trademark. No, sorry, Swagoon.
Swagoon.
All right.
Swagoon.
Tell us the difference real quick. What's the difference?
All right. Well, there's 2 clear breeds of Dragoon, and that one is the Lolgoon, and the other is the Swagoon. The 99.9% of Dragoon. No, I'm just kidding. There's the large portion of people that play Dragoon that don't necessarily have the like main skill set. They don't understand the stun locks. They don't understand when to pop blood for blood. They may not have the best visual recognition of fire on the ground, things like that. They qualify into Lolgoon. This comes from my understanding from Final Fantasy XI and general hate towards the class itself. I love Dragoon. Dragoon has been one of my favorite classes in Final Fantasy like forever. And Swagoon is the exact opposite of what that is. That's somebody who knows their class, somebody that can not only play the class but play it with swag. And that's where Swagoon comes from. That's, for example, like elusive jumping through, boxing yourself in on Earthshakers on turn 13 and elusive jumping out of them and avoiding dot ticks. Elusive jumping out of Weight of the Land and things like that. Elusive jumping onto the waymark for Chaotic in Ramu EX, like to the exact Yalm, like being very precise.
Alright.
That's the type of stuff Swagoon is all about, doing massive damage and making it look good.
How excited were you when you found out Dragoon was like the highlight of the expansion? Did you just like
I was there.
all over your pants like as soon as you found out?
I was in Vegas, dude, when they debuted it. So I literally, like, if you go back and listen to the video in Vegas, you'll hear, "Oh, no way, dog!" Like, just ridiculous. Like, I went nuts, dude. I went absolutely nuts. My boy Mike, who was actually there, and Sly, Sly Gray Fox, aka Gray Fox. We were all there. We were high-fiving each other. It was so cool because at that time the class itself it's like everybody hated the class. It was like, fuck Dragoon, nobody plays Dragoon. You got no raid utility. Your DPS sucks. And then to see it be that focal point of the main character of the game and to give it that respect that it really deserves. Like, it's such a beautiful, like, the armor sets and everything, the lore behind Dragoon, I think is beautiful. Like, I'm Year of the Dragon 1988. Like, I love dragons, so that in itself, it's just awesome, man. Like, really, I wet my pants. I was dripping swag.
Nice. All right. So, besides that, where have you ventured before, and what do you feel comfortable playing as another job?
The other jobs that I'm very comfortable, I play all classes, so I love playing all classes. Like, when I do stuff on other servers and I bounce around for the tour, like, I feel comfortable playing whatever people need, which is awesome. But the main classes that I'm skilled in go Dragoon, Monk, Ninja, Warrior, Paladin, Black Mage, White Mage, Scholar. That's just the way that it goes. Fisherman after that.
Fisherman, nice.
Hashtag fishing live.
Alright, man. Okay, so there's a lot of other things for the game. Like right now, we kind of hit this little lull. Or a lot of people are saying it's like a lull. There's not a lot of stuff to do. What keeps you interested in the game?
Well, what's directly keeping me interested right now is interaction with viewers, interaction with other players and other streamers on different servers. Like, the thing that I thought of for the meantime was, I've got this crux of a decision. I'm either going to stop playing Final Fantasy XIV, and I'm going to let all of my gear sets be what they are, and I'm going to play FFXIV, I'm going to go play Bloodborne, I'm going to go play another game, or I'm going to find a way to make this game fun for me and for people to watch. And that's where the idea from the Joe Never Tours, a Eurasia World Tour came up with. Like, I have a chance to interact with everyone, or as many people as I can, not everybody, because there's people on, like, Leash and Japanese servers and, EU servers that I'm not going to get a chance to.
No, man, you got to start talking to those Japanese server players.
Well, I started playing on Typhon, which is really funny. I started playing on a Japanese server, which is really a fun experience in itself. But like, that's what keeps it fun for me. Is it's first and foremost, like, the whole premise of my stream, Joe Never Fails. I know it's gonna get to that. It comes from helping people. Like, I was an average Joe starting out this game, dude. Like, I had no clue what to do. It was through people helping me. So when I get a chance to go to places like Diablos, when I get a chance to go to places like Siren, and people are like, "Yo, Joe, I don't have a T5 clear. Could you help?" And we go in and put a fucking bomb-ass OP team, and we wreck turn 5. Like, how good does that feel, dog? Like, that's the coolest thing in the whole world. So
I'm with you, man.
I push that, dude. I love that. I love it so much.
I try to do it like when I don't have a lot of raiding going on. I'll dedicate the night to going into party finders and helping people do clears and things. My favorite thing is to help people with T9, though. I just love doing that, and because I tank it, I guess, and I know what I'm doing. I know where to put marks at. I know everything I can know about that fight, and so it feels pretty good.
Hell yeah.
Well, okay, so another thing that you're kind of known for is PvP. And you even sell shirts. What do your shirts say?
Do you even PvP, bro?
Bro, do you even PvP?
Do you even PvP, bro?
Is that the shirt you were wearing at FanFest?
Yes, that was the original.
Nice.
I have it. It's sitting over there.
Nice.
It's out of arm's reach.
So, what is your opinion on the current state of PvP and its future?
Well, let's see, how much time do we have?
Oh, we got all night, man. All night.
That's a big question. That's a big question.
Let's do like a...
I'm going to do my best to hit bullet points straight up. This is
Okay.
a lot. But I'm very involved in PvP, so I have a PvP standpoint when it comes to this. I also have a very naive standpoint because I have no other games to base it off of. This is the only MMO I play. I love PvP in Final Fantasy XIV, hands down. I love it. I know that it's difficult to queue. It's very, very difficult to get like a group of good people together and to make it happen. However, I think that with the proper development, PvP in Final Fantasy XIV can be fantastic. The current state of PvP is I'll use what is it, the root German doo-doo. That's what it is. It sucks. It sucks. And it sucks for a PvP fan to say this about the game. Like, it's incredibly difficult to get involved in the game. It's like a 30-minute wait time for most servers at any point throughout the day, except for certain high peaks of time, like after work, when the West Coast comes online, and then late night. You know, I think that the system itself limits itself to like a very broad group of people, as opposed to like very dedicated hardcore players when it comes to things like Slaughter and Secure. Even the 4v4, the 4v4 is dead. The Wolves Den doesn't exist in a lot of places.
Depressing, man.
You know, only time I go into the Wolves Den is when I 1v1 somebody, and that's how we find a way to make it fun. Like, we go in and we do 1v1s and we sharpen our skills that way. But like, I can see so much potential, and it's for me as a PvP fan and a PvP Final Fantasy XIV fan to know that this game is developed and designed to be a PvE game is frustrating. You know, I know it's not. We're not trying to be a WoW. Or the game developers are not trying to be a WoW. It's not trying to be produced as a WoW type game, or, you know, another game that's focused on PvP. But I would love to see some more time spent on developing a PvP system that will work and that will allow for ease of interaction, allow for ease of team play, maybe even some type of like competitive ranking system. You know, let me see here.
I have a whole bunch of questions for you about PvP, and I feel like I shouldn't talk about them because I know it's going to lead into an hour-long conversation about PvP.
Yes, it can. It can.
So I'm probably going to hold off on asking those questions.
Cool.
Maybe I'll ask them at the after show, and we
Cool,
can just
dude.
kind of burn extra time on it.
You could have a
Absolutely.
whole night on PvP, really.
See, like, I've only played PvP like 3 times, and then at that point, I'm just like, this sucks. I don't have any enjoyment out of it, and I just stop.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And you don't know what's going on. Everyone's yelling at you. Why am I not doing right? You end up going off on a tangent as a cowboy, trying to steal a base by yourself, and you die 6 times.
Yep.
You know. But I can talk forever on this because I'm involved in it. But you know, I have some really cool insider knowledge about it, about some things. So I would like to.
We'll get into that at the after show, and I'm going to ask you for all that insider information that you are willing to give us. Or you
Absolutely
can.
not. I can tease. I can tease for realsies.
All right, you guys stick around for the whole stream if you want PvP tease at the end. All right. So, the other thing that getting off that, I want to get into your streaming life. And so, when did you start streaming, and what made you want to stream? You kind of touched on this a little bit with, watching Evolved Mail, but go into it with us.
Well, I actually started streaming 360 days ago.
Oh wow! Almost there, man.
Yeah, 5 days away from my year anniversary for starting streaming. I got into streaming. I got into streaming for several different reasons. At the point of my life where I started streaming, I'd recently gotten out of jail, and I was in a very focused state of mind. I was in a very passionate state of mind, and I had a lot of things going on in my life. I was working. I was in early recovery from lots of different things. I had a lot of different pulls on my life, and one of the things that really helped me stay grounded was gaming and making commitments to statics and static grade groups and progression groups that were on Friday and Saturday nights to keep me out of trouble. I did that on purpose because for a lot of years of my life, I shut out this gamer side of me that's like really passionately true in my heart, and I tried to be a guy that I wasn't. I lived a nightlife lifestyle, a life revolving around partying and things, and I ended up living in a house where one of my roommates suggested, if you liked video games, you should watch Twitch. And I was like, what the fuck is that? He's like, it's like YouTube for gaming. I was like, ooh, fuck yeah. And he goes, because we both meshed on playing Metal Gear Solid. So he introduced me to United, UKNIGHTED. And they're a group of very skilled Metal Gear Solid players that do speedruns. They're British, which is awesome. I think, or European, I don't want to say British because I haven't watched them in a little while, but I watched them, and I started watching like 5 nights in a row. I was up to like 4 o'clock in the morning, like just zoning in, insomnia style. I was like, what am I doing? And I woke up one day and I was like, well, if I'm watching this, why am I not watching Final Fantasy XIV, the game that I play? So I started watching, and one of the guys at the top of the list was Samus. And I started watching his stream, and I saw him interact with people. I saw him play, and I saw how much fun he was having. And I looked at it, and I typed it in chat. I followed him immediately. I sent a donation to his stream, and I was just like, dog, you're the man, bro. Like, I love what you do. You're fucking awesome. Something sparked in my heart. I was like, I had the thought that crossed my mind. I was like, I think I would have fun doing that, and I think I would be good at it. And at that time of my life, I would not allow an opportunity to present itself that I didn't pursue if it meant my happiness. So I said, fuck it, dude. Like, I don't give a shit what people think. I don't give a fuck what people are gonna view me as or whatever it is. Like, I'm gonna do this because I love it. And I started doing it, and it started taking off from there. My first week, we did turn 6 progression, did a turn 6 clear, a turn 7 clear that same week. My first week, we had like 60 people watch the stream. The next week, there was 100 people watching the stream, and it just fucking, it went like there was no like beginning period. It just fucking took off. And I think that it is attributed a lot to PlayStation, dog. Like, just because I was on PlayStation, dude. At the time, I don't know. It was just right place, right time for what I was doing, and it. Pretty cool.
That's awesome. That's a good story to it too, man. I like it. I mean, that's kind of the same way. I got into streaming because it's fun. I enjoy it. I love talking to people come up and watching me stream, and I love creating stuff. So that's why we're here right now. And actually, Samus was one of our first guests on the show.
Dude, I love him to death. It was a pleasure to meet him. It was a really fucking cool opportunity to meet a lot of people in Vegas. And I mean, just from the get, like, any questions I had, he was there. Like, questions about streaming, questions about how to set up my page, like everything, the in-depth stuff. He was there. Like, I viewed him as like a god in my life because he was doing it already. I was like, bro, like, you're the fucking coolest dude ever. And he just was very open and helpful and very warm and kind to me. And I'll forever ever remember that. Like, that was a really fucking cool moment in my life for where I was at the time. Like, he's my boy. Like, I kick message him probably once every couple of days. Like, it's really cool.
Yeah. All right. Well, another important thing about your streaming is that you do it on a PlayStation 4, and there's a handful of people who do that. And so I've never streamed on a PlayStation 4. I've only streamed on a PC, and so I'm kind of curious. When you're doing streaming from a PlayStation 4, do you think that puts you at a disadvantage or an advantage, and what are they, if so?
It's again, like, this question is fantastic. What ended up happening for me, the reason why I have my setup the way that it is because it was literally the least expensive option that I had when I first started streaming. I didn't have the opportunity to have equipment. I didn't have a lot of money. I didn't have a lot of time to devote the research to it. And like, my first paycheck that I got when I got out of jail was $260. One of my buddies who had been doing the bad thing as well, he was in jail, and his girlfriend was like, yo, I'm trying to sell stuff to pay his bail. I'm selling this PlayStation 4 for $300. It was brand new. And I was like, yo, how about $260? And they were like, nah, $300. So I ended up borrowing $40 from my buddy, and I didn't eat for a week to get the PlayStation because I knew that I could do Twitch with it. And yes, it's restricted. The chat is on the right side. If I have the chat up, my box can only be one size. It recently, in the 2.5, I believe, patch for PS4, they've added a couple different options with like the color of the text box on the bottom. But at the same time, like, it's a testament to what Twitch is, I think. Like, there are a lot of disadvantages in terms of customization and the interface itself for PlayStation 4, but what is Twitch, dude? Like, Twitch is an interactive medium to watch and interact with someone and learn from someone, or enjoy someone playing a video game. That's entertainment. So, like, what else do you need, really? Like, it's bare bones, but I love it, dude. Like, I don't need much other than that. Like, there's been times when I do rating and I take the chat box off and I just have my laptop chilling there, and I listen to everybody on the, like, I read the chat and I read the text on the side, and I do my best. I try to get everybody's 360 when they hit that follow button, but the coolest thing about it has been the fact that PlayStation viewers are separate from computer viewers. And the PlayStation fan base is something that has been integral to my success since the debut. There was a time when I was top 10 PlayStation streamers on Twitch consistently, and without that type of exposure, I know that I would not be in this position whatsoever. Additionally, there was a time when DJ Rekka donated this laptop that I'm using right now to the stream so that I could have more ability to do cool things with the stream. I tried to stream from the computer, and when I streamed from the computer, there was a huge fan base of mine that did not know I was online.
Oh.
Because it didn't alert them through PlayStation. It didn't alert them through their PS4. So in a lot of ways, yes, it is very difficult now that there are a lot more PlayStation 4 streamers, but for that time, like I believe I was, again, in the right place at the right time to do it with Final Fantasy, to do it on PS4. And you know, I'm like the Eminem, the first white guy that did it. You know what I mean? Like I'm the first PS4 guy that did it. You know, like in Final Fantasy. So, like it does have its detriments. Like I wish I could have an interactive GIF. Like my graphic designer has a GIF, a Dragoon GIF that explodes from the bottom of the screen and stabs down on the newest follower's name in the center of my screen that I can only use on OBS, and my computer cannot handle that graphic, and I can't do it through PS4. So there are a lot of things that I can't do, but I personally don't think that I need to. As someday in the future, like anybody who watches my stream, that they know the things that I'd like to do in the future, like there'll be a time and a place for it, but I think that it's very simply just what it needs to be right now.
Man, you're giving us some really good answers too. Like,
oh yeah, dude.
You could write a book right now.
Hey, next March.
Yeah, next March.
In a Walden Books near you.
Okay, so let's get to your name. And so you look at your name, you say JoeNeverFails. Where'd you come up with that handle?
The handle came from never ever failing once in my entire life.
Perfect, man.
Nah, dude. My name in real life is Joe Fails. That's my birth name, is Joseph John Fails. And the idea behind JoeNeverFails came from literally my experience on Typhon server when I first started playing this game. I played on a Japanese server because the little bit of research that I did in the day before I got the game was that the NA servers were not going to be able to hold the demand for the amount of people that played, so it would be a good idea to start playing on a Japanese server. So I did not knowing anything about the game, not having any fucking clue, just knowing the class I wanted to play, and just knowing that a Japanese server would be best, I picked the highest pinging Japanese server, and that was Typhon. And I beat the game in a week. I beat Ifrit hard on the first day, and I got into my first Garuda hard mode. I level 47. And I got into it, and I was playing with all these guys that were like auto-translating, go fuck yourself, pretty much, like non-stop. Like, you suck, get out of here, you're terrible.
Wow.
And I typed back in, I was like, guys, like I know I can do this. I might not know like how to do it, but I might not have the gear level, but I'm good at this game. And they're like, all right, you got one shot. So I went in and I concentrated to the best of my ability, and I didn't make one mistake, and we cleared it. And from there, it gave me some big perspective, like I suck, and I'm not good at this game, and I'm going to need to do better if I want to be good at it. And from there, I learned from my experience as a very average Joe, not knowing anything about video games, that I would need to work really hard and find a way to be better. And that's where this stream ended up coming in, like months down the line after not playing for a while, being in rehab for a little while and being in jail. Like I thought of the idea where if the average person were to watch this stream and want to start playing, they would have a resource to be able to come in and play and learn in the stream itself, an interactive medium, an interactive strategy guide where the average Joe could never fail by watching the stream. And that was the beginning concept of the stream itself and where the name comes from.
I love it, man. That's awesome. Okay, so I actually want to jump into some viewer questions real quick, if that's all right for you. I'm going to start with we got a mixture of questions here. So the first one that I'm going to ask you is from KKOZ88. He said, Joe, have you ever considered a career as a lumberjack? Perfect beard for it.
It's funny that you say that, because I just got back from a month in the Appalachian Mountains.
Appalachian, nice. I used to live in Tennessee. I'm very familiar with them, so.
It's something that's crossed my mind, honestly, especially now that I have the beard for it. After the next photo shoot that I have for Brawny, probably sometime in the middle of next week, I'm going to start working out again so I can get my forearms big enough to carry the saw.
Nice.
Yeah.
You know, Wolverine did it, so I mean, you could probably do it too.
Hey, it's my role model, so absolutely.
All
All
right.
you need is the beard, right?
Yeah, that's all you need. Okay. So
Fantastic.
another question I have here is, well, they asked who is everybody? Is everyone from Exodus? No, actually, I'm from Exodus. Kerr is from Exodus. Joe, you're from.
I'm from Fam Frizzle. Shout out Fam Frit, baby. I'm from Fam Frit server originally, or that's my home right now. But I'm on. Oh my God, where am I? I'm on Behemoth right now and Leviathan. My ult is on Leviathan.
All right. Ark.
Diablos.
Diablos. All right.
Yeah.
And as to who we are, we're just amazing, and I think that's all you really need to worry about. We just did a whole Q&A on Joe. You know so much about him, so we're good. So the other question, Pook Ajitsu actually asked, and this is kind of bleed in a little bit into what we're going to talk about later, but we might as well just go ahead and go over it now. And maybe even Ark could, well, no, let's see. Do you think Machinist damage is going to be piercing? Then he said that Dragoon synergy.
Ark, I'd love to hear your thoughts before I go.
No, this is one of the, there's a couple of questions I've been like burning to get answers for, and this is one of them because this is Dragoon's expansion, and looking at the buffs, looking at the stuff they're getting, I expected them to be slightly overpowered. They look slightly overpowered at the moment, which is actually kind of good because it's their expansion. They get the piercing buff and they get the crit buff, which the synergy between them and Bard, it's like almost like, that's incredible synergy. That's ridiculous. I think that to also have it go with Machinist might be a little bit much, but I could argue that Machinist might be blunt damage because they're doing a lot of explosive attacks. More likely they're probably going to be piercing though, so maybe something else will give the piercing buff, we just don't know about it, but I would say they're likely piercing, but I'm really hoping they're blunt so that there's a little more flavor to the game and you can bring a monk and Machinist and get some extra benefit out of that. So that's the best, but it's unknown. It's unknown at the moment.
Yeah.
All right.
That's I think beautiful. The one of the coolest things about this point in the game is that the speculation is so raw, and you can get an opinion from anybody about anything right now. And what's awesome is the doubt, because the doubt creates conversation. The conversation creates interest, and then more people come and play. The game becomes more full of depth, which is awesome. I personally, selfishly, would love to see piercing. The more that Dragoon has the focus for right now, the better. Straight up, dude. I would love to see it now. Having it be blunt and Machinist and Monk would be fantastic as well. So, and I'm torn between the two. Monk has a higher DPS as of right now. If you take the current game, higher DPS, higher rage utility than Dragoon. So to see that combo play out in the future, I think is a very, very, very cool question. I would like to see it be a piercing. Me personally, I think that it would make sense for it to be that piercing damage, dog. You know.
Yeah.
You want it to be a law that there has to be a Dragoon in every party, right?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Well, right now we run with Dragoon, Bard, Black Mage, and Ninja, and we're gonna swap it up, and we're gonna run with Machinist, Bard, Dragoon, and Black Mage. So we're gonna see how that kind of works out.
So I know what you want the Machinist damage type to be like, also.
Yeah, exactly.
So I am going Machinist Monk, so I'm hoping for blunt. So I'm a little bit biased, but I'm still saying that it's likely piercing. I mean, they're bullets. They're going through the people. And also, grenades are like shrapnel, right? It's all piercing. So I can make an argument both ways. Piercing sounds a little bit better, though.
Yeah. All right. So let's see. We got another question here. This is from 810K2. Joe, is your beard, I think it said sentient?
No, but it's going to have its own Twitter soon, so
Okay.
please look forward to it.
All right. Let's see. Celtic Player was asking, what games do you stream? I'm guessing he's asking outside of Final Fantasy XIV, what games do you stream?
I'm somewhat of a one-trick pony, dog. Like the stream that that got the sub button was Final Fantasy 14. The games that I play, I think I've streamed Destiny once. I've streamed Bloodborne once. I've streamed more Pokemon Emerald than both of those games. I've streamed more Final Fantasy X HD remastered. I want to finish a playthrough of 10. I want to finish a playthrough of X2 before the end of the year, but I know I'm going to get caught up with. I'm really going to get caught up with Final Fantasy soon. So I really don't like. I'm so in love with Final Fantasy that I really don't have. I don't have me personally the time to go involved with other games because I love it. But the games that I will be playing, I'm a Final fanatic. So whenever it comes down to if and when, fingers crossed, praying to RNGesus for a 7, 8, 9 remaster.
Yeah.
Kingdom Hearts on PS4. Whenever those games happen, you'll see it. So please look forward to it.
All right. I think that's kind of like, if Final Fantasy 14 didn't work out, they would have done a remastered of 7 probably.
Well,
I think they might have gone out of business.
Yeah.
Have you heard what they said about 7? They said that the masterpiece for what 7 was, quite possibly the greatest impact that one game has had on a generation, like quite possibly greatest video game ever made. The amount of copies that it sold for the time that it sold, they would not remake 7 until a game had a larger impact than 7.
Yeah, I've heard
So,
that too.
That's
15,
what I've heard
let's
from
hope for it.
speculation and things like that. Absolutely, I hope 15 does that. I really do.
Yeah.
I really do. I really hope that One Direction will take us in that direction.
What, the band?
Yeah, no, One Direction, Final Fantasy 15. Come on now,
Yeah. Okay.
4 emo guys.
It might. Final Fantasy 15 looks pretty good.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. All right. So I have. We got actually like a few more questions here, but I'm going to ask one more, and then we'll come back to questions a little bit later, so we can get moving a little bit forward here. Although, you know what, we don't have a news section tonight, so F it. It doesn't even matter because there's no damn news over the last week. Nothing. Have you guys, just out of curiosity, have you guys seen anything new, like even worth mentioning over the last week in regards to Final Fantasy 14?
Outside of Caitlyn Jenner, not really.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Final
Aside-
Fantasy. My bad.
Aside from this document continuously being updated with like better translations of all the abilities, that's pretty much all I've been watching. I don't know if there's news or not, but I've just been watching this document.
That's really all it has been, is that people were getting more information about the abilities over the last week and correcting translations. So, all right, well, let's start asking. Let's get through a few more of these questions then. So, affiliate of MD said, "Hey, I got a question. What do you guys think about the addition of more danger to the open world? I heard it's going to be a lot less tame than it currently is." I'm all goddamn for it, and I want to see it more. What do you guys think?
Kerr, let's hear your opinion.
Yeah, Kerr, I'm ready for you, man.
All right. I'm pretty excited because like right now it's a little bit boring because you run Zimardana, like before you'd be like level 48, you could die, but now like you're really gonna die. I mean, man, I'm excited.
Yeah. Ark, what do you think, man?
It's like Final Fantasy 11 flashbacks here, where you're only allowed to attack one mob at a time, and you have to CC the other mob. I think it's
Beautiful.
amazing. I think what they're describing is, it sounds like, as far as what the difficulty would be like that you can kind of relate to in Final Fantasy 14, it's like all the mobs are B ranks, basically. B rank HUDs is what it sounds like. And I can solo B rank hunt, but it does take me down kind of low without having any healing abilities. But having to do 2 at the same time, I'd have to kite one or get really creative to kill 2. And then if there's, if I get swarmed, I'm toast. I'll die in a couple of seconds. And it's cool. I like that the giving co-op, when you're playing co-op or playing with a small group, I like it how it's fun to do. Like you'll gain out of it. You can fight more mobs. It's safer to travel in a group. It's really, really fun. I love that kind of open world content. It's the best kind of open world content, really.
All right, Joe, are you excited about 2 Chocobos beating you up?
Yo. Well, it's funny you say Chocobo. What I love about the world itself right now is like finding those places in terms of spawns and things like that where I can level a Chocobo, because I love Chocobo leveling.
Uh-huh.
So like when it comes to this, like you think about being in a world where you're not the strongest thing anymore, because you walk around pretty much anytime for a long time, for a lot of players, you could walk around anywhere on the face of the earth and not have to worry about anything outside of an A rank. And you're probably gonna have a party to do so. I think it's gonna be really fun to have that tension of like the unknown, going out with a group of friends and creating that like cohesion and creating that mentality, that teamwork mentality, knowing like or not knowing like, is this thing gonna kill me? Like, what's going on with this? But like being prepared in case it does. Yeah. And I love that type of stuff, man. I love it. Like going out with a team, like having a rowdy crew, like your scallywag, your boys, like ready to go, like, oh, let's get them, you know. Like I can't wait for it. I really can't wait.
Yeah, like you'll need to have groups for farming some items probably, and yeah, and like you said, it was always kind of weird. You could go into like a Garlean base, just kill everyone, and then
exactly
be like, it's like, well, I guess I'm the only one that's needed to destroy all the Garleans. So
yeah. I became Neo a long time ago.
I have a bag full of their masks also. I'm some kind of weird serial killer.
And that steel plates. What do I do with steel plates?
Yeah. All right, we got a couple PvP questions, but I'm going to hold those until the after show, just so we can keep all that stuff over there, and we can have we can flesh all that stuff out over there. Another question. Okay, so Angel from 718, Frosty TV, can you ask Joe if he can be my senpai? You already answered that, so you're good.
Hi, Angel. You know it, dog. What up, Angel?
Nice. All right, and then we got another question. To anybody and this is from Shady Grove 14, to anybody, will the flight mechanics in Heavensward be free flight or train rail? Are you talking about, I'm guessing the question is, are you going to fly like you're in WoW, where you say, I want a griffin to go to this area and it takes you there? Or if you're saying it's going to be free flight, it's going to be free flight. So you're going to be able to control it and move wherever you want, except for when you hit that point to go into the next zone, which I'm not sure how they are going to work that out, but I'm assuming you have to go down into a little tunnel or whatever to go to the next zone.
Yeah. However, you can't suicide from your mount. Like, take it away like in WoW and then just die when you fall down.
Yeah.
It will actually like land first.
Oh, well, that's nice. I was hoping I'd get a parachute or something.
Oh.
All right, and you guys all agree with that?
I would honestly love to fall from a high area, like me personally, throwback to like Spider-Man. I think Amazing Spider-Man 1, where you could climb to the top of the Empire State Building and like fall down. I think that type of like graphic interface, or like a graphic experience, is really cool. It would be cool to be able to do that, but it's all good. It's not going to make or break my experience in the game.
And you live with 1 HP somehow.
Yes, I love it. As long as you're not in battle.
One of the things I used to do in WoW when flying started to happen is I played a warrior, and you get a move called charge, and you could charge to a creature, and so it's basically like shoulder tackle. You just go straight to it. I'd love jumping off my mount as a warrior, and then right when I get in the perfect range, I'd hit charge, and I'd just charge at it, and I wouldn't die because the mechanic just worked that way, to where you're kind of just like crushing them and going on top of them, and I love doing that, but it doesn't really do that anymore. I got a couple other questions. They're just kind of general questions. I think I'll save those until a little bit later in the show. I think we're out of Joe-specific questions for now. For right now, we'll probably get some more later. Before we moved on, is there anything that we should know about you that hasn't been mentioned yet? Like, do you have chlamydia, or...
Why'd you have to tell everybody, man? That was like before the stream. Like, I said that to you in confidence. Sorry. I love cinnamon toasties. Okay. I love pizza. I love long walks on the beach and red seedless grapes. I am working very hard in my life to progress the stream and to pursue happiness outside of monetary gains. Okay. And that's why I'm here where I am, and that's the bottom line.
So am I supposed to swipe right to you? I forget how that works, but I think maybe I should. I'm shaking. Joe's entire room is just.
I'm sitting on my bed. Oh my god, that was hilarious, bro. Okay.
All right.
Yes. By the way, yes. The 2 girls that are watching this right now.
Okay. Excellent. Well, we have 3 probably. Ker's here too, but she's kind of taken some. All right. So there's no news this week, guys, so we're going to skip over that section this week because there's nothing really for us to even talk about. I should not. Kerr was completely right. I should not put control as my mute button. I just muted myself on OBS for like half a second, but I fixed it. I'm copying and pasting this link for you guys so you know what document we're going over. Totally professional. And you guys keep asking questions as well. It could be questions about anything. I'll take a break while we're going through the discussions every once in a while to go back and ask some of the questions. We're going to go in probably in order of the current classes, and it'll be tank, melee DPS, ranged DPS, then healers, then we'll go into the new classes, or new jobs. I always F that up all the time. I'm like, classes, jobs. It doesn't sound right to say jobs to me. Does it sound right to you guys to say jobs instead of classes?
Yeah. It's fine to me.
I was saying to you, I just feel like whenever I say what job are you, or something like that, someone's just gonna say, oh, I'm a software developer or something like that. I'm just like, no, okay, you know what? I'll just say classes and then say jobs after, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I always ask, what's your main? What's your main?
What's your main?
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That works. So we're going to be talking about all of your mains tonight, guys. And we're going to knock it out. All right, let's see. And keep asking questions again. No matter what the question is, I'll try to get to it, unless if it's completely obscure, then maybe I'll skip it, but we'll see. First, we'll start off with the old jobs here. And, you know, there's a good handful of things they're changing about it, and everyone here should have a good perspective on what those changes are going to accomplish later in the game. And I just want to make sure that everyone knows this is sort of a disclaimer. And I want everyone to kind of go around and just, at least in the show, to say what we do and what we play. We already talked about Joe. We know what you do. We don't have to worry about you anymore, man. But I, for one, I currently play a Paladin. That's my main role for my static. I played a Warrior before as the main role for my static. And I have some experience as a summoner. I'm not a good summoner, but I can be a summoner when needed. And I've leveled up, but nowhere near mastered Monk, White Mage, and Scholar. And that's kind of where I'm at right now, and I'm going through and leveling up all the other ones. Ark, what kind of experience do you have with jobs?
Yeah, I know. In context, I know what you're talking about right now. So.
Okay.
I'm currently maining Ninja. I'll probably be maining Ninja unless Blue Mage comes out, which it might not ever come out. So, yeah, that's why I played in 11. I have a lot of experience with Black Mage. It's what I play. I probably played it as much as Ninja. I don't like playing Black Mage. It was a really good class for me to play at the time before Ninja was in the game. Recently, I've been doing a lot of content as Bard, and everything else in between is like Pally, and I've dabbled in pretty much every class other than that too.
All right, Kerr.
My main is White Mage. I do Scholar every so often when I'm kind of tired of it, so mostly it's just healing for me. And I do a little bit of Bard when I'm tired of healing. So I've got 3 classes that I'm kind of more familiar with.
All right. So we should have a well-rounded perspective on everything. But, you know, if I say something about Warriors and no one else knows what I'm talking about in the show, and they're like, yeah, you're right, but you guys know it's wrong, feel free to call me out on my shit. Won't be offended. And I'm just going to go through these abilities kind of one by one. And we're going to start off with tanks. And just in general knowledge, this is something I want to discuss with everyone on the call. The tank defensive stances are getting increased accuracy. So what does this mean? Does this mean tanks can ignore accuracy? Or is it something like, because when you still off tank and you're in the offensive stance, you still have to hit the target, and you're not going to have that increased accuracy. So how's that all going to play out? And Ark, I'll start with you if that's all right.
Sure. Yeah. It's kind of just a nice to have. It's not really been a required, because even some melee DPS are going to have frontal accuracy caps depending on the fight. Especially things like Dragoon have a 4-hit combo. They can't miss that combo at any point. So some classes are going to have to stack that much accuracy. So I'm thinking this is to give them the ability to be more flexible on gear, put less accuracy on gear, put more tanking stats on them, and still have a lot of DPS stats on them. But it's not going to be that big. It's just basically to get over the frontal accuracy hurdle, and probably also just make it so that tanks that don't really know too much about their class and just getting into it at least are not missing while they're tanking. But you're still going to need to have flank accuracy because tanks are expected to do DPS. when they're off tanking. So like a really experienced tank will still have to get a lot of accuracy, and this buff's not going to mean too much for them. It'll just kind of be like a minor buff. But new tanks, this buff's really big for them because it's like you're not going to miss provokes, you're not going to miss your aggro, your enmity combos or whatever you're doing to generate aggro at the time. So I think this is more for just make it a little bit easier for tanks to get into raiding who are new to it.
Joe, are you all kind of in line with that?
Yeah, absolutely. The first thing I think of when I read something like that is off rip that it's going to free up more space for det and crit. If I want to go into something where I have a little bit more accuracy, I can put more det on some other side stat of whatever piece of gear that I have. It makes perfect sense when one tank is maining something and that has aggro and something else is doing damage. You switch back into your offensive stance, apply more damage, then switch back, gain a little bit more accuracy when you need it from the front. It's awesome. I like that from a battle development standpoint. They're thinking of things like that. You know, it's like very fine tuned now in a lot of different ways. It's not just like obscure. It's like really becoming. They're flexing on us, which is awesome. I love it.
So basically, this is just saying you guys don't have to get frontal accuracy anymore. Just get flank accuracy, and then you'll switch when you switch to defensive stance to actually tank from the front. You will most likely be fine. Or am I wrong on that?
I think it's more of a finesse thing than fuck your frontal accuracy. You know.
It's a little weird because there are a lot of fights where the boss turns around, or you're doing trash and the mob faces you for a second, or you have to be in front of the mob for whatever reason. Like tanks are potentially still going to have to get frontal accuracy. I really think this is just for just to get into tanking a little bit easier. I think it's like it's really tank accuracy while they're main tanking is a requirement. And this is just to get over that. For all we know, it might not be an accuracy increase. It might be just that you are accuracy capped in tank mode, which really isn't that like.
Well,
all the tanks are getting.
Which could be huge.
Yep, but it's just funny because like every tank is getting DPS potential. They're making a really strong push that tanks should be really considering DPS. They have DPS stances. They have DPS abilities, and when you're not tanking so when you're off tanking, you need to be doing DPS, and even when you're main tanking, you should be doing DPS as well. But you're going to usually switch in a fight, so yeah, it's going to be interesting. You're going to see some tanks going in with full frontal accuracy, regardless if they're main tanking or not. Maybe a fight where a main tank's always in front of the mob and he never goes to off tank position, he might drop a ton of accuracy and just use this buff and gain more damage that way. So yeah, this is something that tanks got to take into consideration. Is not only like how can I not die, but how can I boost up my raid DPS?
Not only that, but kind of opens Joe.
You're good. I have a silly analogy to make. You're good. I'll do it at the end.
No, all right. I'll let you go after. But basically, so I think it gives tanks a little bit more flexibility in their equipment because you know how like they can switch out like their fending ring with the slaying ring, just a little. Again, to push that DPS so they don't really have to worry about accuracy as much. Just
Absolutely.
that.
It's just a lot of experiences of going into groups, and it's or whenever I'm trying to help out a new tank and they're like saying I can't hold aggro off people, I'm like, are you accuracy capped? It's like, oh, I don't have any accuracy. So like, that's like what you need. Accuracy is like your most important stat as a tank, and this is helping with that. Now it's more intuitive. That's like, oh, like I go into tank mode and I need to hit all my abilities, and it just happens naturally. So we'll have a little bit less numbness from tanks, but for like really competitive, progressive players, I think this is something that we're just going to try and take advantage of. It's not really meant for us, though.
Yeah. All right.
It's definitely like the analogy that I came up with is it's like training wheels that you should be able to run. Excuse me.
Yep.
It's fine. It's fine.
I'm sorry, I'm busy. Hey, bro. I'm Ryan. I can't do this right now, dog. Oh my goodness.
It's okay. Do you need to get up and take that?
Yeah, I need a second. Hold on a sec.
That's all right. I'll keep the conversation rolling for you.
Love you guys.
Bye.
No worries.
All right. So, I mean, I guess that makes sense. To me, that's kind of what I'm seeing it as, and I guess we have to see kind of how it works, though. Like if it's going to be you go in and you. That's so funny.
My bad, guys.
All right. If you're going to go in and completely drop all of your accuracy stat if you're main tanking the entire time, that makes you ridiculously overpowered, I think, right?
Not overpowered. I think that again, that's taking advantage of it a bit. Tanks can't get that much from doing that. Secondary stats have always kind of been very minor buff to DPS. They're really min-maxing. Again, really competitive players will take advantage of it, but it's not going to be that big of an advantage, so I would never say overpowered. It's just kind of like, hey, you're main tanking this whole time, so like let's drop the chance that you ever will have to off-take on this fight. Let's try and change your strategy to make it so you can just put on more offensive gear and you can drop accuracy just to push a little bit more DPS because, we're trying for world first or server first or something like that, so...
You had an analogy, Joe? Do you remember it?
Yeah, my bad. It's like training wheels. You should be able to ride your bike without it, but when you're starting out, it's nice to have. I think if it is implemented in that way, I think you're going to see a lot of fancy things from some really nerdy people do with that. I would love to see that implemented that way. It would be really cool because you could then put pure crit det on everything and pure main tank that no matter what. And then it leaves it open for, flexing on things like solo tank that you normally have to have 2 tanks. I love that kind of stuff. That's the stuff that makes me smile. I love seeing a solo tank turn whatever. I love it. So I like that stuff.
All right. Well, let's go ahead. That's the only real general thing with the tanks. There's another general thing with, everyone's kind of getting their own little version of a stance, but we can go into that a little bit later. So let's start off with Warrior, which is my favorite job out of everything. I love Warrior. I think it's manly. If you don't play Warrior, probably not that manly. But they're finally getting the offensive stance, Deliverance. And I actually titled this the Abandoned Warrior of Light because I was like, these guys are just going on, they're not the Warrior of Light anymore. Now it's the Dragoon, it's Joe. Joe's the goddamn Warrior of Light now. But they get another stack when they're in Deliverance called Abandon. So I was like, well, there you go. They've been abandoned. But I'll never give up on you, man. Alright. So that's going to give you a cool little thing where you can switch back and forth between stances and your stacks aren't going to disappear. So you're going to be able to do a lot of fancy stuff with that. They'll have Raw Intuition, which gives a buff that automatically parries the next attack in the front. And if you hit from the sides or back, it will crit. And I kind of have a question for you guys about that too. So you'll parry from the front, which is kind of nice, and then you'll crit from the side. In the grand scheme of things, how vital really is that? Are we talking about like one crit from the side, or is it just kind of one of those things that we just don't know yet if it's going to be a string of crits that you can do? Because if it's just one parry or one crit, I can't see that being too valuable.
The tank gets crit. That's what you mean. Like if you screw it up, if you use it and the thing's at your flank, the tank gets crit.
Oh, is it? So the tank gets crit and not you do a tank if you attack from its side. That's what
the
I've
parry.
been debating.
The parry is powerful. I'm guessing these. I see one on the Pallies as well. They have the one that gives them a guaranteed block as well. To me, it seems like this is probably a short cooldown and going to be used for. Like, I think we're going to see a lot more. We're going to see like a lighter, heavy attack that you kind of want to parry with this move, and then you use a big cooldown for something else. So it's probably going to. We probably don't know what kind of mechanics these are going to be used for, but that's what I'm expecting to see. That this is probably a very short cooldown ability, and it's kind of like a little bit more to the skill of a tank to know when to use this parry move, guaranteed parry move, and then use their bigger cooldowns for like something that's magic or something like that.
It seems weird that they would give you a negative effect to it, to where if you're turned to the side, that you're going to get damage from it. So you guys don't think that's like a mistranslation or anything?
It's weird. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Okay, so isn't it like tanks have to be attacked from the front anyway, right? Like they can't be attacked from the back. Like if you do a cooldown, even Paladins, if you do a cooldown, it's not effective. I think I heard that from somewhere.
Well, you can't block from, like, if you're facing away, you can't block or parry.
Gotcha.
So I guess that would kind of go into the same thing, like if your back is facing the boss and you hit that move, maybe if the parry won't happen anyways.
Maybe it's just hammering in that you need to face your enemy.
Yeah,
it's whether you're auto-targeted on or not, if you're locked onto the target. If you're locked onto the target, you can move around it side to side and you lose the rear-facing maneuverability, like the backwards movement, because you're like walking backwards from it. But if you're auto-locked on, you stay stuck to it. Your auto-attacks will always hit on it when you're close enough to it. Mm-hmm. But if you're not, and you're looking for like more mobility, like moving around, you hit that move, and then you turn to run away from it, and it hits you from the side, and you're gonna get fucked.
All right.
Yeah. I think that it's gonna be rare when it's a problem, but like even when I see some people in chat with this is kind of what I was thinking too. Turn 7, for example, the tank turns around. So if you use out the wrong skill, you've got your back to the mob, and you're like shooting your voice off somewhere, and then you got crit because you screwed up using that ability. We're probably gonna see stuff mechanics like this come up again. Also, things like an ad spawns, and for some reason it goes right for the main tank, and it's the off tank's job to try and make it not hit the main tank, or something weird like that. I don't think it's going to come up too often where this risk of being crit is going to be. It's just also something you wouldn't use when you're probably tanking a bunch of ads or you're moving stuff around as well. You know, like you're taking a big risk when you pull a boss and you run away, and then it's like I'm going to use my parry move for mitigation. That's a bad idea.
Yeah, I personally I really like to see stuff like that where it's like you have an opportunity to receive some type of benefit, but if you fuck it up, it's gonna hurt you. It's that dual-edged sword. I really like to see stuff like that. That's very cool.
It's funny that the Pally doesn't have the negative impact when they use their ability. It's pretty much exactly the same, except it's a block. They don't get crit, but whatever.
Yeah. All right. So that would be kind of neat to see that kind of function in there. And you're right, the Paladin does get kind of a move where they get one block. And so it's kind of guaranteeing that you'll hit, like if they do one hit to you, you can use that one move and just mitigate it and then use your other ones for longer cooldowns. That kind of makes sense to me. I don't see any follow-ups to parry, so if you parry, you don't really get any benefit out of like a combo coming off of that or anything. So the other move they're getting is Equilibrium, and it heals.
Very cool.
It says heals for 5,000 HP. I don't know if that's like a guess or what it was, but we know how bad setting these limits to it. So I say, hey, it's going to heal me for 5,000. Once you start to gear up, that 5,000 might not be so much anymore, right?
Especially when we're approaching that 20k HP barrier.
Yeah, we probably will be sitting around 20k in the first tier for Warrior. I'm thinking that just keep in mind that Warriors have the automatic healing buff. They also have Convalescence, and there's Mantra. So you may be using them in combination. That heal looks a little bit more powerful. But in raid setting, I mean that could mitigate an entire attack. But I think it's kind of more
like a
for
attack, maybe when you're level 60.
It'll be very rare to see this happen in raids. Maybe it's kind of nice to have when you're off tanking and you just don't want your healers to have to heal you at all for some mechanic you're doing or something like that. But it's probably a lot more nice to have in pug groups and even just 4-man dungeons. Your healer goes down and you already have so much stuff to keep yourself alive and not have to have a healer in general. And this is just something on top of that, which is nice.
Yeah. Well, Dark Knights are going to be ridiculous in that regards when we start talking about them. They're stupid. But okay, so it has a long cooldown. We'll kind of see, I guess, how that works out. I mean, it just looks like second wind almost to me, like a beefy
Third
second
wind.
Yeah,
which they have. They have second wind, so.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Well, they're going to get they have 2 skills that they can use Abandon with that I know about so far. One is an AoE skill, which is basically just replacing Still Cyclone, and then another one is ST skill. Why am I blanking on that?
Single target.
Single target. Okay. I've never abbreviated in my entire life, so that's the only reason why. And it costs all of your abandon for both of those, which makes sense. It replaces Inner Beast. So you don't really get anything new. You just you move over to Deliverance. You're like, hey, you do more damage, and we're going to rename a couple of skills, and they'll do the exact same thing. And they did that for a couple other things with tanks and a few other moves. How do you guys feel about that? Do we need different types of moves when we switch to different stance, or just renaming it to something else is perfectly fine?
Well, Steel Cyclone and Inner Beast. Well, Steel Cyclone had an enmity generation associated with it, so it's good they're changing that because you don't want to generate enmity if you're not in tank stance usually. Or at least you're always sacrificing enmity or defense to do more DPS as a tank. It's kind of how it's part of the skill behind it is that you're doing to do more DPS. It's going to be harder for you to hold aggro or you're going to take more damage. Inner Beast was also defensive cooldown associated with it too, and again, it's the sacrifice of defense to do more damage is kind of what's going on here. We're going to see kind of similar things between all the tanks. You're sacrificing enmity or defense to do more damage, and it's really going to be extremely important in Alex Savage to master that.
I gotcha. I guess I'm kind of okay with it too. I mean, Inner Beast, I guess maybe it's just going to do much more damage. It's not going to heal you or anything. Joe, what do you think about the whole change it to a different stance, do the exact same thing with less enmity and just a little bit more damage?
Well, I personally think that it's separating the division between Paladin and Warrior, where you have that very firm mitigation-based tanking and that raw damage dealing DPS with a lot more finesse, like of taking the damage. I really, it's tough because when you think expansion, you think of like all your hopes and dreams as like lovers and passionate fan enthusiasts of these classes, and you want it to have everything that it could possibly be. And like for me personally, there have been like 4 big changes for Swagoon, and outside of that, like me personally, like I want the least amount of new things to learn that I can still do the most damage from my class. Like
Okay.
just these things. It's probably gonna change a little bit of stuff. There's gonna be a learning curve for that first like 10, 12 hours of play where you got to figure it all out, how that's going to work into your rotations, when and where. So, I guarantee there's going to be new animations for these moves, even though it's just a different name for it in a different stance. So I know that, like, from a developer standpoint and from the gamers, the producers of this game standpoint, there's a lot of work that went into these things. It's not just another name for it, I really want to see how much damage a warrior can do. Like I love that type of stuff, man. Like my warrior has no accuracy on it whatsoever. It's all crit dat, and I try to hit for like the 2400s. I had a 2700 Marauder crit the other day, with a level 115 weapon. Like I love to see the type of things that a tank can do in a strength-based DPS stance. I like that a lot.
So would you guys be content if like warriors did more damage when they're off tanking than paladins? Because right now it's the other way around. Would you guys like that?
Well, if paladins did more damage than warrior?
No. Like if warriors came out and they started doing more damage off tanking than paladins can do off tanking. Because right now paladins do more damage off tanking than warriors.
Really?
It's a little.
Yep.
Yeah, it's really hard to say at that. Like they're both pretty good. I know what you're saying though, Frosty, because of the Sordo stance. They're pretty close. They're pretty close at the moment. But this is kind of, I'd say all 3 tanks are looking pretty balanced as far as the fact that they have to DPS off as an off tank, and they have to what kind of cooldowns, how much DPS they can do as a main tank. Where Pally would probably be doing the least damage, but is the most tanky because they got a whole bunch of support abilities. They got their DPS combos finally, but it looks like Warrior and Dark Knight are kind of more suited to the, take less. They take more damage, but they bring a little bit more DPS to the raid. If you were to ever run a Warrior and a Dark Knight, you're really going to need to use those external cooldowns to mitigate the damage, but you're going to have a little bit more raid DPS probably. That's what it's looking like right now. Tank's kind of like went a little bit more supporty, but I'd say it's going to be close. Like the changes to all the tanks, or say the two existing tanks, and just what the new tanks got. They got their whole DPS combo set up, their DPS stances set up, and their DPS cooldowns. It's looking like that. This is what tanks are going to be like in the expansion.
Do you have any thoughts on it, Kerr?
So I'm not manly, and I haven't really leveled a warrior. I'm stuck at Marauder, level 15.
She wasn't ready!
I'm sorry, I don't know how to be a warrior.
Fair enough.
You could be Xena.
Yes, we went to a Xena panel.
There you go.
It was funny. Anyways, we'll get into that later. Alright, so let's jump out of warriors real quick and jump into paladins.
Yeah.
The weaker of the 2 tanks, right? They're the worst. They suck.
The more noble.
More boring. Sleep. Alright. Well, they're making them 150% more interesting, guys. You're getting there. One of the moves they're getting is Divine Veil, which buffs a target, making all heals done to that target carry over to surrounding players as a barrier. So just real quick, what's the best scenario this ability can be used in when we're doing raids?
Just big hitting attacks. I think I'm jumping ahead in the list, but there's so many abilities to deal with big hitting attacks now that they're gonna probably be rather trivial. I think that there's gonna be new mechanics in the game that, big hitting attacks were always the thing, like get those mitigations up. How do we survive this attack when we have barely enough HP? That's not gonna be the big thing anymore. We have so many ways to deal with it. and you could stack so many classes with the shields like this and all the other types of shielding and mitigation we're getting, and that attack would do nothing. I don't think these are going to be big deals anymore. So just basically big hitting attacks.
So let's say
it's another option.
T13, everyone stacks, and White Mage just pumps out Cure 2 on the main tank, like a whole bunch of
like.
Can it target himself?
I don't know. I guess you're right. So he could buff a target around him, I guess.
Sounds like it can't target himself. It says buff a target.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah.
Usually you can't target yourself with that kind of stuff. But I don't think it would be broken if they could. So either or, we could speculate that they can target me.
Very
put
cool
it on
if they could.
What you do is you put it. This is kind of like one of the scholar moves, and I'll get into like the what the scholars have. But this is very similar. They put it on a warrior who gets the healing buff already. Convalescence, Mantra, the Scholar healing buff, and also the White Mage healing buff. What was it called? Divine Seal, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And you just do like one massive Cure 2 crit.
Yeah.
And everyone gets like a crazy 10k shield or something like that. I'm telling you, big hits are going to be trivial with all the utility we have. It's not going to be the hard parts of these fights anymore.
Just proper communication and working with your group.
We just have so many ways to deal with them. There's going to be something else. I think it's going to be rapid mechanics. I think it's going to be like taking 1k damage every second, or a boss that has like a 0.5 second auto attack timer or something crazy like that. That's what we're going to be seeing.
All right, so should this be like a... Go ahead, sorry, Kerr.
No, it's something I've been noticing with the new actions is there's a pattern that SE, I think, is trying to tell us, but I'll get into that when we get to the healer. And you'll see like it's something like this, where the surrounding party members will be healed, kind of like Cure 3.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds ridiculous. Do you guys think this should be like a Hallowed Ground cooldown, or should this be like a Home Gang cooldown, or should it be a minute cooldown?
Like a cover type cooldown. I think it's kind of like the magic version of cover, almost. And then Pallies get the heal, so they can proc it themselves if they really want to. If for some reason there's not a healer in the group, I don't know.
Ridiculous. Paladins are going to be ridiculous.
I really look forward to stuff like this, because like when you see like what this could do, you think about like, wow, that sounds OP as fuck. Yeah. And it's like, when am I going to need to use that? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
From being at the initial debut of Heavensward in Vegas for FanFest, when they talk about Alexander being incredibly more difficult than the final coil of Bahamut, like that's where my mind teases, and I go, I can't fucking wait. You know, like give it to me, dude. Like I cannot wait to see like how. Like, imagine how many things would have to be done right for, like, Ark, like you said, for that to be done right. Like, for the crit, Swagoon crit increase, Divine Seal, everything, for that to be able to save your party from death. Like,
you can make some really big shields, yeah. But you got to keep in mind that the group might not have a pally. Scholars have something similar. They have the spread Atalopium move they have, which you can, the shield doubles when you crit. So Scholars are even more powerful with the shield they can do. But you might not have a pally or a scholar. I think that the game is going to allow you to still get through those encounters even without these crazy shields. I just think that these kind of things will make things trivial. Like big hits will just be like... I have a pally and a scholar in my groups going into the expansion. I could do both of them if I wanted to. So I could have like.
They're going to be able to overlap, or are they going to erase one another?
I think they'll overlap.
Yeah.
Or maybe more mechanics like Gigaflare or the Terraflare.
Yeah.
90,000 group-wide damage.
Class diversity should overlap, because what you'll end up having is like a pally and scholar not like wanting to be in the same group together, or like a raid leader kind of making those calls. I think most of these abilities are going to overlap. So they'll stack. Sorry, is what I'm saying.
Do you think they'll do anything where you like are going to have a paladin or have to have a white mage to complete the content?
I'm going to be.
Or they're going to make it completely specific.
From what I've seen with the utility, you're gonna each comp that you bring is gonna make things more challenging and make things easier, but you're gonna have a way to deal with everything. It's just kind of like you might say to yourself, "Man, this is so hard. We can barely get past this hurdle," just because your group's not as good as dealing with the weakness that you've kind of added to your group. But you will have all the tools needed to get past it with any 8 comp, as long as every job is unique in that class.
But you have to have a Swagoon though, right?
Yeah, of course.
Totally.
Okay.
I'm not going to have a Swagoon, so I hope not.
Well, your party's not going to clear anything, Ark, so...
No, I'm going to hit all these DPS walls, because,
you don't have enough flag.
No, but You know it.
So they're going to also add Sheltron, which is the thing that we were talking about earlier. It's a guaranteed block. And I think another part of this is kind of a move, or part of what this move does. It says the skill generates MP after a block. And so I don't know if that's the same move or if they're separate, but I'm going to just talk like they're the same move. So basically you get a guaranteed block, and then it generates MP from that block. So it pretty much sounds like you just flash the hell out of everything, throw up this move, gain the mana back, and start flashing some more. Is that what you guys think this will do?
Is it just one block or a cooldown?
It says
timer
I
thing?
think one. But we don't know for sure.
And
This is. Good.
is it a guaranteed like all damage block or just a guaranteed like percentage block?
I think it's a percentage block.
Guaranteed
Okay.
regular block. It's like the parry move. The
Yeah.
MP, I don't think is going to be something that you'll find very useful in a raid setting. The MP thing is more of a quality of life thing for what you just described, like when you're tanking in dungeons and you flash spam, and this is just another way of getting mana back without having to do a Riot Blade combo. It's a nice, cool. Like the block's not going to do much if you're tanking like 15 mobs. You'll block one of them, but you'll get a little bit mana back. So it's like the MP is good for like the 4-man dungeons when you're tanking a bunch of things. You need MP, and I guess there are some raids where Pally might be tanking a bunch of stuff. Usually you have a warrior do that because they're also DPSing. But
I think T11, when Paladins tank the magic or the physical resistance stuff, Flash is my best friend there.
yeah,
But I can't think of a lot
Flash
of
is the best friend of anything that's magic resist, even if they're a warrior.
Exactly.
So yeah, the mana back is not going to come up into it too much, but the block is good for raiding, of course. So it's kind of got a dual purpose for sure.
All right. So any other thoughts on that before we go to the next move? Good? All right. So now let's start talking about our, instead of doing 1, 2, 3, we got 1, 2, 4 going on, and then 1, 2, 5. We got a couple other things we can work in here. We got Goreblade, which is going to be a combo that adds in a dot. And so it builds from Riot Blade. So someone's going to use Riot Blade now, all right?
No. Oh.
And you gotta, Joe's a PS4 player. What's this 1, 2, 3 thing you're talking about, right? It's like square X circle or something.
Oh, exactly. Square X circle.
Circle, square X.
There you go. Right.
Circle, square X. That's my muscle memory.
I can't do it. I'm sure if I start playing with a PlayStation controller, I could get used to it after a while, but playing it as a PC for so long, or with a PC for so long, it's insane.
Playing as a PC.
Yeah, as a PC. Beep, beep,
Beep,
beep.
boop, bop, boop, beep.
So this dot, it's interesting that it just says dot ability. I think Pellies deserve at least one debuff to really make them want to use this ability. It's probably a DPS increase, but I expect a debuff associated with this. What it's going to do, I'm not really sure. I don't really think that they'll get the slashing debuff. I think the fact that Warrior and Ninja bring that is enough. You'll usually have at least one of those. If you don't have either of them, you probably have something else that's benefiting your raid.
Mm-hmm.
If it is a slashing debuff, that's fine too. It's just kind of brings a little bit less flavor. I'm kind of hoping it has something to do with magic damage for some reason, but that doesn't really go well with Pally. It's probably going to be the slashing debuff.
Oh, you'll
but
probably just put a hot on yourself and you heal yourself. Stupid pal.
maybe. But I am hoping that there's a debuff associated with it because I'm worried that it might not get too much use otherwise.
Okay.
I'm personally a very big fan of dots, dipping and all other kinds. Hashtag Dippin' Dots, shout out.
Dots, nice.
I still have Fracture on my Paladin because I like putting a
I
dot
do
up. I love having it up there. And I think that's awesome because it's probably going to eliminate my need for the useless ass TP waste of Fracture.
Yeah.
You like putting Fracture up and then not being able to do an entire combo.
Yeah.
That's the worst. I like knowing when my 1, 2, 3s line up based around when my Fracture is at on the top of the bar, like on the buff bar. I'm like, oh, I got 3 seconds left. I got one more, and back to Fracture.
Yeah. All right. So the other ones. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, something else.
I was just going to say, just going back to Sheltron, another thing that's great about that is you get an automatic shield swipe with it. So which shield swipe's an amazing ability. So
yeah,
it's kind of nice. Maybe
unless
even
if you're a
pacifism.
new tank that has no clue which. It takes a while for tanks to learn what that
you should use shield swipe, guys.
Yeah.
Also maybe pacifism will be useful. So that guaranteed block will help you guarantee a pacifism. That doesn't come up very often. It's usually just a PvP ability, but it's sometimes it's handy. I don't know if they'll do that in a raid setting, but that's kind of a nice thing about it as well.
All right. Okay, so the other moves we have are Royal Authority, which does a high amount of damage. It comes off Savage Blade, so it gives you a different tree to go down. And so if you don't need to do Enmity, you can do just lots of damage. And then we have, well, I guess that's it for combos. Do you guys feel happy with them adding the dot and the extra damage from Savage Blade? Is that good enough to make Paladins a little bit more interesting with their combos?
In all honesty, with the changes to Pally and kind of the addition of the DPS mode to Warrior, because Paladin requires a lot more raid awareness to use some of its abilities now, including the fact that it already had some with cover and other things like that. It would seem to me that, like everyone makes fun of Pally being so simple. I think there's kind of been a swap here where Warrior seems very straightforward as a tank. You're in DPS mode or you're in tank mode and you only manage your TP, and Pally has still 2 resources. They don't really have to worry about their mana too much, but now they have a heal they can kind of throw in there. They all have all these raid utilities. I think Pally's, and also of course they have this very similar to Warrior. They have the DPS combos, and then they can choose between DPS combos or the enmity combos and debuffs. I think Pally's actually got a higher skill cap than Warrior now.
Okay. Well, whatever you think, man. Whatever, man.
This is what it seems to me.
It looks. I still don't think that, but I'm gonna stay in the Warrior boat until we find out in Heavensward, and then if it's completely bad, I'll go to Dark Knight and still hate on Paladins. But
I think it's gonna flabbergast a lot of main Paladins with that 4th extra move.
yeah.
A lot of people are gonna be lost and switch to Dark Knight.
You joke, but
It's true. Well, there are some.
Honestly, like seriously, there's gonna be a lot of people that are like, wait, there's gonna be a choice involved in this? Like, what do I do next?
then they'll say, well, I might as well just play Warrior then.
Oh, whatever. Okay. Kerr, do you have any thoughts on this, real quick? Because you play Paladin as your alt tank when you do tank.
Have you seen me tank?
Yeah, a couple times. It's okay.
Yeah,
Not
it
that
didn't go
bad.
very well. But I think it's good. Like, again, for off tanking, just better extra ability, more damage, bring it to the raid. It's great.
All right. Clemency is the last move with them, and it heals party members and yourself. All right, so I guess that's good. Now you can do more BS crap with healing a party. Are you guys happy about that?
Hey,
Yeah, it helps us.
There's been a lot of like early progression in turn 12. Our Pally was like spamming stone skins on people when he had like in between the
I do
tank
that.
swap. Yeah, well, this is better than stone skin.
Yeah.
So
True. All right. Well, I think Paladin is going into its own kind of little niche area to where it's like super defensive and it does a lot of healing, and you have some extra damage that you can do, but it's gonna be kind of ridiculous to see the Paladins now because I mean, I don't know. When looking between this and the Warrior, okay, I heal myself for 5,000 HP. That's nothing compared to Divine Veil and Clemency, right?
I think Warriors will bring more DPS. Even if it's just like 10% more, that's the exchange you're making. It's kind of like in current tiers, if you like in turn 13, if you brought a monk instead of a dragoon, or a dragoon, like you gain like that 10% DPS for your bard kind of thing. This is kind of the same trade-off. You're getting a little bit 10% from 10% more DPS from a class for less defense. There's a lot of this through all the comps, and you just got to be aware of when you're doing that. Everything works, just you might have a more offensive comp and you have to play safer and do less. Maybe your healers do less damage or something like that. But it all works, and yeah, that's kind of what we're looking at here.
Okay.
Overall, I see it as just helping us save MP, really.
Yeah, and multitasking, so when things get really tight and you're doing that progression, you have an extra job for the Paladin to do a heal or two, like to make sure.
Yeah.
Like, oh, we failed. It's the Paladin's fault. He didn't heal.
I'm gonna be very optimistic this whole time and think that all these classes are balanced in some way except for Dragoon. So, because that's what I've seen so far. I said Dragoons are a little bit overpowered, and it's the only thing I can't make an argument where they're not slightly overpowered at the moment until we see more of the abilities that come out. But I'm gonna be optimistic and say all comps are really balanced unless you have a Dragoon in there.
Okay.
And it's slightly overpowered, not enough, maybe enough to make like the difference between like a world first clear if you're like competing for world first. But if you're just going at it like kind of mid core, don't worry about this stuff.
Okay. All right. So go ahead.
Real quick, one of the coolest moments I've ever had watching a Twitch stream was watching Xeno fool around and do some really, really fun stuff with a group of 8 paladins. And one of the things they were fucking around with was how much a paladin can heal for right now, mind spec.
Oh my
with
goodness.
with healer accessories and mind spec and the attributes, and they were ripping like 700 8 oh, what is it 500 normal heals, 750 crit heals, and that's cool to think, you know what I mean, like
Right.
it's not what a tank does, but if you
Yeah.
wanted to, you know, like
Their main
it's
issue is
cool,
they
man.
don't have magic damage on their weapons, so this new heal they're getting is probably going to scale with their weapon damage and with strength. So
Okay.
it's going to be you could do something like that now. Actually, now that I think about it, you're going to like see like a pally replace a
dude.
healer.
That would
If
be
you're doing
amazing.
something really
Imagine,
Ah,
imagine
yeah,
that.
like
With all the MP you can regain back from the other moves, like
Yeah.
imagine.
this might come up. This might actually come up at some point. You just drop a healer and you have the pally cover some of the healing, and I would highly recommend. I discourage trying this. It's probably not always the most optimal thing to do.
I highly
But I
recommend. Wait,
think
no.
this is a fun. No, I didn't mean to say recommend. I recommend not doing this as well. This is something more for fun, but and I bet you like you'll spend more time trying to figure out how to make it work than like just trying to do it with a regular comp. But I bet we're gonna see videos of this happen for sure. Just,
Straight
like
up.
pally main healers. Oh man.
All right, you guys look forward to it. 8 Paladin is going to be able to down all content possible without any other class. Okay.
You heard it here first.
Yep. Before we move into the melee DPS, there's a couple of questions here. I figured we'll ask a couple of questions for the group, and then maybe there's one question that came up that was kind of tank related. Evil Squeegee, he asked, as a warrior, Accuracy Cap is essential, or well, I think this is more of a statement, is essential for Inner Beast to survive tank busters. And so miss one Inner Beast, you die, period. So not having that accuracy as a warrior kind of screws you over, because if you miss that Inner Beast, you're screwed, right? I mean, if you have a regular cooldown, it won't miss, but an Inner Beast can miss and you won't have that damage reduction. So you still have to make sure accuracy is good for that. I guess that's just a general statement on accuracy.
You always need to be accuracy cap for a tank. You can't miss your debuffs. It's just as bad. You're making the raid take more damage. You're doing less damage, and you might miss a provoke. So
Yeah.
that's awkward too. But if you're having a
Rip.
really good attempt, right? Yeah. You're really good attempt. 1% or no 5%. You do a tank swap. It misses. Main tank dies. Kills the raid. Something crazy like that happens. It's like I was an accuracy cap. Sorry guys.
Yeah.
Ripperino.
And here's something Pundo's just kind of mentioned. Give warriors and paladins invigorate.
Yes.
Do it. Why not?
One of my biggest pet peeves is a paladin asking for a flippin' goad. Like, goad me, guys! Like, oh, he's going in, guys! Oh no! Like the paladin's going in. Why?
Oh, yeah. Exactly.
Why? Just give him invigorate, yo, man.
Invigorate, done with.
Come on.
I think it's a little bit of the you're doing something outside of your role, so it takes a little bit more work to manage your resource around. And Dark Knights are gonna have to do this more than anyone else. But for even just TP management, it's like you use as much TP as you can to DPS, but stop when it stops you from being able to put debuffs up and tank essentially. And if they give invigorate, it would be really that skill's gone. It's totally trivial to maintain your TP at that point. I think it will take something away from the class if you do that.
Yeah. I'm kind of with you too, but at the same time, no, I want invigorate. I want things to be easy.
I know. I understand why. Yeah.
6 cross-class abilities give us invigorate.
Yeah.
Yoshi, please!
Okay, so Failcom said Royal Authority is a new finisher from Savage Blade, possible for a debuff. Do you guys think there's gonna you already said kind of Ark that you want a debuff to come off of this or Goreblade, right?
I expect at least one debuff from it because if you talk to a lot of warriors, the high risk strategy that warriors use is they don't use MD combos as much when they're main tanking. Even they get both they just maintain both their debuffs, and I'd like to see Pallies have something like this as well in their their toolkit. So I want them to have at least two debuffs. Give them a bigger reason to go into those DPS combos even when they're main tanking. Get the bare minimum enmity. And remember, you were talking to me about why the ninja enmity control was so invaluable. It's because of stuff like this, and we'll get into that when we get into ninja.
Yeah.
This is the kind of stuff I'm talking about.
Okay. There's still lots of questions. You guys are doing great with questions tonight, but God, I wish we had like all the time right now to just jump in every single one. But I don't want to derail this too much, and we are going to get back to these a little bit later. How are you guys feeling on time, by the way? Are you guys still awake?
I'm chilling, dog. I'm so in.
All right.
I was just in the PST time zone not too long ago, so I'm like, my sleep schedule's way off, so I'm fine.
Beautiful. All right. So
I'm having a blast. All
right. Well, hope you have more of a blast because the next topic is Dragoon. Sweat.
What?
Yeah.
What?
And
Yes!
I'm gonna list out everything about Dragoons, and I want you just to run with it, and you tell me everything you think about it. But I'm gonna list all the moves first. So we have Blood of the Dragon. It's a buff that gives a new Force attack to full thrust and a Chaos Thrust combo. It can be consumed by other actions, also increases effects of jump and spine shatter dive. Then we have some weird German name, I don't know, strong action that consumes Blood of Dragon. And then we have another one I can't pronounce, Ryutum, also may be called Dragon Fang, Dragon Claw. The ability comes from full thrust. Then we have, Jesus Christ. All right, Dragon's Tail Swing is what I'm going to call it. The ability comes from Chaos Thrust. Then it says some Ryu abilities reduce the Blood of the Dragon timer. Some increase it. And then there's Battle Litany, which increases you and party's crit rate. All right, Joe, take away, man.
All right. Thank you, Yoshi P, for giving us some type of raid utility.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Besides, the bard.
Yeah, outside of decreasing piercing resistance, Dragoons have had very little raid utility outside of a very, very close to, but nowhere near top DPS role. We have a lot of burst damage that we can apply to adds when it comes to DPSing things. If I have all of my buffs, I can apply some very deep damage. However, the question is, what does a Dragoon really do? Like, Monk puts up Dragon Kick, Bard plays songs, Black Mage has AoE damage. There's a lot of things that each class specifically does, but what does a Dragoon do outside of lay it down on the floor and look good dead? And here we have it. And this is, I believe, what I was personally looking for with the last set of Dragoon buffs. With the increase in Blood for Blood and everything, the non-positional heavy thrust and things like that. I wanted the Dragoon to get the respect that it needed if it was going to have nothing else nothing else in terms of utility. And as we saw, my favorite thing about the whole Heavensward video was that Dragoon was the only job that killed the mob it was fucking attacking, yo. So straight up, we can look for some major damage. Blood of the Dragon is an awesome new ability that we're gonna have. It puts it into like fucking Super Saiyan straight up when it comes to Dragoon. We've got a whole nother thing. It's gonna give us a timer that's gonna increase or decrease based off of the other moves that we use, stemming off of Chaos Thrust, stemming off of Full Thrust. Me personally, what I love about this is that Dragoon is an 8-button. It's an 8-button rotation. Now we've got 10 potential moves that you could choose, plus an 11th buff, which I'm assuming is the Gear Skogul, the strong attack that it consumes all of Blood of the Dragon. Now, what does this mean for Dragoon? Like, what is this going to look like in a raid instance? What is this going to look like in PvP? And that's immediately where my head goes into stuff like this. So we're going to have something that's like, it's honestly, in my mind, like what a limit break looked like in Final Fantasy XII, with that timer going down with the correct set of buttons pressed to either increase it or lose it. We've got that one move, a Gear Skull, which is going to have a huge, I'm assuming a fucking huge damage. What am I going to use that? Am I going to use that to finish off an ad? Am I going to use that immediately, or am I going to try to use the other moves in? Me personally, in terms of speculation right now, I don't know what TP costs are going to look like. I don't know what potencies are going to look like. So I don't know how that's going to play into a rotation. However, there are 2 other moves that are going to either increase or decrease that time. Is it going to be like Flare, where if I have a little bit of time left and use Blood of the Dragons, it's still going to have the same amount of damage? Or if I rip the Gear Skogul, if I rip Gear Skogul off rip, am I going to have more damage based off of how much time is left? So there's a lot of things that are still coming into play with that. Blood of the Dragon is going to increase the damage dealt for jumps and Spine Shatter Dive, which is awesome. I'm pretty sure it's going to affect things like, it might affect Dragon Fire Dive, even though they don't say it, because in the video it looked like a huge explosion for Dragon Fire Dive. I'm just going to assume that. And Battle Litany, I mean, that's such a huge buff, yo. Yeah. Oh my god. How much it's going to be, we don't know, but increasing your entire party's crit rate, oh my goodness. How many places could you use that? You know, for super heals, specifically when we talked about the Paladin's move that we spoke about before. How could a white mage take advantage of that with a Divine Seal Cure 2 crit off of the rest of the whole freaking party? So I mean, I'm so excited. And it looks sweet too. Like, that's the best part about it, is that it looks incredible. The whole set of moves looks really good. So I'm very excited to see what this is going to look like for Dragoon.
Kerr, real quick before we get into Shamans, or Arks, I'm sorry, our Ark's statement on all that. Do you have any thoughts on Dragoon, or Swagoon, I'm sorry, or Lolgoon? Do you have any thoughts on Lolgoons and how this is going to affect them?
Oh, it's amazing. I didn't even think of the fact that if they had Battle Litany and then you needed crit for cures, that's I didn't even think of that. It's awesome.
It's huge.
Yeah.
Yep. Alright, Ark, what you got, man?
Yeah.
I want to hear what you got, Ark.
I love how you were mentioning about how you wanted one of the attacks to have an extremely high potency if you used it right away, because that would be kind of broken in PvP. I think a lot of the moves, I think a lot of the moves will be careful about having too high potency. They've been really careful about that kind of stuff, because you don't. Come on, we don't want 3-minute mages from. Oh, you never played Western Armor, but basically one cooldown, you kill someone. You can't get your limit break from a regular ability. I know. I'm just. It's kidding.
What kind of potency are you guys looking? Joe, what kind of potency are you looking for?
I don't know. I want to see 400 plus, dude. I want to see 400 plus.
For sure. Oh, easy.
It's gotta be. I mean, I might want 500 would be unheard of.
No, actually. So you know that Flare, the potency of it is around 631 with all the Astral Fire stacks up. So
really?
I can imagine. Yeah, so I can imagine things being around that is the highest potency, and maybe just a little bit higher in the expansion for other attacks. So maybe everything's going to have something as equivalent to Flare. I can talk about some of the things that will have it, but this might be one of the moves too. It might be close to 600.
Well, if you think that if you're literally thinking double the potency of a full thrust, a max buffed full thrust right now is pushing 2600 with no no echo. Yeah, we're looking at a 5200 crit full thrust or crit Gear Skogul at that point. I mean, and that's pushing a braver.
Yeah,
that's pushing a braver, and then on top of anything else that we're going to receive.
That's going to be.
So, anyways, I was actually thinking about this one a lot, because I think that all the DPS classes have moved up to kind of an intermediate skill cap. And Dragoon is one of the ones that have moved up to. There wasn't too many DPS classes that had a high skill cap. Dragoon used to be, and then they changed it, and it kind of dropped down. And I think they're back up to a high skill cap now. One of the few that have high skill cap, because the reason is that heavy thrust, the buff lasts 20 seconds. But if you're doing 2 sets of 4-hit combos, you're gonna lose heavy thrust. So some things that are gonna have to be dealt with is. Are you going to have to do a heavy thrust in between each of these combos, or are you going to start stacking skill speed so that you don't have to do that extra heavy thrust and it just is barely enough time? I think Dragoons are going to start stacking skill speed for sure.
Well, skill speed is not going to be affecting our GCD anymore. It's going to be affecting the dot ticks in Heavensward.
Well, do you think it will affect? Well, I think, is that only for casters that it increases?
No, it does. It's dot determination. I think it's on top of what it already does. You think that they're
okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's on top, which makes it. For most classes, yeah, it makes it's on par with most of the other secondary stats, and in some cases it's above other secondary stats now. So I'm thinking that Dragoons are probably gonna try and get their skill speed to a point where they do 2 sets of the 4-hit combos, one to increase it, one to decrease the timer on blood of the dragon, one to increase the timer of the blood of the dragon, and then they do their maintenance combos, which would be heavy thrust and what is it? What's the dot called again?
Phlebotomize and chaos thrust.
Phlebotomize, that's it, yeah. And Chaos Thrust is part of one of these combos already. And the piercing buff is 30 seconds, Chaos Thrust is 30 seconds, so you're fine on that front. But yeah, we're gonna see do the 2 of the 4-hit combos, heavy thrust, and then phlebotomize, and then you kind of repeat it, and then basically until you can't maintain Blood of the Dragon anymore, it's about to drop off. Like in ideal situations, then it's when you spend it and you burst it. Basically, use the burst on.
Literally, the only thing that I have written down about Dragoon was how it's going to affect heavy thrust. Is the only thing I didn't talk about.
Nice.
Yep,
But it's right. It's so important.
And not even and this isn't even bringing it up, like, so even with skill speed and like, because if you don't have the skill speed, you'll probably have to toss in a heavy thrust in between the 2 4-hit combos. If you do have the skill speed, it'll smooth out your combo a lot more. But even then, one mistake and you're going to drop any of your buffs.
Yeah.
So Dragoons, from what I've seen, are probably one of the higher skill caps on DPS. There's only one other one that has a high skill cap that in my opinion anyways, which is Summoner, and I'll get into that later as well. But yes, Dragoons are going to be very tough to play. They are slightly overpowered, but you have to be good at them to get that slightly overpowered.
Very good at it.
Yeah, I mean,
it's timing's gonna be so
not to mention
ridiculous.
you're doing mechanics on top of this. This is like the Dragoons. You know how, like, I know Frosty doesn't play with monks too much, but monks are always complaining about dropping their stacks because they have to plan out the fight so much, and sometimes the fight just screws them over. Dragoons are going to be they're going to be, because monks have kind of been balanced out with that. Dragoons are going to be the new ones. They're like, I was just about to do my 4th hit combo and I didn't even spend my Blood of the Dragon, and they're screaming in TeamSpeak about it. That's what I'm going to hear a lot of. But yeah, it's going to be pretty ridiculous. So you're probably looking forward to it because, yeah, if you're doing really well on Dragoon, it says something about how skilled you are.
Yep, it's my favorite thing. My favorite thing about the whole game is being able to, like, it's just being able to do the absolute best with the class that people don't appreciate for what it is. So now, like, being able to learn these different moves and see how to implement them, and like, the worst thing in the whole world, like, my biggest pet peeve is having a charged, buffed, internal release, blood for blood, life surge, full thrust getting ready to pop off on Leviathan, and Leviathan flying away. it's always when I'm ready to pop it, dude. So it is gonna happen, dude. It is gonna happen.
And not to mention, you're like weaving in all your off the global cooldowns in here, and if you're like stacking skill speed, it's gonna be even harder to weave those in. It's gonna be pretty rough for Dragoons. We're gonna see a lot more LOL Dragoons for sure.
Correct. 341 skill speed is the only skill speed you can have right now where you can pull in 2 buffs without it affecting my animation for the next ability. So if I put one piece of gear, if I take one piece of gear and stack det skill speed as opposed to det accuracy or det crit for what my current comp is right now, I'm already losing DPS off rip, and then I'm sacrificing TP on top TPS. I'm sacrificing TP on top of that to increase whatever that was. So, like, it's gonna be nuts. It's gonna be so nuts because there's so many things that come into play in being a boss Dragoon now. I can't just remove all skill speed from my gear because I have to stack skill speed to be able to work the rest of my combos in off of 20 seconds of heavy thrust. And then if I stack that, I lose the ability to put 2 buffs in during one GCD. So
yep.
All right. Well, let's hear that hype from chat too about Dragoon. Joe is going crazy.
Dude,
crazy. He's ready for it.
Just mean.
Ark hit the points though. Like, Ark, I love the way your head thinks, bro. I fucking love it, dude.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Like, I could literally talk about this shit. I could talk about this shit for the next 4 hours straight when it comes to Dragoon. Like, how it's going to be implemented. When am I going to use this? Like, what is other stuff? Is Fracture going to be TP effective with Skill Speed Edition? Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, there's so many things it's going to affect.
It's possible. It's possible, yeah.
It is. It is.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to move on real quick. We can come back to this.
No. Move on. More than enough.
All right. I'm actually going to go into Ninja, which I'm going to do kind of the same thing. I'm going to go over kind of all the details. I'm going to ask one question here, but kind of that I think is something I wanted to ask, and Ark's already ready to answer me. But I'll go through most of these and just kind of let Ark take over how Ninja's going to roll. You know what? I'm just going to go through all of them. I'll ask my question, then you can tell me how it's all going to work out. So Ninjas are going to have Shadow Transit, which transfers a large portion of their personal enmity to a target. They have Smoke Bomb, which lowers or stops one party member's enmity. Then they have another move, which we don't have the name that extends the... I'm going to say it wrong again because I suck as a ninja. Hutan? How's it? Hutan?
Hutan.
Okay. Hutan. We'll just go with that. Timer. And then we have... Issue. I want to say Issue.
Bless you.
Thank you. Increases the damage done by regular weapon skills. Then we have Mushu Sedan.
Mushu Sandman.
Mushu Sandman. It's a three. I'm gonna start busting out like a country accent. It's a three-stage physical attack. And then they got some added positional to the weapon attacks.
Suck it, ninja. Suck it.
So that's actually good. And so I'm kind of curious about the added positional stuff. But first, I want you to kind of go into one quick thing is why is it important that ninjas are going to be able to transfer enmity? And Ark, just run with that real quick. Tell me why.
Yeah, so aside from the kind of the obvious stuff of like you get into a group with a really like a new tank or just a lagging tank or a poor tank, I mean, in a lot of 4-mans, I've gotten to the point where I'm just tanking or I'm doing nothing. This is kind of nice for that kind of stuff. It's a good quality of light change. Now, if we want to get into more of like the very competitive rating stuff, what we're going to see with this, it's kind of what I was getting into, where tanks can do minimum enmity combos, basically pulling out as much DPS as they can, which is usually very high and risky. If they make a mistake on their DPS combo in any way, they'll maybe not have enough aggro. Now ninjas can kind of top them off and make this actually a really low risk thing for do. So it's probably something that in my group we're going to be trying out, is having our tanks do less enmity combos and going from where the DPS route. It's also a little bit good for picking up adds too. I might be able to transfer aggro to them in adds. Not usually something tanks have had issues with, but again, they might be able to open with, like, for example, well, we're not going to have a warrior anymore, but an example would be a warrior opening with the slashing debuff, which increases his DPS and my DPS, and then I do a couple of attacks on it and transfer the aggro to him, and it puts him way ahead and drops mine at the same time. So I'm seeing that for the transferring aggro stuff. A very, very min-maxy for sure. You're absolutely right, but the quality of life stuff is just kind of good too. We're basically a tank support, and it's nice. The lowers or stops party members enmity hasn't really been a major issue, but I'm guessing I'm going to be using it on the white mage a lot, or the off tank. So
or the black mage who's attacking the thing.
Black mage has calling strikes. What black mages are you playing with that don't have calling strikes?
What black mages?
All right. So they have quelling strikes, right? And so what if they forget to use quelling strikes and they're attacking the orb or whatever, the square in T11 that has the resistance up, and you have to try to keep up enmity with them, and you forget, and you blow your fight or flight before you get to that. You're just screwed, right?
Then I'll be yes, I will do the tank support thing and smoke bomb them, and then as a raid leader, I'll be like, what didn't you use calling strikes for?
I tried, guys. All right. So tell me, how should Ningode here? I'm gonna call him Ningode because that's God. If I hear someone yelling "Goad" one more time, I'm not going to be upset because one of my best players yells and I can't be mad at him, or he'll be upset with me.
I love thinking about how someone in an actual battle would call for that. It's like, goad me!
Kill me!
I need it now! Like,
Red Bull me, man! Throw it!
So, yeah, I think I just kind of chat reminded me. The other thing that I should probably bring up is the trolling that can happen with this. You can transfer enmity to someone who's not a tank. You could smoke bomb a tank. Just kind of this might be a little bit annoying to start. This is probably something you're only going to see in CT and maybe rarely in like Alex Normal.
Look at you.
Yeah,
I can't wait to do that. Oh my god!
He's gonna switch to ninja. I know.
But I'm gonna just point out that if as a tank, when you see this, just kind of be ready for it. You can if smoke bomb works like a targeted calling strikes, you can click it off. Just be aware of these kind of trolls who do it. It's probably not that powerful because it doesn't need to be that powerful to be effective. Even if it drops 10% or 20% aggro, that's all it really needs to do to be effective for its main purpose. And as a tank, that probably won't hurt you too much. If you're in a pug, you're probably doing enmity combos. You're not playing high risk at all. And just provoke it. Use your provoke. If a ninja is like maliciously trying to force a provoke out of you when you can't use your provoke, you're probably doing something like Alex Normal, and you can just kick the person because it's an 8-man dungeon. So they're just there to troll, basically.
Yeah.
But I think tanks are not going to find this to be too bad. You're going to also see one of the worst ones will probably be ninjas transferring aggro to like a Dragoon or something like that. So I say Dragoon, but they are bursty at the start. I'm not just picking on Dragoon because Joe's here. But it's like, man, I hate how much damage you're doing your opener, so I'll transfer hate to you, let you die, and then...
yeah, it is, so the DPS rates between party members are going to be like, well, let me go ahead and transfer hate to him. He'll die. I'm going to be top DPS.
Yeah, because that can only happen in the opener. You might see it happen in CT. It's not a big deal. It's not going to wipe the group in CT. The tank thing might wipe the group. There's like probably 3 other, and I'm saying CT, whatever the CT equivalent rate is.
Yeah.
That's where all the trolls are, anyways. So
most applications.
I don't think it'll be as bad as people think. It'll be a slight annoyance, but it's not going to cause wipes. Yes, there could be an army of like 8 ninjas doing this to one person, and I would like to see a video of that.
Already.
I'd like to see a video of that because that's some crazy coordination. Not letting any of your tanks tank. And to be fair, in CT, I'm already at the point where I tank some bosses before on my ninja, and it's perfectly fine. Yep. So,
yeah.
It's not going to cause a wipe.
Imagine being out of battle, smoke bombing somebody, hiding and running away in a video. Like, imagine that as a ninja, like, ha ha! I'm just running into the distance.
Do it again, Joe. Ha ha!
So get off the trolly aspects of ninja, because I don't want to, like, there's the ninjas who ninja loot, and then there's the ninjas that troll. I don't. Let's get away from that, the negative parts of them. So overall, ninjas actually is a really, like, people who are currently playing ninja are probably gonna have the easiest time in the expansion learning, adjusting to the changes. They probably have the least invasive changes overall. Though they have gotten positionals added to them, the fact that they have the combo that extends Hutan actually reduces some of the little bit of complexity of the class, and then you get positionals on top of it. So it's kind of like it balances out, like, to the point where it's not, the skill cap's about the same as it was before. Now you can screw up ninjutsus a little bit more often, and it's more forgiving to your overall DPS, but you also have the option of using more ninjutsus and gaining more DPS out of that, so you do a little bit more magic damage. It looks like the 3-stage physical attack is going to be something off the GCD, which is nice because it makes ninjas seem a little bit quicker. And the cooldown that increases weapon skill damage is just another cooldown. Like, that's not gonna. That's again something off the GCD. It'll change your rotations up a bit. It'll make your opener a little bit more complex, but I don't think it's going to be anything compared to what the Monk and Dragoon openers are going to be like in comparison, especially with Blood of the Dragon on top of what dragons already have to do for their opener. So I'm actually pretty happy as a raid leader that I don't have to learn as much going into the expansion on my main class. So these are all amazing changes. These are great changes, and I'm happy with all of them, including adding positionals to weapon skills, because otherwise I would have even said that ninja might have dropped to a lower skill cap if they didn't add that in with the Hutan change.
Only reason why I laughed at that is because I personally like the fact that ninja doesn't have the positional requirement, because when I go and I play monk and I go and I play dragoon, it's one of those things where, like, I know I'm going to be paying attention to a lot of things while trying to fool around with, like, heavy thrust and chaos thrust are the only 2 moves that I have to worry about. And ninja, I just kind of chill and I worry about my rotation. That's it. So, like, it is kind of just like, finally, you ninjas, you sons of bitches with the highest DPS, finally you got something.
Yeah.
So they'll probably still have less positionals. It'll probably be not as bad when we miss them as well. Yeah. So we're still kind of good at that. I did take advantage of the fact that I have positionals. You'd see me underneath the boss. You'd see me doing some weird stuff with mechanics. Like I said, I tanked a lot too, and it's because I had no positionals, it was very easy for me to hold aggro in front of a mob. So so some of that stuff's going away, but that's fine. I was just kind of taking advantage of the fact that we didn't have to deal with that. It was more for just fun. So I like the fact that I can use more ninjutsus, more lightning ninjutsus, which is also the 2 Mudra combo. So it's a lot easier for me to fit in. So I kind of like that a lot.
Oh yeah.
Rayton, yeah.
All right, so I'm going to ask her a question. It's going to be kind of off the wall, and it's okay if you don't have an answer for it, because I know you don't play ninja. But seeing as they have added positionals, and I'll let this kind of transfer down to Ark and Joe here in a second. Added positionals. Would you rather see positionals that add effects, like debuffs and things like that, or positionals that do just more damage?
I think it's doing more damage. Going back to what Ark said, you didn't have positionals afterwards. You can do the most damage, and I've seen so many ninjas pull hate off the tank because of that. And the fact that they have positionals now, and if it's not like an effect thing, then maybe it'll help out a little bit more with Emily. And also, I want to add, you ninjas, don't give Emily to your white mages.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're getting smoke bombs for us, so you can get those big crit heals now. So you should like ninjas.
All right.
I was just gonna say,
Go ahead.
sorry. The for positionals and debuffs, I think that it will be just damage. They seem to be moving away from the fact that you could totally destroy your rotation when you can't do a positional, because it happens. It allows them to make the fights a little more complex without totally like destroying a class. I think every class can put up their debuffs now without having to do the positionals. I can't really think of any class that has to be in a certain position to keep their debuff up. I'm thinking Monk is the only one I can't think of, but I'm pretty sure all their debuffs go up. Maybe Dragon Kick doesn't go up, I can't remember.
Joe, any thoughts on that?
I think it would be very interesting from a battle developer standpoint to have a move that either did more damage from one position or a buff from another position. I think that would be a very dynamic way to play a class, so it would give me a choice to decide how I was going to position myself and also what damage I wanted to do. I think that would be very clever.
Yeah, I would actually be very interested to see that. But, alright.
Yeah, they got confirmation that Dragon Kick does go up, so it doesn't sound like any debuffs are positional requirements anymore. Dragon used to, and they don't anymore, which is awesome. Like, it was heavy thrust that you needed. That was terrible. They were so
Correct.
close, you guys.
Contrary to popular belief, you still need to hit heavy thrust from the side to combo your Ring of Thorns.
Oh, for AoEing, I see.
Correct. So to do your maximum AoE damage combo, you have to heavy thrust combo into Ring of Thorns into Doomspike.
That's kind of weird. That's weird.
But it's the only time you have to hit it from the side outside of increasing your DPS. Only time it's a positional requirement.
Because usually when you're AoEing, the mobs are moving all over the place, so so they should really change that. But that's fine. It's not a big deal, but
anything to make Dragoon easier and stronger, I'm into.
It's just a little weird. It's a little weird overall. If you're about to AoE, usually the mobs are like kind of like, hurtling around and shifting, and it's like, oh, I just missed the flanks slightly. Oh, come on.
I actually got a question for you then, Joe. Say they made Bard a 1-2 combo, and you had to do nothing else, and you were just badass as a Dragoon, and it was just super simple to play. You just hit 1-2, 1-2. Would you still like it as a job, or would you not like it anymore?
Honestly, I would probably change my main at that point. One of the coolest things about Dragoon is that I can literally play the class with my hands behind my back and my eyes closed, and I'm not saying that because I'm not trying to impress anybody when I say that. It's because the class is done in a certain way, and it's mathematics. It's one buff or dot followed by one combo and then two other ones. So it's heavy thrust, chaos thrust combo, phlebotomize, full thrust combo. Heavy thrust, full thrust combo, phlebotomize, chaos thrust combo. For one chaos thrust, there's two full thrusts, and it alternates heavy thrust and phlebotomize in between. So because I have to maintain those things, because I'm constantly paying attention to when my buffs are coming back up, and it's a lot of things to look at while dodging, I like playing the class because it requires a lot of attention. I get really bored when I'm playing Bard. I get really bored when I'm playing Paladin, no offense. I can check my Twitter while I'm playing Paladin. I can play Pokemon Emerald while playing Paladin. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I can do those things. I really like being involved in the game. So,
and again, but even what you said about Bard and stuff, I had the same experience with Bard. I went from Bard to Ninja. I was playing Bard recently to do turn 9 Savage because we were missing a melee DPS. We were stubbing people in, and I was just like, wow, this is a dream. I can just there's no rotation. I just have to be spamming my cooldowns, blood letters, keep my dots up. And I have full mobility. They're changing it, of course, and I'd say all the skill caps for everything is kind of moved up to intermediate for DPS, which is nice. It'll balance things out. I can't really suggest anything to new players to say what's the easiest DPS to play. I'll be like, you got a lot of options. Maybe just don't play Dragoon or Summoner to start. If you're looking for easy, if they said easiest, said easiest specifically. That's the way I'd answer the question and say play what you want first. Though I should say play what you want first, and then if you say you need something easier, anything but those two.
Joe never summons.
Joe
never. Quick story, real quick. One of the coolest opportunities I've ever had in this game was to work with a guy who came into my stream. He asked me a couple questions, and he's like, Joe, I need you to recommend to me an easy class. And I'm like, all right, off rip, Bard, off rip. So I tell him, and he goes, okay, Joe, how do you do this? And he kept coming back day after day, and he's asking me more and more questions. And out of nowhere, he opens up on my stream and he says, Joe, I'm very uncomfortable talking about this in a public setting, but I'm autistic, and I have a very difficult time pressing many buttons. Like someone's helping me type this in right now. Like I want to be able to figure out how I can play a game, and it was sick because I knew in my head like I could set up a macro system for him to literally play the game with 2 buttons and to have another thumb moving him around. So like in the beauty of that simplicity, it gave somebody an awesome chance to be able to play the game that he watched on Twitch, like to be able to play the game that he had passion about. So like, although it's sometimes a little bit easier for people to play the class, like you never know who could get involved in the game at what point in time, and why it would be awesome for them to play that too. So like that was one of the coolest moments I think I've ever had streaming too, flat out. Like very fucking cool.
Yeah, I just want to point out right now also that I was talking about like skill caps and stuff like that. Skill cap doesn't necessarily mean the class is better if it has a high skill cap. It just means that to be as good at there are less people who have mastery of the class and be able to do it just as well as the intermediate or easier classes. So that's kind of what I'm talking about. So like Dragoon might even though from on paper they look slightly overpowered, they might just be as powerful as a monk or a ninja or anyone else and be harder to play. And that's
straight up.
That's potentially something against the class itself because it's hard. Maybe they're more likely to mess up during mechanics and stuff like that. So you'll have to see when that stuff comes out. But when I'm talking about skill caps in general, I'm not saying the class is better. They seem pretty balanced at this point for all of them. It's just if you're looking for a class that's really hard to play and you like things that are really hard to play and it doesn't bother you as much, you go for the higher skill cap classes for sure. You might have more fun with.
Very good point.
Yeah. So I just want to clarify that when I'm talking about this stuff because it's really important that I point this out because a lot of these classes had low skill caps, especially around DPS before, and that is not there anymore. None of these classes have low skill caps anymore, so a lot of DPS are going to have to really step it up in the expansion.
All right. Kerr, do you have any thoughts before we move on?
No, we're moving on to Monk, aren't we?
Yep, moving on to Monk. Let's do it. Let's get monkey. All right. So this one and I suck. I'm the worst monk I think that's ever existed in this game.
Not possible.
I can't remember any kind of positionals. I can't figure it out. I didn't even know the proper rotation. It took me a while to actually, like once I hit 50, I had no effing clue what I was doing. It's messed up that they gave you perfect balance at 50 because there's critical times that you need to use it, right? I mean, it's actually something that takes a little bit of work and thought to it.
Ark, I know you're going to have the perfect comment for this, but this PB is literally like, it's for the beginning, and it's to maintain if you miss, keeping your grease lightning up. And I think that's something that's going to be extremely important, especially with the new buffs and everything coming up. I think that what's awesome for me as a PlayStation player, one of the ways that I have my controller set up is that circle square X. So I have my impulse drive, disembowel, chaos thrust combo, circle square X, L2, and my R2 is circle square X, true thrust, vorpal thrust, full thrust. And the same way that I have my my Dragoon setup, I have my Monk setup with the side-facing positionals on my R2 circle square X and the rear-facing positionals on my L2 circle square X. So I know no matter what, if I'm from behind on my L2, I'm going to be doing the maximum damage as on my R2 from the flank, which is awesome because there's 3 moves that do from the side and 3 moves that go from the rear.
Yeah.
I
think I just need to spend more time on it. Maybe I'll figure it out. I don't know. I think I'm just intimidated by it. But let's jump into a couple of these moves here. So Chakra is going to be our main thing. You gain a stacking Chakra buff that can be consumed for either a powerful attack or instant TP gain. It has no cost, ability is used on global cooldown, and the stacks are infinite until used.
Wow.
So
that's weird. I don't know if that's gonna stay like that.
Yeah, at all.
Do you know how weird that could get in a fight? You'll see monks doing
bomb.
you'll see monks do stuff like stack that up to like just a really high amount and then do like a crazy burst at the end. But it's high risk because if they die, they lose all the stacks. I think that's kind of a really bad. But I mean, that'd be interesting. But I think that's kind of a bad thing to kind of promote for players to do.
Yeah. I don't know,
because it drops the rotation at the end too. Like you're just keep using this move, keep your buffs up, but I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, maybe they mean like it's kind of like Aether Flow or whatever. You just kind of put it up there, and the stacks stay until you use them.
Oh, I see. No, I see what you're saying. Yeah, they stack up to 5, and they don't have a timer. They just stay
Yeah.
there. I get what you're saying. Okay, that's probably more what it means.
Yeah.
You're right. Okay, that's cool.
All right, and then you get Forbidden Chakra, which does a 400 potency attack. Which I'm so glad we got potency on this. I don't know why we couldn't get potency information on anything else.
Weird, right?
It consumes all 5 stacks of chakra. Then you have Purify, which that would make sense with the whole infinite thing. Then you have Purify, which instantly gains 200 TP, consumes 5 stacks of chakra, has a long cooldown to it. Do you think this mechanic, like chakra, where you're building up and you have this kind of thing that's similar to Aether Flow and things like that, it fits monks?
Ark?
Yep. No, absolutely. It's just giving them something outside of their very structured rotation that they have to follow, and I like that. I think that kind of shoving that little bit of change in there is good, because they have given them more utility to break away from that rotation when it makes sense to now, which allows them to not which will require more skill for the overall class, but will require less planning of having raid leader knowledge of how the fight is broken down and everything. Now you can, there's abilities to drop your stacks, Grease Lightning stacks, or abilities to maintain your TP, because obviously if you lose TP as a monk, it's a bigger deal than any other class in the game right now. So now they've given you some ways to kind of deal with that stuff if it ever comes up. If you die, for example. Mm-hmm. These are really great things that are kind of moving in there. They simplified some things for monk, but at the same time they've added the chakra complexity, so it kind of sits right about where it was before, which is nice. It's very similar to how I feel about ninja, too. They've given them more utility, but also added a little more complexity.
Okay.
So.
Well, we also have Tornado Kick that does 500 potency and consumes 3 stacks of Grease Lightning.
Yes.
So now we're eating 2 different sets of stacks.
Yep.
And so how would you guys officially use that move? Would you throw Perfect Balance in there, like right after you eat it, or is it just something that you only use when, Bahamut's flying into the air and you want to get one last hit off on him?
I think both. I think both are perfect examples for when you'd want to use that. Straight up.
Your camera just completely froze and you have this really serious face.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh no. Can you see me?
I
Can you see me, guys? Oh god.
I don't know what it is, but that's pretty funny.
You can hear me though, right?
I can hear you. I can hear you. You can keep going. It's fine.
This is the ghost of Joe Never Fails. Goddamn. One of the cool things, like specifically for monk for this, there's this build that keeps getting talked about where it's the skill speed build for monk that can do 700 DPS. I keep hearing it talked about. I keep reading about it where there's a skill speed build for monk that can go, like, if you stack skill speed as opposed to crit, you can go nuts with what a monk parse and things like that. I think that this chakra system is like very, very cool for that. But for Tornado Kick, number one, like both of these potency moves are unheard of for monk, like absolutely freaking nuts. 400 potency attack and a 500 potency attack for a monk.
And
like,
and also the Grease Lightning is 15% increased damage on top of that potency. So
yeah, oh my gosh. Like, oh my gosh. They're just absolutely ridiculous what type of damage that could do in one hit. So I love to see what it does.
Yeah. All right.
So you're talking about the skill speed system. It's a little gimmicky because you're as far as looking at the whole picture raid DPS, you're lowering raid DPS to push it onto one class so they can kind of brag about their DPS. You're making your bard be a TP slave, which isn't necessarily adding to the raid DPS, but it makes makes your monk look really awesome, of course.
Hell yeah.
so that's I mean it balances out, so that's fine if your group wants to do that, as long as it balances out. Like bards can do really good damage, so if they're not singing songs all the time, if they're just doing foes.
Oh yeah, I know they can do like ridiculous damage in my.
Yeah, with a Dragoon and a Ninja in the group, I think they can like match up to like any melee DPS. So
and they do.
It's pretty crazy. They do, yeah. So so that's just like that's kind of like a fun thing to do for monk in general. So the TP thing again, I think it's just the utility given to monks. They can be a little bit more self-sufficient, but obviously you could get a higher potency attack out of chakra. So maybe if your group's giving you maybe if you have a goat in your group, they don't have to use that TP move. If you're using a TP song anyways, you might not have to use that TP move, so you can kind of, it's kind of like, should I use this to get TP? Well, I didn't die the entire fight, so my TP is looking really good, or I have a ninja in the group and he's goading me, so I don't really need to. I can get more DPS from Forbidden Chakra. So it's nice utility. That's really good. I like that. And like I said, TP is very, very important for monks, because they have to keep going with their attacks, or else, like, they have 12 seconds. Their Grease Lightning is 12 seconds. It only stays up for 12 seconds. It's ridiculous. So they cannot like, if you bottom out for like a few seconds, you could lose your stacks, and it's massive. Whereas like a ninja, if I bottom out for a couple seconds, it's like, well, whatever. Maybe I'll do a ninjutsu. So
yeah.
Tornado Kick, so there could be some very creative things you could see happen with that in Perfect Dodge. I'm not thinking that people are going to do a Tornado Kick. They might do a Tornado Kick in their opener with, sorry, not Perfect Dodge, Perfect Balance. You might see them try and do a Tornado Kick and then get their stacks back up again. I'm thinking probably not, though. I think to use Tornado Kick is overall going to be a DPS loss if you could have kept your stacks up. This is for like, your group has like maybe doesn't have a lot of burst damage, or your burst damage is low because someone died or something like that, and you just need to kill a mob now, and the DPS for the later in the fight doesn't matter. You Tornado Kick, or the mob's about to jump in the air and you're going to lose your stacks no matter what. You Tornado Kick. So that's kind of, again, it's the utility that's being added to them. They have a lot of ways to deal with mechanics on the fly, reactively, as opposed to planning this stuff ahead of time.
So that's why I kind of think they have like a ridiculous skill cap at the moment, but that's just my intimidation already of monks that like, this is just adding too much more to them. But maybe if I got to learn it, it wouldn't be so bad.
I'd say the skill cap hasn't changed going into the expansion, because now keeping stacks isn't as hard and isn't as big as a deal because they've been given more utility. The move form, which we haven't really brought up, is something that you can use off the GCD to move your form. On the GCD. So it's basically when you don't have a target, you can move your form to another stance to basically allow you to keep stacks more often. If you get stuck in the first stance and the mob goes up for 10 seconds, you can actually keep your stacks now, because you can move to the final stance and then hit the mob and keep your stacks going, as opposed to using Tornado Kick if you screwed up. So there's that utility as well. And of course they got a little bit extra, they got another AoE attack too. But I think the skill cap's going to be about the same where it is now, and I think all melee DPS are all sitting at about intermediate at the moment. And I think going into the expansion, only Dragoons move into like a really high skill, in my personal opinion anyways. I think Monk and Ninja are looking about the same as far as skill required.
Okay. Joe, if you want to, you can try to disconnect and come back into it and see if that does anything. But
How do I disconnect?
you can just leave the call. You can hang up on us. And then just
Skype. Yeah, I got it. Okay.
Yeah, you can hang up and just come back. All the cameras will freak out for a second, but that'll be fine.
Okay.
And we got Art kind of reaching in over there at Joe's side.
Just looking at the chat and stuff, yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's see if that gets it. All right, welcome back, Joe.
We're back.
Yeah.
He's alive.
You're alive, man.
Hell yeah.
All right, cool. Did you want to throw any extra points in there, real quick, Joe?
I mean, I literally could talk to you, Ark, for fucking like forever, dude. Like I love everything that you're talking about. I love it, bro.
Yeah.
I've been talking about this stuff nonstop for a while.
I was thinking like, imagine if they had that chakra stack that could stack to 1 million, or whatever it was. Like, do you think they would allow it to stack in a way that was more DPS than what the normal combo would be? Like, even if you could, like, you could technically have a monk that would just like stack to one shot and add at like one pivotal point in the time in the fight. Like, it could do like 40,000 damage, but didn't do any DPS up until that point. You know, like, imagine.
I think we kind of looked at it and said that the stacks stay up infinitely.
Yeah, I think that was just like a loose.
They cap at
dream.
5.
We're hoping for.
Oh, all right.
They cap at 5 and they have no timer on them, so it's nice. So like now it's something. It's like the opposite of what Grease Lightning is, where you have to keep it up. It's really hard to keep it up. They give them something that it's like, oh, you just when you want to use it, guys, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It's kind of it's like a little bit refreshing.
So we have another move that I want to discuss with you too, which is called Move Form. It's a free ability on GCD that allows you to shift form in order while there's nothing to do when you're attacking. So you can move from Oppo to something else. And so where can you guys see this being efficiently used?
So I was kind of mentioning this a little bit earlier, actually, about when there's no target. If they're stuck in the earlier stance, they can move to the final stance to keep their stacks up. If the boss was up for 10 seconds and you're stuck in the first stance, you can move to the final stance, and when the boss is down and you have 2 seconds left on Grace Lightning, you're already in the correct stance to get your lightning stacks back up. So that's really what it's for, because it's on the GCD, so you never would use this if you have a target.
Okay, so this is really just if you're going from stance 1 to stance 3 as quickly as possible.
It's basically to move your stances. So your stances are basically I can't remember what the final stance is called, because it's all like animals or beasts in the game. But the final stance, there is a stance that basically gives you a Grease Lightning stack, and in fact also refreshes Dragon Kick. So it's really nice that you can go into the stance and put Dragon Kick up immediately, refresh your stacks, get the blunt damage up, get the debuff up. And this is when a mob jumps in the air, becomes untargeted. There's no targets for a certain amount of time. If the mob's going up in the air for 15 seconds, you're tornado kicking, basically. Okay. So,
I gotcha. Yeah. Next move, Elixir Drive. Says a Kamehameha-like beam attack.
Whoa, really?
Flip. Yeah.
Does it really?
Basically, it's like you're doing a flip in the air, then shooting the ground down with this giant laser beam. It does 300 potency. It's an AoE beam, and it can be casted while moving. So you can run in a group, cast it on the group, and run past a group. So you can have some kind of cool RP stuff going on there, I guess. What are your thoughts on that, Joe? I want to get your thoughts. Your face looks like it's ready to respond to it.
Well, I'm a huge DBZ fan, like straight up. Like, I just want to know if that was the official translation or if this was somebody's like flexing on it, straight up.
It's the tooltip.
Yeah, right.
It's Kamehameha.
It's a Kamehameha wave times 50. I love it, dude. I know exactly what that animation is from watching the video. So I think that's one of the coolest animations outside of the Tiger Uppercut that monks get as well. There's a Tiger Uppercut involved at the end, which is really fucking cool. Shoryuken, one or the other, whatever you like. But I love the way that monk plays. If you drop the HUD and you zoom in on your character and you just watch what it actually looks like. Same thing for Ninja and same thing for Dragoon. So when I see moves like that, like from an aesthetic standpoint of the game, like I absolutely love to see shit like that. I don't know why it's called Elixir Drive.
I have no clue.
I don't know.
It's refreshing.
Hey.
Okay, so those are all the moves. Are there anything else that you guys think we should really discuss about it, like in general gameplay of how these classes should be played, or monk, how it should be played out? You kind of went into it a little bit there, Art. But do you have any other thoughts on it?
Nope. Like I said, I think it just kind of they've been smoothed out a bit. It's a little bit easier to keep their stacks, but they've added a little more complexity to the class to kind of balance it out. So it looks nice. It looks really more complete. I like it.
Okay.
Ark, question for you. In terms of like the current difficulties to play the classes, do you think that people that main monk are going to be happy about these changes and compared to the other 2 melee changes?
Yeah, so actually I'm not totally just like BSing some of the stuff for the classes I don't play. I actually have talked to a lot of people who main these classes at a competitive level, and in some cases people who are newer to it, and they're super excited. They love the utility. People who are in competitive rating really love the utility. Whenever they get utility, it's just like, wow, I can like contribute. I can actually like, I have to think about when I can contribute. I can think about how I like when I burst and drop in. I have higher DPS or higher burst DPS. They love that kind of stuff. So from what I've heard, and personally, I think that people are going to be happy. Like as a raid leader, my strats are going to be a little bit easier to design around having a monk in the group with these changes. So that makes me happy, and monks themselves seem really happy with the changes. So.
Hell yeah, that's what's
shooting Kamehameha into the ground, buddy.
And the extra AoE DPS is always nice, right?
Yeah, they need some more melee DPS.
Why not? It's just like a little, like it's like cherry on top of the cake.
One of my favorite things monking is like looking for those 1500 plus moves. Like in a raid, so I know Monk's going to be hitting for over 2,000 now, which is like a guarantee. I cannot wait to see big Monk crits, dude. Oh my gosh, the crit skis.
Okay. All right. Well, let's. Kerr, do you have any other thoughts on that? I know we're talking about a lot of stuff. Kerr doesn't mess with too much, but we're going to start getting into it here soon with some range stuff and healing.
It's at the very end, but no, my monk is level 0. So.
I'm on 50 with intelligence of level 0.
Maybe that's good.
Hey, Kerr, fun question. Have you ever played Conjure for fun?
Conjure? Like the class, or
Yeah, like a level 50 conjurer.
Just
No.
conjure instead of doing a white mage?
is that better?
In some applications, you can do some really fun things with a conjurer. Like you could have, blood for blood and eternal release and raging strikes, all on your conjurer, and do major damage as well. You don't have holy, obviously, and stuff like that, but like monk would be integral to have some of the buffs. Like those DPS classes would be integral to have some of those buffs on playing the class as opposed to the job.
That's a good point.
Real fun.
I love how you say major damage when it's like you could also just play it. You could play a DPS class too and get a little bit more out of it.
But the point is, you could get heals too.
My mana.
All right. Well,
There's a lot of heals, believe it or not.
I'm going to ask a couple of questions here that are straightforward. We have some really open general questions that could take like hours to discuss, but I'm going to ask some of the ones that we could probably knock out a little bit quicker real quick, and then we can come back to those questions near the end of the show. Shadow Grove 14 asked, will we get more attribute points for our jobs? Does anyone know about that?
I'm pretty sure we are. I don't know. I'm just gonna say yes, and if I'm wrong, oh well.
Okay. All right. Have you heard anything on it?
Unconfirmed, but I would assume so unless they're just removing the system altogether.
Yeah.
All right. And Curry, you're the same boat.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything about it.
All right.
World's first, confirmed. JoeNeverFails talks out his ass and tells you.
Okay, Furpiece asked, with the increased level cap and new jobs abilities, will they make Coil and Savage level sync raids? And what are our opinions if they start doing that?
Fuck that.
No.
They
level
said
sync.
they've actually talked about this. They said that there's going to be a level sync that's optional to all old content, but it's optional.
Fantastic.
Not to mention they already confirmed that you can go into dungeons with less people. So
Yes.
it's from what that's kind of what I've just heard. They might change their mind about it. They might put the level sync in. I kind of hope that Savage keeps the level sync, but probably not. Still, I think that's going to be optional as well.
Okay. And one last question, because this is another one that we can kind of easily answer. It's Q was 296 said, "Are is the Heavensward patch notes out already?" And no, they're not. They're going to do a patch reading of it at E3. We're basically going off lots of translations from the France press release that they did, and putting everything together. And people have been putting together documents for us and building all of it so we can have all the information in front of us, and we can make proper guesses, I guess, towards how everything's going to turn out.
Yeah, and Yoshi has said that some things could change by then.
Yeah.
So everything we're saying could be complete bullshit when it hits like the 18th. So don't be too upset about it.
Still fun to talk
right now,
about.
we're liars and we're live.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's move on to the next one I have on the list. And how are you guys doing? Again, I want to just check up on you guys. Good?
Good.
I love
Everybody
you.
good?
Yeah, it's fine.
Let's move on to Black Mage. Black Mage is getting a good handful of different abilities, and there's a lot of people that have theory crafted a good bit with this already, which I guess everybody's theory crafted a good bit with all the classes, but one of the cool abilities they're getting is Ley Lines, which basically cast a 30-second stationary buff that applies 15% haste only to the caster. Moving outside of a circle ends the buff, which could be changed later on. Maybe they'll leave it to where it stays there. I'm jealous as hell that they get this really awesome graphic that just floats around them for 30 seconds, and no one else has anything even close to that. What do you guys think about that?
Floats on the ground, not around them.
Yeah, like on the ground, and you can move around. It's like, I don't know. It's the coolest thing I've seen so far.
Can't step out of it, or it disappears.
Yeah. But what if they did give everybody kind of stuff like that? Or would we just like bloat it? Like every arena will look like, I don't know, the 4th of July?
You mean
No.
graphically? You
Yeah,
like it-
graphically.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
It'd be
It's
hard
kind
to
of a
see
magic.
AoE.
Go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, I think it'd just be hard to see AoE when it's being cast on the ground. If like everybody had something.
Do you think this is going to cause a lot of issues with seeing AoE on the ground and everything else? If everyone's going to have to turn off their graphics in order to play efficiently?
It's pretty distinct. And also, casters are always about being really flashy with their animations. Well, sorry, their spells, what their spells look like, because their animations are a little bit less, right?
Right.
The other DPS are like they're jumping around doing flips for no reason, so that's what.
Kamehameha in the crap.
Yeah, exactly. Casters get these cool looking spells and and like graphics that they put on their gun and stuff. So it's kind of it's good that they get more stuff. Like, Black Mages didn't have a lot of, aside from Flare, a lot of their stuff wasn't too flashy. I like Blizzard 3, but they're getting some nice flashy stuff, which is what Black Mages deserve.
Yeah. Alright. Now the move they're getting is Sharpcast. It's the next spell you cast. It's a guaranteed proc. And they said it's something like Firestarter. I don't have a max level Black Mage. Where is this going to come into play?
Openers.
Just openers, really?
Well, definitely openers. It's also something you can use for mobility, because you can use it and then know that you have a proc to move to the location, so you can cast a spell while moving. Very powerful, and it's also controlled burst DPS, so it's got a crap ton of utility to it. It's a very, very powerful spell.
Alright. Then we have Ino-Chien? Chan?
Yep, Ino-Chien.
Ino-Chien? Okay, it gives a 30-second buff that allows the casting of Fire 4 and Blizzard 4. The 4 abilities do not give Umbral or Astral stacks, and you learn it at the very end game. So it's like, that's kind of weird now that I think about it. So basically you're getting that move plus Fire 4 and Blizzard 4 all at 60. Is that right? I mean,
Please look forward to it.
It sounds that way at the moment. It is a little strange, though, because they said there's a new skill you learn at every 2 levels for most classes. Everything was sitting around 5, at least 5 anyways. So maybe there's something they haven't told us, that there's another way to get these spells out outside of Ino-Chien, but I don't know. Yeah, that's what they've said, and it sounds weird. You're right.
Yeah.
I don't have a good answer for it.
It's goofy to me.
Maybe they changed a trait to allow us to cast these spells, because they said they were changing old skills and traits. So that's something that might happen. But yeah, that's the only thing I can really think of, because these are 5 skills here. So
okay. So when we get into that point, you have Fire 4 that's going to do raw damage. It's going to be 40% cheaper than Fire 3, and it's going to do 600 potency, if I'm right for that. Which, Fire 3 would be 1,000 potency, and you must be in Astral Fire to cast it. Then you have Blizzard 4, which does damage. It renews the timer of Ino-Chien, but 5 seconds less each time. Like every time you try to renew it, it's going to renew it 5 seconds less than it renewed it last time. It's also cheaper than Blizzard 3, and you have to be in Umbral Ice to cast. Now, Kerr, do you have any thoughts on this real quick about how the rotation is going to work with that?
Okay, so I'm a little confused. So I know you need to be in Astral Fire and Umbral Ice to do either of those, or the respective ones. But so Ino-Chien, is that meaning like you have Ino-Chien applied, I guess, and then you have to get, I guess, to maximize the potential, get all your stacks out first, and then you can go into the 4s? Seems like that way.
What do you guys think?
So first off, the 40% was referring to mana, not damage. Mana cost? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is
So
that what
40% cheaper. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
Cheaper than Fire.
Yeah. It's so I was describing this to you a little bit earlier. Very kind of similar to Monk, but a little bit easier. I'd say a little more straightforward in the sense that they've just kind of shoved in a new set of rotation into Black Mage's existing spell set. Where there's a set where you're probably going to put ley lines down and try and get an Ino-Chien rotation in. And within your Ino-Chien rotation, you're doing your regular rotation to maintain your stacks, because Fire 4 and Blizzard 4 don't refresh your stacks. So there's going to be this balancing act that's going to happen, that you're going to have to balance your mana as well as balance your current stacks. So you can theory craft really in detail about how these rotations are going to look, but for the most part, you're going to try and get as many Fire 4s in till you have to essentially cast a Blizzard 3, and then so you can cast a Blizzard 4, and recharge your mana. You'll probably do something like when you're doing your Fire 4s, to maintain your mana, you'll cast in like some Fire 1s or some Fire 3s to keep your Astral Fire 3 stacks up, and then you'll dip into the Umbral state to get your mana back and to refresh Ino-Chien. And the whole balancing act is try and keep Ino-Chien up as long as possible, obviously moving and things like that, it's going to be make it so you'll lose these stacks, or lose that buff. So, but basically, the longer you can keep up an Ochian, is basically you're going to do a lot more damage. Is what it is, and all the abilities that they've added are designed around allowing you to keep it.
I gotcha.
I see you ready to talk, Joe. What do you got?
Question for Ark.
Mhm.
Is ley lines going to affect the speed of a Nochian, or just spell speed?
15% haste, I can only imagine, is probably only going to affect the cast time of spells and the GCD associated with them.
Awesome. So it's going to be the maximum damage output for what haste can do.
Yeah, it's kind of nice. It's kind of like giving. It's kind of like what Dragons get the 15% damage buff, and I get the Huton buff, and we all get like a 15% buff that we have to maintain. This is kind of like the caster equivalent, though it's not really the same thing, but it's very similar. You're gonna see some weird interactions with like some of this. Like maybe I won't get into this now, but like I was gonna say some of the interactions of like the the cooldown reduction stuff that Astros can give to people, but I won't go. I'm jumping ahead again. There's just so many interactions between the classes that I love, but
We'll talk about that at the very end too. Like,
overall, it is you know how to play Black Mage now. It's one of the classes that I would recommend new players to play, because the rotation is very, very straightforward, and you're shoving in another straightforward rotation into it, which will raise the skill cap for sure, because now you have 2 straightforward rotations to maintain, and also in a class that is probably the least mobile class at this point now. So it's definitely going to be, there's going to be, like, Black Mages were really relying on how straightforward the class was. It's not anymore. I was already kind of saying, everyone's going to have to pick it up a bit, but this is huge. This looks like so much fun. Black Mages are going to love this. Some of the Black Mages, they're like, I hate how my class is so simple. It's like, they're going to love this. This is perfect for them.
Fantastic point. Fantastic point.
Yeah. All right. Do we have any more thoughts on Black Mage before we move on to Summoner?
I want more ethereal manipulation.
Okay. Oh gosh, man, I think we've made it halfway through the classes right now, and we're at almost 3 hours.
Part 2?
Yeah.
Part 2?
Remember how long the live letter lasted, right? Like, there's a reason the live letter was so long too. That live letter was 4 hours.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it was. No, I think it was 3 hours. It was 3 hours, I think. Right?
3 and something. It was close to 4, I thought, but whatever.
We're almost there. We're almost there.
We're getting there.
And the new classes are pretty vague, so like there's a lot of
there's
unknowns
lots of
still. So
speculation.
I could go over those. Yeah, it's all speculation. So yeah, some general concepts around them, but yeah.
All right. Well, let's jump into Summoner then, real quick, and go over kind of their moves. They have a good handful of things that's going on with them.
Real quick.
do it.
Joe never summons. I need to take a 2-minute break.
Go take your break, man.
Real quick.
It's fine. All right.
He decides no input because he never summons.
No input. Done. It's done.
So funny side note. I went in. A friend of mine, Caroline Gal 126, is a summoner main, and she's looking to increase her gear. And I just went over to Behemoth. She's on that server, and I decided to try and impress her with my overgeared summoner for it. We did a hard roulette of AK hard mode, and I suck so much, and she's undergeared in it. We ended up. It was my fault because I could have brought another class, but we ended up having a very hard time clearing a hard mode dungeon. It was not my proudest moment. Joe failed that night.
That's hilarious. All right. So this is going to be a little bit weird with his Skype. I think he didn't realize the Skype is going to have an echo on the back of it. You guys hear that, or is that just me?
No, I hear it.
Can you mute him for low temporarily? Is it able to?
I don't know if I can mute on Skype.
Okay.
I think I can kick him off the call though, and get him back on here. Hold on. I think it went away for a second. We'll just run with it. Okay, so Tri-Bind is going to be basically what Tri-Disaster is right now. It puts them in place. It just holds them down. Bind. Makes sense. And then they're going to make Tri-Disaster actually cast Bio 2, Miasma, and it's going to be kind of weird, I guess. So is this basically, hey, start off with Tri-Disaster and just keep rolling, or what?
It uses Etherflow to do that Tri-Disaster.
Like, how much Ether throw, or is it just using one?
One is already too much. That is very situational, because you're dropping a Fester, and there's Burning Ether Flow. Like you're probably going to see some interesting openers with Try Disaster, but you're trying to use your buffs and get your snapshot, your dots really high anyways. So and you're going to drop a Fester if you try Disaster essentially at some point. So I could see something like doing something what bards do, whereas they put their dots up and then start using all their buffs, and while all their buffs are up and their pots are up, they refresh their dots again right when their buffs are about to fall off. Mm-hmm. You could see something similar like this with Try Disaster. It'd have to be worked out because again you're dropping a Fester or potentially a Bane. But at the this I can only see that happening in the opener. Other than that, it's for like burst. This is like a summoner equivalent of getting some burst DPS, and you Try Disaster to a new ad. Immediately Bane a bunch of ads, or immediately Fester it shortly after the Try Disaster, as long as those dots have been sitting there for like half a second, so Fester takes effect. But it's a very situational move, and because it uses Ether Flow.
Yeah.
So it could potentially be a DPS loss if used incorrectly.
Huh. All right. Well then, the other thing that's really important to note, which is what's going to kill most people, is that there's no new Iggy.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing. You don't get this cool. You don't get Rama or Ramu. You don't get Leviathan. You don't get Shiva or Shiva, however you want to say that too. How are we really disappointed about this, or are we kind of okay? Because their thing that they said kind of on the side to that is that they wanted to make sure they developed all these classes, all the pets properly. Right? They wanted to make sure that those went out and those leveled up properly and that everyone used those instead of trying to create a whole new one and then forgetting about the other ones. So are we upset or are we content?
But you get Bahamut.
Well, you get to become Bahamut in a way.
I thought they were going to take Summoner in a totally different direction. I'm really okay with what they did. I think it works better for modern MMO, but I expected Summoners to move towards kind of what Bards contribute, where you have a certain pet out that gives a certain buff. Mm-hmm. And that's how they would allow you to maintain multiple pets, and each pet is some kind of different damage type. So like maybe Leviathan would have been piercing, so if you have a Dragoon, it's really beneficial to have the Summoner benefits, right? Because Ifrit's already blunt physical damage, so Monks boost the Summoner DPS a little bit. And Garuda's magic, so foes affects Garuda. So I was kind of expecting to see a little bit more of this, and like one pet gives an MP song but does less damage, one gives like a TP song but does less damage or no damage, and even if that's what they need to do to balance it. I was hoping they'd go with that direction, but considering they're thinking of just doing glamour, it's probably they're never going to do this they're probably never going to take them in that direction if they just turn it into a glamour system, which is okay. Probably pets are going to become more of a role as opposed to a type. Like a Titan is a tank. No, there is a tank pet, and here is a set of tank pets that you can use that all do the same thing. If they go that way, so I'm kind of cool. I think this is a better thing for a modern MMO, but I kind of wanted to see the really flavorful summoner that's like really unique to the game.
Okay. Welcome back, Joe.
I'm back. Did you talk about Akmorn yet?
Almost there. We're getting there.
Oh, good.
We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, and so we also have the thing where spell speed also affects pet damage as well as dot damage now, and we all kind of hit on that a little bit. We're all like really hyped for that, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it makes it so more of these stats are useful. Still not sure if spell speed will be the strongest stat for summoners. They don't have a lot of hard cast abilities, but it definitely means that it's not useless on gear anymore. It's pretty powerful. So we'll see. Like I know that Death Flare is instant cast, but I know they spam Rune 3. Later on, so I think it's going to be balanced up. Still don't think it's their primary stat. I think it's going to be more for black mages, but we'll see. It'll be close. I think all the stats will be very close now, but I think crit will be on top because of the way their pet procs work.
Okay. Well, let me explain the whole Bahamut system real quick, so we can just put our opinion on that afterwards. So Bahamut Aether is a stackable resource granted by spending Aether Flow. Any ability that uses up Aether Throw grants a stack. So Dreadworm Stance requires 3 stacks of of Bahamut Aether, which can be spent on various abilities while Aether Throw is on cooldown. Cost Aether Throw to gain stacks pretty much, so you're just going back and forth. It feels kind of like Black Mage Eve, right? Am I just imagining that?
I think you're imagining that.
Okay.
It feels like 2 summoners put together. It's like they doubled up on what summoner does. It's kind of weird, but it's cool, but it's weird.
Yeah. And then you get Death Flare, which is the giant laser that hits in an AoE for massive damage like Ockmorn. It consumes 3 stacks of Bahamut Aether. Then you get Pain Flare, which uses Aetherflow, and we're going to get an example from Joe here right now. Oh, no, you're just talking about what you're drinking? Nice, good half and half, buddy.
Are you
I'll be right back.
homies?
Okay. And then you get Pain Flare, which uses Aetherflow to execute an area attack. So basically we have a whole bunch of AoEs here. Possibly, it says it uses an individual stack of Bahamut Aether instead of using Aetherflow. Or Aetherflow, there we go. It needs a little bit more clarification. It's a little bit foggy there. And then you get Ruin 3, which is a single target magic attack. The MP cost is reduced while in Bahamut Trance. So you're using that instead of Ruin 2 when you're in Bahamut Stance. So what did I explain completely incorrectly there, and what do we think of Bahamut Stance?
Described it pretty well. Just if you were looking at a little more, and now this is the class that I think is the other DPS that's going to have a high skill cap. So I could give a good explanation as to why I think that. But some things to really point out is that summoners they didn't fix summoner mana management, and it didn't really need to be fixing. It was just a part of the skill required to play summoner. They don't need Ballad. They just need to manage their resource like other classes do. They're not black mages. They have to manage the resource. So notice that Rune 3, it sounds like it's an extremely bad idea to cast Rune 3 if you're not in Bahamut Trance. Like, that is a really bad thing to do. You will, unless you can expend the mana, like there's a lot of downtime in the fight, or the fight's about to be over soon, or you're just in emergency and you're okay to lose more mana. But while you're in Bahamut Trance, you can use Rune 3 a lot more, and that's like a good. It's good for. This is kind of part of the rotation to use while you're waiting for your other sets of Aetherflow to come back up off cooldown. The interesting thing about Bahamut Aether is they didn't say what the cap was. I'm wondering if you can like stack it up and do some crazy like 4 Ockmorns in a row stuff. I'm hoping. I think that would be a little bit broken, but
I think they're going to probably do 3. They probably just keep it like.
So the reason that Death Flare uses 3 stack, I don't know what Pain Flare does. It's not well described. It sounds like it's a little bit. It's to stay in Bahamut Trance but still do a little bit more AoE damage. So maybe it's just a little bit more utility, because you want to stay in that trance until you're basically going back into using Aetherflow again. So, because otherwise, we might see some interesting stuff with them staying in it as long as possible and never using the full 3 stacks, and then they've used Aetherflow to stay in it permanently, so they keep using 3. There's a lot of stuff that can come out of this for sure. There's a lot of unknowns with Summoner still, but from what they kind of described is that while Aetherflow's on cooldown, you're going into like this trance mode, and then you maybe either finish with Death Flare or use 3 Pain Flares and then go back into the Aetherflow mode where you're using Festers, and you're still doing your regular stuff on top of this. You're still doing mana resource management, and you're still doing micromanagement with your pet on top of it. And then on top of this, now you're actually doing a lot of stuff in between that can vary greatly depending on what's happening in the fight, and summoners always have to plan out the fight in advance. I think that it's really confusing right now to read all this stuff, and I think it's confusing because it's just a lot of complexity. This class is going to be rough to play. It's been said by a lot of even some top end raiders that this class looks like it's going to be very hard to master at the way it looks now, and I can see why. It was already an intermediate level class because of the resource management that was required behind it, and with all this stuff on top of it, you're not just spamming Rune 1 now anymore. You're doing all this stuff in between that. You'll very rarely use Rune 1, it looks like, at this point now. It's going to be rough. It's going to be rough for summoners who are already struggling on the class. So, but it looks awesome.
Joe?
Definitely a high skill. Yeah.
Joe, I want to get your thoughts on Summoner that you never play. And so tell me your most, even if they're like flashy, that's cool. Tell me every thought that you have on Summoner right now.
Well, the main reason why I would use Summoner is in PvP and banning mobs and hitting a lot of people, and that's fantastic. But I mainly use Black Mage because it's easier for me to use. This specifically, I believe that this will apply to a lot of other people because they would share this similar sentiment to me at this point. This just alone, in terms of the system of how it's going to look and what type of damage it would look like and also do, would be the catalyst for me to want to play more Summoner. And I think that's exactly what they're going for with what this is and what they're doing. Summoner, I feel like Summoner at this point in the game is somewhat of that black sheep that what used to be Dragoon, where it kind of really doesn't have that its niche. Like, when do you use a summoner? Why would you use a summoner over a black mage? You know what I mean? For what you'd use a caster for. If we were looking for a caster, we're probably going to use a black mage as opposed to a summoner right now. When it comes to what I would look for in a caster, I think that just like Arks is saying, it's going to bring a huge level of complexity to the class. It's going to bring I think it's going to be a lot of, it might take a little bit of time to figure out what the best rotation is going to look like, and whether there even is going to be a best rotation. So then what would it look like? When would you use certain things as opposed to other things? It's going to make it a very versatile class, and I think every single thing is beautiful. And just having, just having Akmorn in your abilities to use is so sick. Oh my gosh!
They went for the dragon theme for the summoner as well as the dragoon. So
I
give them props for that. I like that.
Absolutely.
For the record, I have always run a summoner in my group, even in competitive rating. I find them to be just as good as black mage. And if you put them in your strategies, if you set up your strategies around having a summoner, they're really great. Not to mention the battle raises makes the fights a little more forgiving. So they have their thing now. Just make sure you guys are watching resource management. It's so important. It's part of the class, so don't complain about it. That's just part of the class right now. They might change it at some point, but summoners are fine with that kind of stuff. And it's going to be with these new things. It might be a little bit more obvious how to resource manage because of the Rune 3 system. But it's still going to be there, and that added complexity on top of everything else is going to be cool. Yeah, my wife plays summoner, so maybe I'm a little bit biased, but.
I gotcha.
She does an awesome job at it, so.
Yeah. Kerr, do you have any thoughts on it before we move forward?
No, I think it's just summoners are being a lot more attractive now. If I remember correctly, looking through Reddit, people would list out like the DPS numbers in like Coil, and then summoners would always like kind of be in the last few, and I felt like really bad for them because I know some good summoners and they put out high DPS, so it's just like that much better that they're getting Akmorn.
Yeah.
People don't know how to use the parsers correctly with summoners. There's like, I forgot to include the pet, or honestly, sometimes Ifrit's auto attacks don't trigger on some parsers too. It's just random. There's just bugs around the pets still. So
yeah,
you compare them with 7 other people, you'll usually get the right numbers for summoner.
What were you saying, Joe?
One of my favorite players that I've ever met in this game was a player that I came across on Typhon server. This was one of my first friends that I ever made playing Final Fantasy. His name is Big Sexy. The man, such a cool fucking dude. We keep in touch, and he's going to be getting back involved in the game really soon. I don't know if he's watching. If you're watching, I love you, bro. But he mained a summoner, and for a really long time in the beginning of this game, summoners were fucking really good. Like, it was really fucking awesome having a summoner in your party. So I really hope that this is his catalyst to get back involved and play the game for a little bit. So that's what's up. Absolutely. I just, me personally too, like, I cringe when I still see Akmorn. I have like bad dreams, and it's like, oh god.
Hey, so and you PvP a lot, so like you're gonna pop in like some defensives when you get hit by it in PvP.
I'm gonna make sure I have Foresight ready to go and Team Flurry, even though it doesn't mean anything.
I'm fairly confident that it stacks at 3, so you can probably only use 1. Or maybe 2 if you go Ether Flow and then use it again and go advantage. It depends how it works, but I would love to see, like, in PvP, like a summoner just go nuts on a tank with just, like 4 Akmorns.
Bah! Bah! Just imagine like a group of people just like boom boom. Is it gonna be a little bit of an AoE? Is it gonna be just AoE. Right? Like, can't you
I think it's gonna be as powerful as Flare. Like, I think it'll be probably close to 6. I'd guess 600 potency.
Just seeing in a frontline match, just like summoners arranging, like, this is the way I play PvP. For anybody who's watching who's getting hyped about PvP, like, the way competitive PvP and like very, very hardcore PvP is done is everyone's on TeamSpeak and can coordinate AoE blasts, or pardon me, the AoE limit breaks from a black mage and a summoner. So imagine like 2 or 3 summoners, or a stack of 6 summoners with 1 healer and 1 tank, all at the same time. 6 fucking summoners. Akmorns. Limit break. Like, oh my god, you're dying, dude. Like, it's gonna make PvP so exciting.
Similar to Black Mage is doing that with Flare right now, though.
Yeah.
So you can do it now with Flare. But you wouldn't have to
that's
swift
exciting
cast.
or ignoring, or very
Yeah.
exciting or annoying.
I think both at the same time. Like you're gonna have to be very aware, because with flare, if you see a black mage, you're targeting a black mage, you're gonna see it cast in flare. You're gonna see it going off. If they're gonna rip a swift cast flare, it's gonna rip its potency in half. So you have a bard, and the bard's doing its job. It's gonna be poking black mages for its interrupting the casts.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like so.
That flare
I don't
was
know.
instant cast. You're right. It was instant cast in the video they showed it. So.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let's move on to Bard here and see what we can pull out of that. And I'm actually going to ask some of these questions. I want Kerr to actually start off with them because I feel bad because I haven't been giving her a lot of questions. Ark's been a champ here, and he's been like just blasting through.
Yeah, he has.
It's like, oh, difficult question, whatever. I know exactly the answer to give you on that one.
Nonchalant NBD. I
Yeah.
got it.
All right, so bards are going to get Wanderer's Minuet, which is going to be their new thing, the song that can be used at the same time as other songs. It stops auto attack, but allows the arrows to be charged while standing still. It does not consume MP. Is a 3-second cast like other songs, and it specifically increases potency of attacks by 25% while adding a cast time, which I guess the cast time really isn't clarified. Like, what are we looking at for cast times for different moves? So, is this a song bards should play every second they stand still, or is this going to have to be a lot more planned out, Kerr?
Alright, so I know a lot of bards are upset right now because they don't have the option of moving around as much anymore. But the first question I want to ask you is, do you really move around that much when you're a bard? Like,
Fantastic.
like most of the time you're really just standing still. So I mean, I actually think this is going to be fantastic for your DPS in the end. Let's see. I not only that, but
Yeah, a little bit of echoing, yeah.
Well, I have her on mute on mine, and so like it's echoing in Skype, but it's not echoing on OBS. So you guys will hear the echo, but the stream won't hear it.
Okay, cool.
Sorry about that. I think it'd be good for like maybe an opening. A lot of people are saying that you can, like most songs, you can pre-cast it and then go into it. And a lot of other people are saying it's not good as an opening. Get your dots out first, your cooldowns done, and then as you're waiting on your cooldowns, you go ahead and apply Wanderer's Minuet. That'd be a great time to get into that, because not only that, it would start to unlock other abilities, and I'm thinking we'll get into that right now. Imperial Arrow.
Yep, I just unmuted myself from both programs so I can avoid that echo. You got really excited, which is awesome.
Sorry, I know it's hard.
And then you got Imperial Arrow, which is this weapon skill based on Wanderer's Minuet, and I basically think it's just going to be a high potency attack. I can't think of anything else for it. Then you have Iron Jaw, which is a weapon skill enabled by Wanderer's Minuet, refreshes your dot timers on the target. You have Sidewinder. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Sidewinder, which is an attack that increases potency based on your dot effects on the target.
Esther.
Yeah, it sounds kind of like Fester to me. And then you have Keeper's Paeon, which is just another song that does not conflict with other songs, but I don't have any other information about that. So I don't know exactly what that is. Ark, do you have any
Seeing the trend of what other classes have gone as abilities, I'm expecting that to either be a way to boost. It's like the opposite. Is basically if you don't have a lot of casters or magic damage in your group, it's a physical damage increase.
Yes!
Just like those. That's my guess. Or it is just a damage mitigation. Just from what I've seen from other classes, I could see that being either or of those. Even less like possible, but less likely is some kind of a regen effect or a heal.
Okay.
But I doubt that. That's like something they've done in Final Fantasy XI, but I really doubt that. I think it's going to be either physical damage increase to kind of make them choose between boosting caster DPS or physical DPS, and it'll probably be weaker. It'll probably be like maybe 5%, and Battle Voice will bring it to 10%. It would have to be weaker because there's tanks in there. So,
right.
But yeah, that's what my guess would be.
Joe, any thoughts?
Imagine, just only off of what Kerr said, imagine if there was a physical buff like foes. Oh my goodness.
Astros bring one. Astros bring one also, so. There's a balance, and don't think that I'm not. And I know we haven't talked about Astros or other healers yet. They're not overpowered. Not all classes are pretty well balanced. It's just like you'll see some if you like to brag about how high you can get your DPS. Astro is probably a class that you're going to need to bring to do that. But Ray DPS will balance out just fine without an Astro. But there'll probably be more bragging rights with one in there. Sorry, that's a little off tangent, but yeah.
One of the things that I love and that I really enjoy is like Dragoon so far has been a very it's been a very selfish class because the only thing I have to worry about is me. Like which has been the detriment of it not having any utility. Now, when you think about cool stuff like the increased crit, this is awesome. But I don't think about the other things that could buff a Dragoon. You know what I mean? I don't think about stuff like that because there hasn't been oh my gosh, it's just the only things I think about are. Internal release, blood for blood. What is it? The crit rush, which is a PvP move. It's the only other internal. It's the PvP move. It's a PvP move that increases your crit by 30%. It's impulse rush. Impulse rush increases your crit by 30%, but you can only use it in the Wolves Den or on the Cardinal Flats. Like everything else that's a buff is a potion or whatever, you know what I mean? Like to have, imagine having a bar.
Do you not play with ninjas often? They got trick attack for you.
Yeah, but it's very small. I don't play with a lot of ninjas, but so imagine if you would bard and then 3 physical DPS, the monk, Dragoon, and a ninja.
Well, there's other things that will cause problems with having that much melee DPS in a raid, but yes, you are correct.
Well, if you imagine coming back and steamrolling OP 7 or OP second coil, OP third coil, final coil now.
For fun, for sure, absolutely, yeah.
Blow things up, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of synergy stuff coming into the game. This is kind of how MMOs tend to mature. You'll see this stuff come up. I bet you any money in 4.0 we're going to start seeing DPS with healing abilities or healing related cooldowns. So that's really far off in the future, but this is kind of part of a train.
Usually, in the 3.0 hype stream, the 4.0 drop.
It's just the trends that I've seen with a lot of MMOs. It's it's how they have to grow to keep making it challenging and complex is that they keep adding a ton of utility to the classes. And unfortunately, eventually, it kind of just all falls apart when it gets really old. But it's fun when you're in that middle part.
Yeah. All right, well, I'm going to ask a question real quick that I was asking about bards. Since it doesn't conflict with other, and this is from Kurt the Green, since it doesn't conflict with other songs, do you think foes can play with keepers? And I'm assuming so. I don't really know how that's all going to play out. We'll have to see. Because all the information. What do you guys think?
Wow, OP.
I mean, that's if keepers is actually something that debuffs everything, and you played foes and keepers at the same time, wouldn't that be kind of a little bit overpowered?
You double drain your mana though, so it'd be good for bursting. Maybe foes is getting changed. I didn't realize that. I thought that was kind of just referring to Wanderer's Minuet, which it could be just a mistranslation. But if that's true, then and it's similar to foes, then I would guess that foes is also getting changed. And you can double up on songs, and it'll burn your mana faster. But sometimes that's a good thing, and sometimes it's not a good idea to do that. Yeah. On the other hand, it kind of makes it seem almost more like it will be just a damage reduction utility, 10% less damage, and you can battle voice it to do 20% when something goes really wrong. And that would make a lot more sense why you would put it up at the same time with another song. So I'm starting to think this is more of a damage reduction song, but we'll see.
Okay. Any other thoughts on Bard before we move on to White Mage?
Pardon me, go ahead.
Oh, either one, I guess. So going back to the dots, with Sidewinder, what it does, again, let me go back to increases potency based on your dot effects on the target, and coupled that with with Ironjaw, because we all know if you play Bard, when you're reapplying your dots, it does take up TP and it does take up time. So the fact that you have Ironjaw, you can reapply it. It saves all of that for you, and then I think it only happens during Wanderer's Minuet, so it's 25% more damage, Not only that, you're probably getting bloodletter procs with those dots, because the dots are what procs the bloodletter. And not only that, if you have skill speed, which it looks like it's going that way, like Ark has been touching on, the dots look like they're going to be hitting more. So the fact that you can refresh your dots, you can, man, it's amazing.
It's a lot. Oh my gosh.
The damage, yeah.
You could have extra crit from the Dragoon, plus refresh dots, plus more ticks of the dots from skill speed, all affecting your bloodletter.
Yeah.
And skill speed comes even more powerful because it'll probably affect how long it takes to charge with Wanderer's Minuet up. You might see that skill speed is at least on par with other stats, maybe not above crit, but it could be close. Which is good. It's gonna be nice. No, a lot of gear is not gonna be like, oh, this is garbage. I don't want this piece of gear. It's gonna be more like, yeah, it's good enough. I could have used a little more crit, but this is fine, really. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think what we're seeing here is this is some balancing. This is so bards can be taken to the next level. They couldn't keep them being like perfectly mobile forever. It's like Karen said, just the fact that you don't have to move. You don't have to move that much. You would want to be in when you use Wondrous Minuet. You'll use it like a cooldown. You'll use it smartly because there's a 3-second cast to it. It's like I'm going to be sitting still for a long time. Even if there's like a small chance I might have to move, that might be worth the risk to stay still. You're probably still going to be forced to do most of the mechanics that require mobility because you're actually not that. You're still mobile. You still have a lot of DPS. You're more mobile than a Black Mage by far. Summoners are probably the most mobile class in the game to not lose a lot of DPS from it. That's arranged. But between Machinist and Bard, you're probably still going to be doing a lot of mechanics if you don't have a Summoner in the group. And it's going to be perfectly fine. You're still going to have a high amount of potency, but you have to plan out when using this song as much as possible.
All right. We're looking at the content we have ahead of us. It looks like we have like another hour at least going.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
I was almost wondering if like the new classes are so big, right? You could almost make like
so maybe we need to
talk on just the new class.
Or
generalize them, yeah.
Yeah, just kind of go in and just not maybe go through every single move on them, but just kind of give our thoughts and everything on them. And then on later episodes, maybe we can dedicate an episode directly to each one of those.
I could give I could give a good opinionated general summary of what they are, and then you guys can you link the Google Docs so they can come and look at the abilities and see why I was generalized in that way. And White Mage is a really simple one to explain, so that won't take too long. Those are very straightforward changes. It's the same with Scholar actually, so it's really Astro. It's really just the combination of what Astro is going to change. I could probably summarize that pretty quickly. So.
All right, well, let's do this. Let's. I'm going to actually let Kerr completely take White Mage here.
Yes. I want to hear Kerr.
Kerr, go through. You have all the moves there, and you have my thoughts on them. So I'm going to let you take the lead on it.
All right, sounds good. So the first new ability for White Mage is called Asylum. It's a placeable AoE regenerable field. So it's looking like it's a lot like Sacred Soil from Scholars. So in what scenarios would this ability best be used? Well, let's see. There's a lot of scenarios because to me, I can already be seeing it being like extremely helpful. Like King Behemoth in CT, everybody's health is taking damage. That's kind of like a great time to use it. Coupled with the Medica 2. I'm thinking the skill would kind of be amazing for a lot of us if we could so a lot of White Mages, they precast Medica 2 to get the heals over time to start ticking. So in anticipation of big damage, we could precast Medica 2, put maybe the Asylum down, and then we wouldn't have to really worry about party healing as much, and we can go back to focusing on keeping our tanks up, just seeing how all the new skills are being added. It looks like we're going to get a lot more damage with the expansion. Not only that, a lot of the skills that they're giving us, it seems to be a little bit more support, but at the same time, I have a feeling that it's helping us with our mana, because again, with the bigger hits, the faster fights, our mana is going to be depleted faster. So we kind of need these things to help us with all of that. So the next ability is called Assize. It's an AoE attack that heals and damages simultaneously, and it's an
So
instant
cool.
cast. Yeah,
So
I know. I
cool.
love the name. It's amazing. So the question is, what kind of healing can we expect from this? So going back to the attack part of this Sizely bottom, if Assize is what's shown in the job video, and you guys can see that on YouTube on Final Fantasy, on the Final Fantasy account. The attack looks kind of like a holy, and if you play White Mage, you know that with holy you need to be like in the range of the enemy, and you also know that it does a stun. So combined with this attack, it also seems to be like a Medica for the heal. Personally, I'm kind of hoping like it's gonna have Medica range, but like a Cure 3 potency. Wow. Yeah, it'd be awesome.
Wow.
And since this is instant cast, I know somebody was saying earlier how they didn't like the cast time for Holy. Well, it'd be great for like 4-man dungeons. So like, you know how they expect White Mage to do a lot of Holy damage? Well, we could go ahead and cast this out because most of the time, when White Mages aren't holding, they're keeping the tank up, or maybe the DPS took some damage and we're trying to keep them up as well. This would be great to cast first and then go straight into our holy spamming. So it's amazing.
Question, are you in cleric stance or not in cleric stance when you use Assize?
Probably cleric, right?
Yeah, I would think you want to precast cleric.
I bet the damage is based, the heal is based on the damage done, because otherwise it would be kind of weird.
Okay.
But one thing I wanted to kind of point it out here is in the video, just because while we're talking about this move, they seem to show the White Mage cast Holy first, and then use Aziz immediately after as an instant cast.
Yeah.
It might be a prerequisite.
Aziz?
You have to cast Holy before you can cast Aziz. I'm really confused as to why they showed a White Mage casting Holy in the video and then do Aziz immediately after. It's like, why did you just show that Holy? This would help balance the ability, because either it's going to cost a crap ton of mana the way it is now, or you have to do something beforehand. So it's like, this is part of like an AoE kind of rotation that a White Mage will have. Is like you do Holy, stun everything, and then you get this Aziz off that heals everyone, and then you do Holy, and it kind of go back and forth. So it might be a little bit of a 1-2 combo for White Mages. That's just kind of what I've noticed. It could be completely different, but I was really confused why they showed Holy being cast. I was like, what is that, Holy 2? Or what was that? It looked like Holy 1.
No, yeah, I did notice that. It did look like it had kind of a cast time, so I can see that happening. Like maybe it procs it or something like that.
Yeah. But I would guess. Right. Aziz was definitely instant cast after, though.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. But still, it's kind of like a neat idea. You could just like swift cast Holy, and then yeah,
exactly.
All right, so let's see here. The next one is a Stone 3. It's a single target damage. It's supposed to be a lot stronger than Stone 1 and Stone 2. So I guess looking at how long the cast time is and how much mana it takes up, would this really replace Stone 1 and Stone 2? What do you guys think?
I'm a big fan of Stone 2, and I'm a big fan of Stone 1 in PvP, because it puts a heavy on people.
I have one theory about why how the DPS is going to work for White Mage a little bit, because they're modifying old traits. I think I'm hoping that you're going to get procs that say your next whatever is free to cast. I think that's kind of a little bit important if they want to make it so you can take on the role that Scholar has in a group. If you have an Astro, you could do the DPS, and the Astro could do something to heal. Basically, to make your class more flexible. Even if you don't, maybe Stone 3 is just very expensive, and it's used for when you need to do a lot of damage up front. You can like do the damage of 2 Stone 2s for the cost of 3 Stone 2s immediately with one cast. So I'm thinking that's probably what it's going to be around. It's just more expensive but more bursty.
That's a very good idea.
Yeah. I hope you get procs. I hope you guys get procs for making it so you can DPS a little bit easier and managing your mana, because otherwise this is going to be a little weird.
Yeah, I mean, like DPS wise, it seems like it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
I mean, right now it's easy enough already. You just spam stone 2 and do an arrow 2, and
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
you never want to DPS so much that you need a ballad that you wouldn't have normally needed, because then you're basically losing a foe and you're losing the bard's DPS or the machinist's DPS. So that's as it looks now, it looks like they want white mages to DPS more. But will that is that going to work with their mana? Are you going to force more ballads out? Hopefully not. And like you said, Asylum might be a part of it. Maybe that's a good alternative to if you have a good strategy set up to keep people close together. You can use Asylum as opposed to Cure 3 to really save more mana, so you can DPS more. So yeah, there's going to be some kind of weird balancing act with your mana if you don't get new traits, or if the old traits don't get modified to help you DPS and manage mana. That'll be the thing to do. Yeah.
I'm really hoping at least that Shroud of Saints, they'll increase that set amount.
They could. They're going to modify those skills. Maybe they'll cut the cooldown in half.
Wow, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Very needed.
Make it a minute cooldown like all the other healers' mana recharge abilities.
I mean, I cannot even imagine the amount of enemy that a white mage is going to start making. So, oh my gosh.
They need smoke bomb. There you go. Yeah.
There you go. There you go. Smoke bomb.
Drop the mic.
Drop the mic, walk out. All right. Then we also have an AoE dot, right? The arrow 3, so you just kind of you can put dots on everything. Hey, I'm a summoner now with 1 dot. I like that.
That's amazing. Yeah, you don't have to dot individually anymore. You can use this AoE dot. I love it.
Yeah, I'm expecting some crazy things in raids, where there's 20 mobs out, and it's we need a lot of AoE DPS. So, we got a white mage. Nice.
Yeah. White mage AoE DPS is nasty. For real.
It's even look at it now. They got Aziz and Arrow 3. Holy crap! They're definitely there to make those phases easier on your group. Not impossible without a white mage, but this will definitely make those parts of the fight easier.
Then you get Tetragrammification, which instantly heals target for 50% of the health. It's just like a half benediction, right?
Tetragrammaton.
Tetragrammaton. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joe. I swear, I butcher every goddamn name. It doesn't matter. It could be a simple word. It could be stone, and I'll say "nut tone" or something like that.
This one, it just seems epic, Tetragrammaton. It's like a fucking
like an enemy, some sort of crazy robot boss you got to fight, like in Transformers or something. I don't know.
And it's a heal.
Yep.
I bestow my heal upon you.
Yeah. All right. So, White Mage summed up. We're looking forward to this class being crazy heals and crazy AoE DPS, basically, right?
Yeah, and potential for some good single target too.
Well, oh my gosh, the other stuff. Oh my goodness.
So the tetragrammat, however you say that, the tetra move.
Tetragrammaton.
I'm just gonna call it Tetra for now, so I don't butcher the name.
Okay,
It's a lot of parts of when scholars are doing a lot of DPS, and they can stay in cleric stance a little bit longer because they have less traits they can use, which is percentage based, so cleric stance doesn't affect it. This is also giving white mages the same amount of utility. It's instantly using 2 less traits for them, so they can stay in cleric stance a little bit longer and use this move to do a percentage based heal. They also still have Benny too on top of it. I mean, again, getting a little bit. This is synergy stuff again. You might have to save Benny if you have a Dark Knight in your group, but and that's because of how their invincible move works. But that's another really good reason to bring a white mage if you have a Dark Knight too. But
okay.
Yeah, I don't want to go off too much of a tangent. It's just these are some of the synergies. But yeah, that move is amazing. That's a really, really good move that white mage is needed, and I'm happy they're getting it.
Definitely looking forward to it because so many times where we're doing raid, I've already used my benediction and it's butt clench moment and the tank's about to die, but I have to cast this cure 2 and get it off. So this is great that we're getting another thing that's just instant cast and can kind of save us for a minute. And I'm already assuming that this is going to have a long cooldown.
All right. I'm going to ask a couple white mage questions here, and we'll just throw quick, simple answers at them. I think I'm saying this right. Devuv, 23, said, how long will Asylum last? And I think we don't really know, right?
Yeah. I'm thinking it's probably going to be more like a sucker timer or something like that.
Sucker's 30 seconds. I would have guessed similar to Sacred Soil, actually.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Is that what you meant?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sacred Soil timer. So it's about
There
15
is-
seconds, I think, or 10, 15 or 10 seconds.
Um,
I think it's one. It's one of those two. It's 10 or 15. So
You look like you have something on the tip of your tongue, Joe.
Well, there's a white mage move that is that now. It's instacast, and you only use it in PvP. It's like clear
it's
something.
movement?
No, it drops an AOE, a region AOE field in PvP.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it
yeah.
also reduces damage too. that
Yeah,
one.
I don't know how long it lasts though.
My wife
I don't
went to
play
bed,
enough.
so I can't ask her now.
But
She would know.
yeah, I think it would probably be a lot more applicable than that move because you'd want to use it in a raid as opposed to PvP.
It'd be nice if it had a damage reduction associated with it, but I'm guessing it's a very powerful AoE region.
Gosh, you got a Medica 2 plus a region field. That's
Fairly confident this is associated with mana management right here. It's like, and not just on the white mage. It's more on the raid and their strategy being used. It's like, now we're going to group up for this, even though it makes the fight a little bit harder, so that the white mage's mana is better conserved, so they can do more DPS. It's going to be stuff like that. This is what I'm going to see this move, because it looks weird for them to get another region, but it's probably a very efficient region. I'm going to guess because it's ground effect based.
It's enormous.
All right.
Could be like close to free for all we know for mana. So
Yeah.
Amazing.
yeah, could be
Correct, Sacred Prism.
It's hard. It's
Yeah.
hard to get the full benefit out of it. So I would imagine that it's not going to be an expensive spell.
So we have another question from Hottenbot. At Kerr, do you think that Assize is going to affect all targets or affect all attacks, or will it be its own thing? I think it's its own thing, right? It's just a move. It's an attack. It's not like a buff.
Yeah, we were talking about that. We were wondering if it'd be like we have to cast Holy first and then we could proc the Assize. But from when you read the description, it does sound like it's its own ability. So I'm not too sure yet.
Then we have another question here from Kurt the Green, which is at everybody. So does that mean I should stat some accuracy as a white mage? I would say no, unless you want to be that guy who runs in there and tries to be the max DPS white mage in the group. But
Oh yeah, don't do that. I'm thinking this is more like for those 4-man dungeons or 8-man trials. You really don't want to focus on accuracy because you're not gonna get there.
I will. That's like, it's awesome because these questions are being asked for like specifically the only reasons why I do warrior things and do white mage things. Like that's exactly what I use a white mage for. Yeah.
I'm sorry I'm not hitting all these questions, guys. I'm just trying to not keep everyone up till dawn. So I'm trying to work through it.
I was gonna say that as far as stacking accuracy on white mage, it really depends on your group comp and what kind of raid, what level of raiding you're doing. One of your healers is going to be expected to do DPS. It can be a balance between both healers. It's smarter usually to have it all on one healer because one healer can stack accuracy. Our scholar is almost accuracy capped in our group, and he does like close to the same DPS as tanks. So I think that white mages could also fill that role if the scholar wanted to be more direct at healing. We haven't talked about scholar yet, but they got more direct healing moves. So so we can see an inverse. It's like, which it doesn't matter what class you're playing anymore. You can contribute to, as a healer, you contribute to DPS some way. Astro being indirect. Again, we haven't talked about Astro yet, but white mage and scholar can do direct damage and take on the role of doing something outside of their role and being very direct with their damage now.
I guess the only thing is just like with mana, because Scholar and Astrologian, it seems like it's a lot easier to get your mana back up, and with White Mage, it's a little bit harder. You require more support, so I don't know if it's sustainable.
Scholars actually can start to have mana issues when they DPS too hard.
That's
so
true.
it's a very similar issue. You would be doing less healing overall as a White Mage. You'd have to reduce your healing potential, and the Scholar would, or whoever the other healers is, would have to pick up the slack while you use your mana more for DPS.
Mm-hmm.
So it just seems like you have the ability to do that now, whereas now it was really hard for White Mages to get into DPSing because Scholar has some moves that aren't even affected by the accuracy cap. That's why it's a lot easier for them to get in there. A lot of the moves that don't have potency on their first hits don't have accuracy to them. They just apply. I think it's like Bio 1 and Shadow Flare don't have accuracy to them. So I think there maybe is one more in there too. So this is nice. This is a nice change for me, and they might even make XRC gear more accessible for healers. I expect them to. I think you might see more on your gear than you used to in the past.
Yeah, we'll see.
All right. So running into Scholar now, we have some pretty neat little moves with them. One is Invulnerability, which is like an AoE heal, which requires Aether Flow, but is a better version of Sucker. It's an instant cast. So they're just trying to give us like Sucker version 2, I guess?
No shield.
No shield? Oh, so it's just straight heal? Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess so.
Oh, well, actually, sorry. I guess Sucker didn't use Aether Flow in the past, so maybe it is a shield still. That'd be
It
weird.
just says heal. I didn't see like a shield or anything on it. But
I think the fact that it uses Aether Flow means that it's probably a pretty powerful AoE heal, and they didn't say shield anywhere, so
No.
Aether Flow is valuable.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it, that should have a shield on it if it's gonna use an Aether Flow.
Yeah.
I would be cool with that. I think that's balanced. It's
Yeah.
either very, very powerful AoE heal, like stronger than Medica 1,
Yeah.
or it has a shield associated with it.
Yeah.
So
and
one of those two would be
especially-
good.
Yeah. Especially, I guess, if Duty Finder queues like a double Scholar, now it's going to be less of a problem. Man, the sucker AoE.
That Sucker AoE though.
Alright, they also get Deployment Tactics, which extends Adlo and Eye for an Eye effects on party members. And I'm kind of curious about this. So is this just like a makeshift Sucker, Succor? No? No, am I wrong?
No.
No, not even.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, it reminds me like of a Cure 3 again. Like we're going into it now. So, so I'm thinking like the mechanics are going to be more like the melee will be hit with auto attacks or maybe something that's unavoidable as a new mechanic, because we're getting like all of these new skills that need us to hit like one party member and it spreads to people around them. And in my mind, I'm thinking like their range is about a Cure 3 range. So it looks like the Eye for an Eye and Eloquium will have around the same range. And, but like, if you can cast Eye for an Eye, and let's see, Soil, and yep, that's good. Eye for an Eye and Soil, they'd probably mitigate a lot of damage. So
Yeah.
it'd be really good, like in T13 or something like that.
Alright.
I just keep thinking about what Ark was saying earlier about the the big damage not
shield?
being the big shield, but the big damage like being trivial. Like I just can't. I imagine there being scenarios where there's just going to be like 40k raid wide damage, like just like
They can't.
You gotta have 3 shields up to block
They
it.
can't force
You know?
you to have a Pally and a Scholar and an Astro in shield mode in the group. They can't do that. That'd just be so poor raid design.
Well, then you could
I-
use an LB3 though. You could use an LB2 to get rid, like, you know what I mean?
This
Like
is true. Yeah, this is the yeah, which is still probably better than like changing your whole comp over and getting people to play classes they don't want to play. I
Yeah.
would prefer the LB3, honestly. And then if you have a Dark Knight, you get the cool looking whatever their LB is. So you probably don't
Yeah.
see it often. So that is true. Tank LB3 might be used to deal with when you don't have these big shields. So so one possibility is that Eye for an Eye is getting changed to just be a straight up mitigation ability, as opposed to a proc on and goes onto the mob. That would be my guess as to why you can spread it to party members. Adoloquium is if you crit Adoloquium and spread it with like a bunch of healing buffs up, that's as big as with the kind of some of the stuff I was talking with Divine Veil, but it's even bigger
Huge.
because you can double it.
Huge.
You can double it. So yeah, you could see 20k shields on an entire raid and stuff like that, because this is basically a bane for these buffs.
Yeah.
So that's some very interesting things you can do with that. And then you don't need your tank LB3 anymore.
Yeah.
So some other things we might see instead of the big hit attacks is that isolated groups are gonna Ecker was saying about how we might just see like a group small groups of people getting hit by a big hitting attacks that are unavoidable. Maybe we'll see small groups get hit by big hitting attacks that will need abilities like this, or even mass prey type effects where you have to mitigate all of the damage, and it's just something that keeps happening throughout the fight. There's a lot of things like prey that are hit for like 3k, or well, you got to scale this up, but hit for very, very hard, and multiple people, and you don't have much time to react to it. So this is probably some of the stuff we're going to see, is why we're getting some of these spread out shield kind of mechanics, but that would be my guess. I think they're going to change what Eye for an Eye does. I'm like 80% sure.
So what about emergency tactics? This replaces the barrier effect for Adlo and turns it into just a healing effect instead. Where is this actually useful at?
Clinching moments.
Yeah, your white mage isn't always alive sometimes, or your Astro. It's an emergency tactic.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like when you put the shield on there, it's technically doing the same thing, right? I mean, so I heal, and then like say I heal. I'm just pulling numbers out of my ass. I heal for 1,000, and I have a shield for 1,000. It's almost the same thing as healing for 2,000, isn't it? Except for you get 1,000. If you overheal, you still get 1,000 shield, right?
It's true. I'm trying to think of when this would actually change. What would really change about that? I mean, if we're talking about the difference of two attacks that hit in a row, as opposed to one attack that hits in a row, that like one attack that's really big, or two separate small attacks. But Adoloquium lasts for 30 seconds, so it shouldn't really matter. Maybe there's a little bit more to this.
That's why I'm so confused about it, because it doesn't make sense that you would do a straight heal instead of have a heal and a shield. Because
so this one thing it would be is that say, for whatever reason your direct healer's down, or you are the direct healer at the moment, and within 10 seconds you need to get your tank's health set like 20%. You need to get your tank's health to full, and then get a shield on them. Do you think how many more Adoloquiums you have to cast to get them to that position if you couldn't give them direct healing? So that's what it's for, really. It's not like, so I guess it's not that emergency, but it is something that is required to basically allow you to mitigate a big hit coming up or something like that. The tank needs to be at full health, or someone needs to be at full health and then put a shield on them, or just needs to be at full health and you cast multiple heals on them. It's much more stronger than the shield.
Right.
I think another one is just like, if you're running 2 scholars, you know how like Loquium shields don't stack. It's kind of annoying because it's like a main action, and especially with Sucker as well. Now, as he's kind of giving us like an option, we don't have to walk over each other's toes. We have the ability to take the shield and make it into healing, so it really does help in those 2 scholar situations.
Well, that would also be great if it was something that had a low cooldown. But if it has a high cooldown, like a minute or something, then it kind of almost completely negates that, right?
That's a good point too.
I mean, I can see it as being like, hey, I need to do Adlo, and then I'm going to do a straight heal afterwards. So you don't do 2 Adlos in a row. You do Adlo. If you do 2 Adlos in a row, you get the maximum effect out of it. That's the only condition I really see it. And again, if it's a low cooldown effect, maybe where you have 2 scholars and you're not stepping on each other's toes.
Don't have 2 scholars, guys.
Question: What about that Paladin move? If you cast a heal on that Paladin, is that shield also? Is an Adlo going to bring a shield over everybody in the party, or is it going to be just a heal?
He's right, actually. That the emergency tactics. If you don't have a white mage in the group, this is a powerful heal to proc that shield effect.
Okay.
Very true.
So there's another. So there's all these little synergies. There's probably more to this that comes up. Oh, another one is the Dark Knight ability. Shielding doesn't help them live through their zombie effect. They need to get to full health.
Yeah.
So there's another one too.
It's so beautiful.
Okay.
You might not have a benediction, so this is the kind of stuff you might have to do.
Yeah.
So another move with him is Dissipation, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I laughed when I saw this one
understand
too.
I'm not about it.
Okay, so you basically sacrifice your fairy for magic power, whether that's MP or if that's more healing potency. But what scholar would just say die and just like suck the life out of its fairy and then get more powerful? That sounds like a
summoner thing, right?
Yeah, a summoner
thing.
The first thing I said to my wife was like, "Wow, they killed their fairy. What the heck? That's like so like a summoner would do something like that to their pet, but like a scholar is like, duh, evil sacrifice to gain power."
It
What?
doesn't make any sense.
But the fairy's still helping you.
Dead?
Yeah.
In spirit.
Yeah,
You just swift cast it back.
Yeah, you just swift cast it right back. I think it has to be healing
It's a completely
potency.
different one. It's not the same one.
Swift cast it back with no hurt feelings.
Okay.
Right?
Eat. Crunch. Okay,
Are
you're
you-
alright. Don't worry about it.
Are you gonna be butthurt or not?
Oh, I got another fairy I can summon back instead of you.
Yeah, exactly. I got another one. I don't need you. You're expendable, stupid ass bear.
Yeah, because some scholars do change fairies in the middle of a fight, so maybe it would be helpful then.
So yeah, when the scholar in
Well,
my group
yeah.
saw this, they said, so it says magic power. They say healing potency MP could also just be straight up magic potency in general, like more healing and more damage. He's like, wow, that's gonna be awesome for an opener. Get that and then swift cast Slain back up and just do like some crazy DPS with a mind pot. So that's
What if
kind of
you just,
cool.
like, They should maybe drain the energy out of it, and then the fairy just goes to sleep for a little bit. Then you wake it back up. That's a little bit more
You're just
peaceful, right?
you're mad at the lore for this, aren't you?
I'm mad at scholars killing
And they-
fairies.
It's funny how
Hey.
they call it the
Will you
spatch.
just squish it with your book? I mean, what do you?
It's not called like evil sacrifice or anything. It's just called dispassion. So it's like, oh, it's not. Yeah, I'm just sending it away. Don't worry.
And it's
I didn't kill it.
dissipation. That makes me
Yeah.
think you just like hit it and it like explodes into little things, or it's just like I don't know.
You never know. Like Scholar might take a turn for the dark in this story of the lore. You never know. You never know where
Yeah.
Christopher Koji Fox, whether you're going with
Dark
this lore. Yeah.
scholars. It's
Yeah,
kinda-
right.
All right. Then there's one other thing. There's a non-magical attack, and the only question I really had about that is why is it important as a non-magic or non-elemental? I'm sorry, non-elemental magic attack. Why does that matter?
All their attacks are non-elemental already. It's just I don't know why they specified that. It's just saying that's magic.
Well, are there going to be weaknesses based off of magic attack in Heavensward?
It would
You,
be
you played
amazing.
11, right? You played 11. Is that where this?
No,
coming
this
from?
is my first MMO, bro.
Oh, it
This
is.
my
You're
first
right. It
MMO.
is. I don't. Not at the moment, anyways. Then you'd see a lot of crazy stuff come up. No, there are elements in the game right now, but they don't. There's nothing that really goes along with them. There's no
Okay.
resistances specifically for fire or ice or wind or anything like that.
So, Ark, specific question for you on FFXDIB, the FFX data or FFXIB DB, on their website when 2.4 came out and they had the weapon information for the Zeta weapons and they had magic damage on them. Did you research that at all or see that at all?
The Zeta weapons having magic damage on them, as in like
Yes.
non-casters.
Like a specific stat, like my Longin Zeta having 40 magic damage on it.
I didn't hear that before. Like magic damage is what they call the weapon damage. So
I'm gonna try to find a link for it, regardless.
Okay.
All right.
sure, yeah, because like magic like instead of saying weapon damage, they say magic damage if it's for caster. So that's
No,
I
I'm
don't-
saying for melee, like
for
real.
melee. That might have just been like a
Typo or
placeholder for a
something.
bug. Yeah. That would, I mean, I'm okay with them giving that to them, but it really is only going to affect a few classes. Like,
I mean, that would be pretty cool though. Like when you have scenarios where you can only do magic damage to something, or you could only do physical damage to something, and now your Dragoon's a magic damage Dragoon.
It's. I think the only class that plays part in is Pally with Cures, because everything else scales off their primary stat and their
Right.
primary, whether it's weapon damage or magic damage. Like my ninja doesn't do less magic damage because it doesn't have magic damage on its weapon.
It makes sense then. It's for the 8-party paladins that are going to be healing each other.
Well, they already getting a heal that stacks off their primary stat, so they don't need this magic damage, this mystery magic damage.
Okay. One question on scholars before we move on is Felcom asked, would the shield turn into a healing buff instead? And I think he's referring to when we do emergency tactics. And yeah, so basically, as we mentioned, it's just like it'll be a straight heal instead of a heal and a shield.
Yeah, and we talked about situations where that would be needed, and they do exist, and there's probably more that we didn't even talk about and potentially don't even know about.
All right. So, how do we want to do the new classes here in discussion?
Oh my goodness.
Do we want to just like assume people kind of already know all this stuff, and we can just kind of ask our general questions about it?
Lightning
I-
round.
I think we have to. And not to mention, a lot of this stuff's vague. I mean, you can get the general theme of most of these classes, but like we don't know about some debuffs. We don't know about like damage types for Machinist even. Like, so we're missing a lot of the key information. And there's just we don't even have traits. We have no traits, so there's nothing we know about these classes really. We know like half of them. We just know the main theme.
So one question I have then is there's Dark Side, which just says it's a DPS stance, and drains mana, all that good stuff. Then you have Dark Arts, which increases MP or the ability or increases ability MP use, but adds effects that increases damage. Are these two different DPS stance? Or is it just one? Is one actually a buff and then one's actually a DPS stance?
You say it was Dark Arts and Dark Side?
Yeah, so Dark Mind has more effect under Dark Arts, and so that sounds like a stance to me, right?
No. Dark Side is the stance, and some abilities are more powerful when you are in Dark Side. So that's kind of part of the mana management, that you don't want to pull yourself into Dark Side when you need to use these other moves that are more powerful in Dark Side.
So it looks like it's a typo under the Dark Mind move description. Yeah, more effective under Dark Side is what it looked.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Dark Arts.
See, and that's
yes, I think so too. Okay, sorry, I see what you're saying now. Yeah. No, it's right. Dark Arts is just an ability that increases ability MP use. Oh, actually, no, you're right. That looks like a cooldown.
That's why I'm so confused about it, because I don't know if it's like Dark Arts turns into like a cooldown stance where you have 30 seconds to cast certain things, and those things are more effective while you're in this Dark Arts mode or whatever for 30 seconds. Or
that's a little vague right now. I'm not sure. From my understanding, MP was drained very quickly already for Dark Knights. From some of the interviews that I heard, like you could probably only get like 4 attacks off before you bottomed out in MP, and you had to get it back.
Wow.
So Dark Arts increasing MP use doesn't seem right.
Yeah. All right. The other thing is Grit stance is basically the same thing as the Paladin stance. Like they didn't add anything new to it, so it's just reduces 20% damage and increases immunity gain. Are we okay with that, or would we rather see something that's like reduces 10% damage and increases 10% of your health and 10% healing, like put a midway point between the two? Or is there anything else they could put in there that's a little bit more creative than that for a tank stance?
What I wanted to see with the Dark Knight was damage turned to heals. That's what I wanted to see. Like
that's
I wanted
what Warrior was, wasn't it? Like at first.
In some ways, like with Inner Beast and Bloodbath and things like that, a lot of ways. But I wanted to see like directly if I did a move that was fucking nasty or something that hits for like 5k, that I was gonna see 2,500 heals from it. You know what I mean? Like just like that's what I wanted to see when it came down to that, and it would be like the most ridiculous dancing.
But that would pretty much be like all tanks. Every Dark Knight would just be pure DPS stats. Everything they could do to do DPS stats, right? Because they want to do DPS and just heal yourself through everything.
Yeah.
That concept for a tank has been like passed around in so many MMOs, and they've made a solid attempt at it in WoW, and it was terrible. Death Knights, which are very similar. Well, sorry, I shouldn't say they're very similar. They kind of have a similar theme, but they were like super fragile when they first came out. But they were supposed to be meant around like keeping like recharging their health and having ways of recharging their health, and they were really great for things that didn't hit too hard because they could do stuff without a healer. But you could never take them for raids because they would just get like one shot and stuff like that. And it's kind of like what they were going for with Warrior originally too in this game. And it wasn't as bad as what it was for Death Knights and WoW, but you're right, this isn't too creative, but the combination of being able to use Grit and Dark Side, which is unconfirmed if you can do that, it kind of adds to this. You have 2 stances up at the same time, and how you use mana at that time is really kind of, it's like there's going to be some crazy skill required to play this class effectively to get the DPS out of it and stay alive still too.
I mean, it looks like that. I mean, you do have a couple abilities that give you health back, or it gives you an HP drain when under the effects of Dark Arts, which again makes it kind of vague and confusing. So that's kind of. I feel
like that should be Dark Side.
Yeah, that's what I kind of think too. But I don't know if this is just mistranslation or what it is. But it seems like they're going to be one of those classes that could just attack the hell out of things and heal themselves up, and they're going to be kind of self-sufficient. To a point, in a way, I guess. But they're not going to have, it's not going to be the big thing, like it's just going to be a nice little bonus, like I guess Warriors heal himself for 500 HP or something. Just their way of doing that.
Okay, so So one of my one of the people in my free company who's really into Dark Knight just messaged me saying that he thinks that the Dark Arts move is actually very, very slow drain of mana, and it's when you use Dark Arts is when you get only a few moves in. And I think I kind of agree. If that would make a lot more sense to what I've heard then, and I kind of agree with that. So you put Dark Arts up, and then you can use these other moves that are even more effective, but you're like draining your mana by a ton. So yeah, that cooldown usage is going to be really tough to time and use correctly, because some of this stuff is dropping defense to do more damage, and you're supposed to be a tank, so
Yeah.
you gotta work it out with your group. But still, doing damage is going to be just as important when you're doing things at the minimum gear level and stuff like that.
Okay. All right, I'm going to say a couple of different things. I'm just going to let one person kind of give their thoughts on it, and we'll just kind of power through it real quick.
Yeah.
So what I think is one interesting thing, and I'm going to ask you, Kerr, there is a move that's a 10 to 15 second buff with a 1 to 2 minute cooldown on an ally. If they die, you get 20% of HP and 20% of MP healed. So basically, you put a buff on somebody, and if they die, you get healed.
Oh yeah. What? That can't be right. That can't be right.
That's horrible.
Oh my gosh, everyone's camera just died. Hold on.
Reached the 4-hour limit on a call.
Did we?
Yeah.
Oh.
Do we
Goodness
hang
sakes.
up and just call back or something?
I guess so.
All right,
Yes.
hold on one second. Hold on one second. I'm going to call you guys back.
Sorry,
Alright.
everybody.
Sorry, 1 second.
We still love you.
All right. It's loading. It's loading.
We should have been like, and that's all, folks.
That's
See
all.
ya.
See ya.
See ya.
Oh my gosh, it's like not even working. I don't think it will let me do it anymore. Yeah, I think Skype's done. We have to have premium for it to work some more.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can they hear us? Can they hear us?
They can hear us.
Okay.
They can kind of see us, but your cameras are going to go away here in a second.
Put funny pictures for our faces.
Maybe we should take a break. Do something else in the back.
No, we're going to finish this up. I think we should just knock this out real quick. You guys are going to be light gray, and hopefully you stay up there for a second. You're up there. It just looks like you're all in under shade. All right. So let's burn through this. Okay, Kerr, what are your thoughts on someone dying and it's a benefit to you?
It's evil, but kind of awesome.
Okay. Evil and awesome. Ark, I don't think I can hear you. Ark, are you muted?
No, there I fixed it now. Yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna say I doubt that's actually how. I don't think that's translated correctly or it's complete.
What
Makes
if
no
it's,
sense.
what if it hits? What if it's on you? And if you get hit with the fatality, you survive.
It doesn't even say anything about keeping someone alive. It should. That wouldn't be a bad move. It's like a cover kind of thing. A cover like immunity. That would be kind of cool. But it's on too short of a cooldown to do that. It would be too overpowered.
What? If hit fatally allows you to survive, gives you 10 seconds of a zombie state. Well,
no, we're not.
It's like pardon me. Is that not Living Dead?
No, we're
Living
talking about.
Dead. No, that's Living Dead. It's different. This is like you put a buff on somebody, and if they die, you get healed for 20%.
What's the name of the move?
There's
It's
no name
question
for
mark.
it. Yeah.
Oh, fuck that!
I don't think it's.
What?
I don't think it's done.
Okay. We'll put it as maybe it's not done.
I don't believe that's actually a move. So.
Okay. All right. So let's talk about Living Dead then. That's a 20-second buff. If fatality, you survive. You go into a 10-second zombie state, and if you get healed to full, the zombie state's over. But during that time, you're invincible. If you don't get healed up all the way before that debuff's out, you'll die. I think this is creative as hell. Do you guys like that, or what do you guys think of it as a, home gang? I guess.
Yeah.
I hope the cooldown is close to Home Gang, maybe just a little bit longer, because it's not that much more powerful than Home Gang. The way it's designed, and it could be arguably weaker, because you have to either Benny or do some dump healing on the Dark Knight around the 8-second mark, so they get about maybe 8 to 9 seconds of invincibility, and then you have to heal them back up to full really quickly without fail. Benny would make that a really powerful cooldown, and all you get is another 3 seconds of a Home home gang effect essentially. It's easier to use. It takes less. It's weird. It's funny because I said that Dark Knights will require a lot more skill, but it's this ability is easier to use than home gang because for the tank, not for the group. Because you can put it up, it's 20-second buff, and then and whenever you need it to actually proc, it procs for you at the right time, and then gives you the immunity debuff as long as you need it.
Yeah.
So it is creative, but it's got its problem. It'll make it harder for people like raid leaders and healers.
Yeah.
It's not really a problem for the tanks necessarily.
Any last thoughts on Dark Knight before we move on to Machinist and just blast through that?
I think we're also going to see a lot of that, like, I swear I bennied, I swear.
Yep. I know exactly what
The
you're saying.
animation went off.
I bennied at 9 seconds. Why didn't it work? What?
Yeah.
It'll take some time getting used to. It's not terrible though. It's creative and it's not terrible. And I hope the cooldown's short. It looks like it should be a short cooldown.
Oh no, I misspelled something on one of my slides. I said rage against the machine, not rage against the machinist. Oh well, I'll live with it. It's my mistake. So let's just talk about overall Machinist. What are your impressions after reading everything? Have you read anything on Machinist, Joe? No. Okay. Kerr, have you read anything?
Can anybody see my face? No.
Yeah. Kerr, what are your thoughts on it so far?
Not much. I haven't read too much. I just know of the turrets, right?
Yeah.
And can you move when you use turrets, or?
Yeah.
Yep. They have an ability that's exactly like Wanderer's Minuet though, where they charge up their attacks. So the playstyle is very similar to Bard, except that
bad.
they have just a little different style in some of their other abilities, and they have more raid utility that you have to consider as opposed to buffs. So they have a lot of raid utility, like a crap ton. They're a very defensive looking class in my opinion so far from what we've seen. And they also actually have a 1-2-3 combo as a ranged physical DPS.
It's 1, 2, 3, and then if you have ammo, it looks like it might use up ammo if you have it there and you use your 1, 2, 3, and it gives like a 50% proc extra chance on the next power up on the shot that's coming up afterwards or something.
It looks like you get the 50% chance empower. You have a 50% chance to empower your next shot no matter what, and ammo makes it 100% chance. So you want to use ammo for when your cooldown's about to go off or you need controlled burst. Other than that, you would use it right before your ammunition cooldown's off cooldown. Or you need control burst and you need to use it right away. So it's a little bit like Ether Flow almost.
So the other thought I have with that, and I'll ask you about this, Joe. Let me make sure I'm at the right spot for it. There's a lot of things that Machinists can do. It's heavy, they can slow, they can stun, they can knock back, they can silence, they can do physical damage reduction, magical damage reduction. They are a goddamn controller. Are you hyped for that? I mean, if you have someone in your, it's like almost any situation you have, they can take care of it.
Yes. I specifically enjoy that type of ability to be able to go in and say, like, oh, we've got this guy in here. Like, I know specifically one of my first alt classes ever was playing Bard in turn 1. Mm-hmm. So you could silence the ADS. And it was like, I needed to play a whole different class just to fucking do the thing that we needed to do to get past that raid. Because I couldn't rely on anybody in a pug, an English-speaking player on a Japanese server to do what I needed them to do. So I like that, but my concern is if it can do all this shit, like what's it good at? You know what I mean? It's like jack of all trades but master of none. You know what I mean? Like I feel like it's going to have a major detriment in other areas if it's going to have this ability.
It's the timer on all those abilities are shared. So they have the flexibility, but they can't do all of them at the same time.
So it's going to be like Mutilate, but with 9 different functions.
Do you mean Strangulate?
Oh,
or Jugulate.
Strangulate. Their silent stun move.
Yeah, Strangulate.
Jugulate, yeah.
Yeah, it's Jugulate. Yes. The key ones being the physical damage reduction and the magical damage reduction. Those are the big ones that they bring to raids. The other ones are really PvP oriented. The silence is also.
Oh yeah.
The silence is kind of just something that Bards had the silence. The Machinists kind of need it too. But if you have another person in the group who can silence, it's probably preferred that they do it so that the Machinist can do physical or magical weapon damage reduction. So
Okay.
they don't bring foes though.
And here's a question a
Team
lot of
four.
people are going to be asking. I just want to make sure that we go over it real quick so everyone knows. Do you think Machinists are replacing Bards?
For now, I think a lot of people are going to be playing the new class as opposed to bards. But that's just me personally. Like when Ninja came out, oh my god, all you saw was freaking Ninja. You know, I think we're going to see a lot of new Dark Knights, a lot of new Astrologians, and a lot of new Machinists, just specifically because it's new. It's going to be like the fad. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think they're an alternative to bards, which is something we needed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
But there's the little differences between them, and also bards are looking really good right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
So they're people who like bards are probably going to be really happy, because if they go to Machinist, they're not going to see anything different really. That's not on bard. It's just a different just a different theme and the little bit of the RNG that's associated with it, the controlled RNG or just to let the RNG happen kind of thing.
All right. Any thoughts on that before we move on to Astrologian?
I think last thing is going to be like I'm very also worried about having that one person control that critical moment. You know what I mean? Like putting all of that responsibility on one player. For example, if they pop that buff too early or pop that move too early, and then you're counting on them to handle many different things. Like imagine if there's a boss buff that was like, boss will need to be silenced by name. Like imagine if it was like what is it, Chimera with Dragon's voice or Ram's voice, but it was like 8 different fucking moves, and you had to have like specifically like something silly, like you either had to have one of 5 different people hit their specific buff or a specific knockback or a specific stun or specific silence or specific whatever to handle that, or you had one person like, oh god, hand on the button, like what do I do, you know, like can I do this, you know? So I think it's going to be really interesting to see how that pans out.
Okay.
As long as multiple classes can have that role, it's definitely part of raiding. So
Yeah.
you need the couple people to have that they need those responsibilities to be in raiding. It's just as long as multiple classes can have it. You don't have to bring a Machinist, you don't have to bring a bard for something very specific. Yeah.
But like the heavy is White Mage, slow is Dragoon.
1 second, because I gotta get my goggles on. I forgot all about them. I wanted to get them on for Machinist, and you guys can.
It's
There
too
we
late.
go.
We're done Machinist. I don't know.
All right, there we go. And then you guys can see it when it hits up and loads up there. And I'll just wear them for the rest of the podcast, so we can just have
There you
that
go.
rolling.
There you go.
So I'm actually gonna let you take this over, Ark, and do a brief summary of Astrologian or Astrologian, however you want to do it, and describe it in a manner that you think is not going to be huge and encompassing. And I'm going to let you just run with it because I know you have a lot of thoughts on it.
I do. I could talk about Astro for a while. It looks like an amazingly fun class, and I think it's something that the healing community kind of really needed, because I think that it's a lot easier to grip your mind around healing and buffing as opposed to healing and DPSing.
Yeah.
And it looks like what this class is. It's an easier introduction into healing and doing stuff outside of healing. I think that, so first off, the 2 stances between them, one's a barrier stance, one's a direct healing stance. You cannot use these within combat, so I think that Astros really only need to master one of these. You should master both, but you really only need to master one for a static you're in. And you'll still just be as effective. So the skill is you're not required or expected to learn both of these. If you want to, you should. It's you might have more fun with it, but it's nice that that even though that has that flexibility, it doesn't add to the complexity of the class, because you really are. If you have a scholar, you're probably going to be in white mage mode most of the time, and even if you even if you could get some benefit of being in scholar mode, you probably could get through all the fights in white mage mode. The buffs are very powerful. It's all indirect damage that you're contributing to the raid. Very difficult to monitor. I won't go over what the buffs are specifically, but there's a little bit of an RNG associated with them, but they're all really powerful, and there's some way to control the RNG to like discard and shuffle and to discard cards or buffs to try and draw a more powerful version of the card. The thing that Astros have to keep in mind for people who want to play Astros is that I was saying that it's a little bit. It looks like it's going to be a little bit easier for healers to get into and contribute things outside of their healing role. If you're a very skilled player and you just want to play Astro because it's tons of fun, which I'm sure there's tons of people who are in that position, you just got to keep in mind that when you go into a group, if you're in a group with a bunch, like 7 average players, and you start buffing them and do an amazing job at buffing them, your contribution's still going to be lower. You don't have as much control over your contribution anymore as you would have on a Scholar or White Mage outside of healing. If you are kind of, if you're kind of an average Astro though, like you're just kind of, you kind of pick up a buff and you kind of have like a general like predetermined place to put the buff, and it's good enough. And these people don't die with the buffs, or they kind of just deal with them. You're playing with 7 like amazing top tier players, and you're kind of an average Astro. Then your contribution is extremely high, and you can see where you don't really have as much control over your contribution outside of healing as an Astro, which is a pro and con for it, in the sense that again it's a little bit easier to contribute very, very highly on a class that you may not know too well now. But at the same time, if you're really, really amazing Astro, your contribution can't be as high as it is for White Mages and Scholars outside of the healing role. As far as healing goes, all the 3 classes look great for healing. As far as performing within your role, all 3 classes look great. But if we're talking competitive rating, you're going to have to contribute outside of your role. It looks a lot more straightforward for Astro, and yeah, just keep that in mind. Like this is really just for the players. Like you're don't get frustrated when you play Astro and you're really, really skilled and you notice that you have less control over boosting your raid's DPS because you just are playing with some average players or just playing casually or even pugging. Oh man, I think pugging in PvP as an Astro, I don't know about that.
All right, Joe,
you're just gonna feel frustrating, yeah.
Joe, do you got any thoughts on Astro?
I love it's so dynamic when you think about any of the new classes in PvP. Like just Ninja coming into PvP was such an awesome contribution with Ninja camping spawns and everything like that, hiding out and popping up and just getting fucked up by a Ninja or fucking somebody up with a Ninja. Just seeing and being, I always try to think at like above average level, and having an Astrologian in your party and being able for it to perform at peak level, having an Astrologian and a White Mage and a Paladin, oh my gosh, and 5 DPS, like, and what those DPS are going to look like, it's incredible, the combinations. Like this game is really very beautifully growing into its like, this is like its stride, I believe. Like this game is going to be, like Heavensward is going to be fucking nuts for what this game is and what type of impact this game is going to have on the gaming community in general. I honestly think that this, in general, all of what's happening right now is going to like put fucking Final Fantasy on the map in a beautiful way. And it's all going to come down to how much hype that this game has and how many people it can reach out to, you know? And it's going to come from things like, you know, the new classes, like the new worlds and every shit like that. So, you know, I get so hyped up thinking about it, man.
Some people are talking about the utility that Astro is going to bring, some of the unknowns like Celestial Stasis. I'm sure they even also have, they obviously have a combat raise, they also have Dispel and all that stuff. They have a virus type effect called Disable that affects the next attack, so you know it's going to be a little bit different to use. For the most part, usually you're using those kind of things on something that's going to hit hard on the next attack. But so it's just, it might be more powerful than virus for big hitting attacks, but less powerful than virus for like a lot of kind of strong attacks that aren't all hitting at the same time. So things you can kind of work around. You'll have another healer who can do kind of stuff like that. As far as the utility, like Celestial Stasis, stopping time potentially, maybe even like a boss stun, like something you can like just stop the boss from doing mechanics for a bit, and like the whole fight stops for 3 seconds or something like that. I don't even think that something like that would be even that overpowered for Astro.
Yeah.
I think that like so one thing about Astro that I didn't touch on is that it's just a fact that the potency of all their abilities are weaker than other healers. That's probably because their buffs are so powerful. It's kind of just a little bit of a balancing. It's like you go in with an Astro and a Scholar, and your Astro's in White Mage mode. The Scholar might have to use EOS more often, or just has to do a little bit less DPS because the potency is a little bit lower. That's just kind of a speculation and a possibility. But at the same time, your buffs are so powerful that that it kind of makes up for that. it's all indirect damage. It's super hard to monitor. So like it's even when this class is out, it's gonna be like people saying, "Oh yeah, Astra's so super amazing. They're doing such amazing things." Like I really don't know that if that's true or not, unless like I watch a video. Unfortunately, are they really adding as much DPS as the Scholar and White Mage with their indirect buffs every single time? Considering there's an RNG associated with it too, it's like probably pretty close to the same. And sometimes it's more, and sometimes it's less, but. I don't think it's going to be... I think there's just going to be debate about this constantly, and I've just accepted the fact that they're probably all relatively balanced the way it is, so we'll see, but...
Kerr, any thoughts on Astro?
I don't know. I mean, I'm loving the dynamic and like the fact that you have a little bit more RNG is kind of more fun. But like, you know, again, with like the debate, if you're debating which healer is better, really none of them are better. They're all great. They all can do, you know, great big heals. Of course, White Mage can't shield as much, but they can do what they're they could do. I guess.
Well, they have Stone Skin and they have powerful direct heals. So
That's true. I mean, I do kind of wish they had a little bit more protection, but
well. Whoever, no matter what your other healer is, unless it's another White Mage for some reason, which I don't suggest, the other healer has the potential to do shielding, so they don't really need to.
Yeah.
Simple as
That's
that. Like
true.
any two diverse healing combos will be able to bring everything you need to have healers doing stuff outside of the role to contribute to DPS and doing enough healing to keep the group up.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I wouldn't look into it too much. This class looks really fun. And again, remember when I say that things that I think this does have the lowest skill cap of all the healers, just from what the way it looks at the moment. And again, that doesn't mean it's less powerful. It could even be more powerful than all the classes, just by a little bit. Even though more people have it mastered than a scholar, because scholars are very hard to master at the moment, and there doesn't seem like that's going to change anytime soon. And just mastering those scholars is it takes a lot longer for people to do and it requires more skill, but they're just as powerful as every other class in some cases. So
I know a scholar that cleared T13 on a PlayStation 3.
oh,
Very impressed with that.
So do I.
Yeah.
My
with the
scholar
lag
was-
associated with that.
Crazy.
Yeah.
All right. So do we feel confident with our brief summary we just did on Astrologian? All right. So we're looking pretty good with these new classes. And I'm sorry we didn't hit on the new ones as much as I wanted to, but this is the longest show we've ever had. I'm at recording time of 4 hours and 15 minutes.
You dig.
Yeah, that is like a part-time job for tonight.
Yeah, like no one's really left the stream too, so it's like it's all good stuff. People are enjoying it still.
Yeah,
so.
dog. Straight up. It's the cool.
So they're enjoying the long stream. So
That's awesome. I just wish, God, I know it's like 1 o'clock for you right now, isn't it, Ark? Like 1:30?
yeah, it's 1:30. I work
So it's
tomorrow
pretty
too,
late.
so, yeah.
It's
I'm
for
off
you too,
tomorrow.
Joe, right?
I'm
you're
off tomorrow, so I could not care less, man. This is awesome.
I got you.
Yeah.
All right, so there's closing up. There's a lot of questions we have. I'm gonna bring all those to the after show, and that way, if people need to go to sleep or do something, Ark, if he needs to go to bed, real quick.
I probably should.
Yeah.
But I really want to talk about this stuff, so I don't know.
We
Maybe
could do a lightning round on the questions and just kind of boom, one second answer.
the questions are fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
We should really kind of, if you ever get another show, you don't even necessarily have to have me on it again, but you should have another show just for the new classes. It'll mostly be speculation anyway, so it'll be fun.
Well, actually, next week we got Zeno on the show.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
We're gonna do a lot of hardcore rating questions. We're gonna do a big Q&A for him. We got a whole bunch of things that we're gonna be talking about with him. And then the week after that, we have Milo on the show.
Hell yeah.
And he's gonna bring all the hype with us to just get us ready for Heavensward.
Hell
Just
yeah.
a lot of screaming in that MogTalk, man.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. And then we have, after that, Heavensward out. And so we have like tons of things to go over. It's sad, but I think the new class discussion is going to be pushed until like a month or 2 months after it's already out, and people are comfortable
That's
with the
fine.
classes. And then we can go,
It's not.
this is how it
yeah.
needs to be played.
It's
That's
not going
fine.
to be a bad thing. You'll have definitive
Yeah.
understanding of the classes and how they run.
We have like 40% of the information on all of them, so that's
Yeah. But the new classes look absolutely fantastic.
Yep.
I am ready to play Machinist. I'm ready to just jump in there. I could go to Dark Knight. I don't care. And if I need a tank, I would do Dark Knight because it just looks fun. Astrologian, I wouldn't touch because I would kill everybody because I don't know what I'm doing with healing. But it looks like it would be a lot of fun to play. So I had a couple other questions here about just summarizing some of these things. I think I'm going to maybe skip them for right now. Maybe we can throw them in the after show as well. But I want to give people a chance to go to sleep if they want to go to sleep.
No sleep chances. Ark, questions for you guys, real quick, for everybody who's doing this, Frosty, everybody. What is the first thing you're going to do in Heavensward?
Level up Machinist. Start it up and just start rolling all the way until I hit 60. All right.
Level White Mage all the way to 60.
White Mage to 60?
Yep.
Yeah, for me, I'm gonna be taking my time and leveling Ninja to 60 first, for sure. And I normally like to try and go for the server first, but I'm gonna hold back and be like watch every cutscene and follow the story very closely and take it nice and slow. Yeah.
Word.
I'm excited for it.
Sorry, it's interesting that so you're doing Machinist at 30, and Chris doing White Mage. She's starting at 50.
She's on her own. She's on her own until I get there.
Because I know someone else who's like leveling leveling one of their other 50s with their kind of like girlfriend or so. It's
I would love to if she switched just to stay with me.
Oh, so you want her to go down to 30 with you, and as opposed to you leveling a 50 to 60 with her.
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute. He's already made plans with our other healer.
I have made plans with other healer.
He's made plans with another healer. That's awesome.
Get up there. I want to get up there as quickly as possible. I'm hoping that she just forgets about the game for the first few days or something, and she's not playing, and I just catch up with her. But that's not going to happen.
It's okay, because I'm doing a 24-hour stream, on my own without you, and then you can go sleep and go to work, and then I'll just be playing my game.
It's true. I do have to work. I work a lot. Starting from the 19th until a week after, I'm on call, and so I'm technically working like 18 hours a day.
So you can't.
I have 7 days off from the 19th to the 26th, non-stop. Heavensward.
Pretty much same for me. Wow. Yeah, you're gonna just don't look over at her screen for like story spoilers or anything.
She's wearing damn headphones. I don't care. Okay, so we're all gonna hang out. Well, maybe Ark's gonna go to bed. Maybe he'll stay up for a few questions. We don't know.
A few. Yeah. It's already so late, so
it's pretty bad. Let's go ahead and do some of the closing stuff that we have here, and I want to just make sure everyone knows where everyone can be found. So, first off, Kerr, where can you be found, and why should people find you?
Why?
Yes.
Because I'm awesome.
Good enough.
Boom shakalaka. Kerr, where can we find you?
My Twitch name is Kerora. I guess I'll type something in chat.
I can do shoutouts for everybody in chat, so.
Alright, that'll work too. And that's where you guys can find me, or on Exodus as Kerberos. It's 2 words.
Alright. What about you, Ark? Where can they find you, and why should they find you?
Alright, so I'm at Twitch TV, ShamanArkk, Ark with 2 Ks, all one word. And honestly, I just like, if anyone's ever gonna come by my stream, it's just like I like to chat with viewers for the most part. If I'm raiding, I might not chat too much, unfortunately, but because I'm raid leading. So, but yeah, just come by and ask me any questions anytime I'm streaming anything. I'd like to just kind of like hang out and do some casual stuff whenever I can as well.
Yeah, and if you guys have been watching the show, Shaman knows his shit.
Incredible, dude.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like, bro, hats off to you, man. Like, seriously.
Yeah.
Like, really, 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 dude. Like, I would love to be able to keep in touch with you, straight up.
Yeah, anytime.
So if you guys have questions that weren't answered or we won't answer, and he goes to sleep, and you still have more questions for him, follow that guy. Look when he's streaming. As soon as he's streaming, just ask him the question when it comes up.
Just did.
Yep. There you go.
Straight up.
Joe, where can we find you? Why should we find you?
Mainly Walden books, where you can find Leatherbound literature. You guys can catch me twitch.tv/JoeNeverFails, Instagram, Twitter, PlayStation Network, Steam, Facebook, all at JoeNeverFails. My YouTube's JoeFails09. And why you should find me, I think that I bring a very unique perspective to streaming in general. I like to be as positive as possible, interact with my viewers on a very serious level. I love every single person that interacts and is involved on my stream. I firmly believe that, like, a lot of you guys are my closest friends, and I'm not ashamed of saying that in any way, shape, or form. Like, you guys are with me for a lot of my life, so I love you all to death. I love the journey that we're on together, and you can catch me there. Yeah, that's it. Maybe catch me here in another time, in another place. Absolutely, dude. I had a blast tonight, man. So much fucking fun.
I'm more than happy to get you on the show. Like, but everyone here on the show, as many times as you guys want to be on here, because you guys were a blast, and damn troopers for hanging out this long so far. So next week we're going to do the exact same show. Well, we're going to be here at the exact same time. Not the exact same show, sorry. We're going to have Zeno on the show. We're going to talk about a lot of in-game stuff. And it will be 9:30 Eastern time zone on Monday. And then if you guys have, like, I'm thinking of doing some stuff of getting some viewers on the stream, maybe having a segment to where we have 3 hours of as many viewers as I can get on the show, just bullshitting our way through the show. Go down to the survey button I have at the bottom and fill out the information that's there. And then I'll try to get you on the show. I'm going to run into this after show here, so we can purge all of our remaining thoughts, and we can ask a few questions here before people start to pass out. And at the end of that, we'll do a host for everyone. So this is the last time you'll see our face, so I'm going to wave. Everybody should wave. Yeah.
I love you guys.
The best.
You guys are awesome.
Thank you so much, Frosty. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah. All right, now we're moving over to the after show. Give me 1 second. All right, there we go. Starting to change that to after show. Oh, okay. So you guys, I'm gonna put my camera on so you can see my face now too, my pretty face. All right. Thank you guys so much for being on the show, man. Jesus Christ.
Hell yeah, dog. Hell yeah, bro.
Oh, this is the longest
show. Man. Great show.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I mean, it's fun because, I mean, even when we were getting to this point to where we're still tired, you guys were like, man, I still want to talk. I still want to keep going. And we're just kind of fleshing out these points, and I love it, man.
Yeah.
Remember yesterday when I said I knew what I was getting myself into? I expected an extremely long show. It just was going to be, like, you look at it, this amount of content we have to talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's insane, the amount of content we have. And, like, I kind of put too much in there thinking that maybe we'll kind of graze over stuff, and you're like, man, I kind of have a small point on it, but you guys have something for everything. It was awesome.
Well, it's important stuff, dude. Like, this is such a pivotal time in this game's development. You know what I mean? Like, it's so fucking cool, and there's so much speculation because it is not definitive yet. You know, and I think that's the reason why they do stuff like this, is they don't give us the information so freaking early, so we can have discussions like this, so people can get excited. You know, I love that. I love it.
Yeah, it's really nice. It is very different from again, you never played WoW, but WoW, they have the beta servers, the testing is all done by players ahead of time. So wow. all the patch notes are known, every single detail to the like very, very finite. You know exactly the numbers on every single skill and see as they change through the development, and you know it the whole way through, and there's no mystery whatsoever. So I hated it, actually. I honestly hated it because I had to, in order to keep up in rating progression, I had to follow that stuff, and I had to spoil everything for myself. In this game, I don't have to do that, and I love that. I just sit here and speculate on the scraps of information we get.
All right, so I'm going to ask one of the earlier questions we had. One is from Shady Grove 14, and it says, will Chuckos and Dungeon take away from party play?
Well, what?
So there's something out there that says that Chocobos are going to be going into dungeons.
Oh, Chocobos. I thought you said Chuckos.
Yeah,
I was like, what the heck is a Choco?
Chocos there. Chocos, chocolate, birds, Chocos. Do you think that's going to take away from people wanting to play with other people in a party?
I personally hope that it adds for a little bit more playability for me to grind Poetics by myself. Or grind whatever tome it is if I don't have the patience to wait for a queue, or if I want to just like literally play for 4 or 5 hours and get my stuff done and be on my merry way. Like that's what I hope it allows me to do, or grind and allow my chocobo to level up in a way that would not be would not be sitting in Earth's fount for hours on end, constantly, mindlessly in spirit bonding gear. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Okay. I'm going to ask another question. I'm going to direct this one to. I see your name, your real name there, and so it's throwing me off. But Ark.
Yeah. That's fine.
Succotash-
Either or, it's okay.
Succotash says, "Do you think the world doubling in size is going to be too big?"
No.
No.
You have fly mounts now.
Yeah.
It's
Make it all kind of seem really close.
Yeah, exactly. If anything, you might still feel like it's kind of small because you have fly mount.
Yeah.
But it's actually bigger. They even said that in the live stream they did. They flew up in the air and it's like it may look small, but then they go and land and it's like it takes you a bunch of steps to move across anywhere. So no, it'll probably feel about the same with flying mounts, which is saying something. That's why they're bigger in the first place.
All right. Then Kerr, I'm going to ask you this question. Let's see. What are you guys doing in game to get ready for Heavensward? And what do you suggest to prepare for Heavensward?
Basically, get your cross classes. You want to make sure you have like Swiftcast if you're doing Y Mage, or if you're even going to Astrologian, have those cross classes ready.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want for raiding, maybe do some Savage just to get used to it and not get too used to not raiding for a while, I guess, because that's what we're doing.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to answer this next one, which is Desway, I believe. Do you think that they have released all the skills that will be available in 3.0, or do you think we might get an extra surprise when the expansion releases? I think they gave us pretty much generally all the stuff that they're going to have for all the classes, right? They just haven't given us a couple of names, and they haven't fully explained it all.
Yeah, somebody actually asked Yoshi P during an interview if this was it, and he basically said yes. There's only about 5 new actions per job.
We definitely don't have all the information on the new classes. I think there's missing skills,
new stuff.
and we don't have the trade. Yeah, but then
Like
the
potency.
the existing ones we pretty much have everything. What we don't have is they 100% said that they're going to modify old skills and modify, and that can pass to like modifying old traits as well. So there might be some little things we're not seeing in here that could totally change a class for all we know. But I'd say it's unlikely, but you might see it with 1 or 2 of the classes.
Very true.
Okay. And this one, I'm going to go ahead and direct towards you, Joe. Buddy, what's his name? Even if they did add 1 or 2 attribute points, would it really change your stats? Is it worth it over 10 levels? Like, is it really going to make a big difference giving you 10 stats? Or giving you, like, 5 stats, or however many they would give you?
Not really at the end. At the level that we're at, we're kind of blowing past what that's going to be potentially in the long road, into end game for 3.0 all the way up to, like, if you're looking down the road at 4.0. I don't know what they have plans for, but we went from eye level 17 to eye level 130, so that's 60 levels right there. We'd be potentially looking towards the cap of 200 if we're looking at gear that's got 21 strength on it in a eye level 130 or 24 or 21 to 24 strength at eye 120 to 130. An extra 10 is half of that, what that gear would be. If you're looking at, I have no clue on what type of crafting or what type of theory is being developed for how the gear is going to be made, what level gear, like what, if we're going to have to be eye level 1, if we're going to have to be like level 55 to see that type of gear, if it's going to be level 60 gear, like I have no clue what is in store for that. So having said that, like an extra 10 strength is not going to be a fucking big deal in any way, shape, or form. But having said that, an extra 10 strength is better than an extra 0 strength. So,
Exactly.
I'll take whatever they give me, dog. You know that.
Yeah, it's exactly. It's a little bit more DPS, but at the same time, they might just do away with the system altogether. It's a little strange. It's very rare when you see some.
always go towards one stat. There's no deviation,
kind of
right?
going off of what Joe just said, it might almost be more beneficial to use it in Vitality now if it doesn't matter as much. Like if it's even less meaningful, you might just start putting that into vitality. We'll see. But
you can put the whole. You might be able to put the whole thing in vitality, like all 40 points, like
if
straight
like
up.
say one jewelry piece is like 40 of your primary stat or something like that, then yeah, you're basically missing a jewelry piece for a ton of vitality. But yeah, it probably you're right. It will mean less unless they give us a ton of it, and then that really sucks when you respec or have to place like 60 stats one at a time. I think they'll do away with the system eventually, and if they don't, they're just going to toss us 10 stats and be like, "Here you go. You know what to do with them."
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So here's a question from Hotbot. He asked a PvP question, but I'll save that for a little bit here. Another question he asked is,
We're staying until 5 a.m. Don't worry about it.
we're staying up till 5 a.m. With them doing away with the Bard's healer limit break, do you think any of the new jobs will have hybrid limit breaks, or are we going to have to wait for hybrid jobs to see any kind of other variety within the limit breaks? And I'll let that
Great
one go to
question.
you, Ark, if that's all right. Or no, Joe, you got your finger
No,
up.
no. I'm saying Ark. Take that. That's
Okay.
a great question.
All
We're
right,
talking
Ark.
about
Great
limit
question.
breaks.
Yeah, and so basically, are we looking at hybrid limit breaks? Do you think any of the new classes will have any sort of hybrid limit breaks where maybe Dark Knight does a DPS limit break or something else where it kind of crosses over, or is it all just going to be straight mandatory? Tanks have tank limit break, healers have healer limit break.
So the rules of limit breaks will remain the same. They said that's really, they're really strict about it. We know about the new range limit break that we're getting, but overall, I think it's just all graphical changes, and the role is well, I actually don't think I know that it's all graphical changes, and the role is what determines what the effect is, and the effect won't be different between any of them. Is that kind of what we were asking about, right?
Yeah, and so basically, because they're taking, bards aren't going to have a healer limit break anymore.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. So, I mean, a healer limit break should really stick with healers.
it should.
Yeah.
All right, Kerr, I will put this one to you. I haven't read it, so I don't know if it's already been answered. I have heard that the new raids are going to anticipate healer DPS. The coils of Bahamut didn't incorporate healer DPS. Wouldn't it be important for healers to have capped accuracy for Alex Savage?
Alex subs. Well, I guess so. I mean, if they want us to DPS, that's the way they're gonna go. Even if we don't meet the accuracy cap, what are we missing? Like maybe, I think. Okay, so our scholar usually DPS is the most, and if I put up a parser, he misses probably like up to 2%, which isn't that bad. But just really depends, I guess.
All right. I mean, we kind of talked about that earlier too, where when you're hitting this very crazy end game, where you have one healer healing and the other one DPSing mostly with side heals, and we kind of talked about that a little bit earlier, right? And that would be, I guess, most efficient if you're trying to do really hardcore stuff and push your limits. All right. So, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if you don't want to wait for gear, if you hit a DPS wall, you have to pull the DPS from anywhere you can. That includes tanks. It could include both healers. Maybe you need both your tanks to do a lot of DPS in the expansion, and both your healers to do a lot of DPS as well. With Astros again being their damage is indirect, so they're still contributing to damage. It's just indirect. So when I say that,
okay. This one was directed to you, actually, Ark. It's from Failcom. He said, how do you feel about the introduction of RNG to certain abilities of Machinist and Astrologian?
Yeah, I touched on it a little bit. I was really upset with Astro originally when they were saying that they had a negative card. I was like, that's it. They're weaker than all the other classes. The RNG you could get 3 of those cards in a row and wipe your group. You could get one of those cards even once and wipe your group. Like, not use it. You wouldn't use it, of course. But you just, instead of something that was powerful. But that they corrected it, and they also showed that they had they corrected it, and specifically talking about just like the RNG of which buffs you get. It's just really a matter of how the group effectively uses that. This is for Astra specifically, and we're talking about Machinist. Their DPS is controlled, despite it being RNG. You use RNG when it can be an RNG, and you start using your ammunition when you need burst damage. So most of the RNG is controlled, aside from Astro. But they do have a little bit of control over it. They can save cards and use it for when they need to use it. So there's controlled RNG associated with it too. When it's needed, yeah. Otherwise, if you overgear encounters, you could probably just toss out buffs at random for Astros. Well, not at random, but to the correct targets, and not really have to think about which card you're saving as much. That's if you're overgearing stuff or it's nerfed already. But yeah, when you get to the competitive level rating, you will have to take into consideration how you control your RNG when you use your cooldowns that control them.
Okay. I had a question from QWaz296. Basically about where you get your information from Ark, and I'm just going to go ahead and post the document that we were referring to earlier today. That's pretty much it, right?
Yeah, there was yeah.
A lot of Ark's info is also like really beautiful, like synthetic knowledge, like the organic knowledge, like you really can't look that shit up. And I hope that everybody here listening right now understands that straight up, dudes.
And then and to give credit where credit's due, so I did read through the Blue Garter notes as well for the interview, which is a lot of where this document information, a good portion of this came from. So I read through their raw opinions on a lot of the stuff, and some things I agreed with, and some things I didn't agree with, and most of the things I did agree with. And then as well, I take this information and I start talking to like experts in my free company at their role. I talk to other raid leaders. I talk about it quite a bit. And we bounce ideas back and forth, and then we end up kind of agreeing on something. And at the point that we agree on something, it usually is like it means that we're probably onto something. Like it makes sense. It's logical. So that's kind of how it generates that information. So it's a big part of it's the free company I'm in, the people I'm around, and also the drive and the fun I get from actually going in and researching this stuff and getting as much detail out of every single scrap I get.
All right, and to kind of counter that question, this is kind of something almost the same level. This is from R Maniac, and this is directed to Joe. He said, "When are you going to shave that beard again?"
Well, seeing that the last time I needed to, I pulled it out of my ass to get a ticket to fucking PAX. Who knows, man? I really like the beard. I love the way that it sits on my face. I love the way it feels on my pillow when I go to bed.
It's solid, man.
I love it, dude. Like, it would really take a lot. I undersold the shit out of my fucking beard when I shaved it off. I needed a ticket to get to PAX, and getting to PAX East was one of the large catalysts for me getting a partnership with Twitch, I believe, at the end of the day. I don't know if you guys know the story, the background behind it, but I ended up getting a Twitch employee came into my stream, and he was like, "Dog, you need to submit a partnership application." And I ended up doing it, and thanks in a lot of ways, and a very large part to DreamNetwork.tv. They've helped me framework a lot of the understanding of what my partnership looked like. But I ended up getting up there, and I found out through talking to this individual who's in my stream. I networked out and reached out to him, told him I was there. I met him, and talking to the guy, he's like, "You need to go to Drop Frames, one of the panels at PAX East." So I went there, and I saw the guy, like, literally it's Blacklight Attack. It's the decision maker, the guy who works for Twitch and sits behind the desk that says yes or no to partnership applications. And I was standing up in line to ask a question. I was like literally standing up in line trying to submit a partnership, like a live partnership to Twitch. Like, so I thought that would be ballsy enough for them to be like, "Yo, this kid's got balls. Like, let's do this." Because I have a big sales background. I used to sell cars before doing this shit, and literally, it was incredible the way it worked out. The guy in front of me did the same shit, and I was like, "Fuck, man, you just took all the wind out of my sails, bro." But I ended up asking him instead. I was like, "Yo, can I talk to you afterward?" And I got a chance to talk to him afterward. I think I struck the fear of God into him with how serious I was about like doing this Twitch shit, and that's what it ended up being. But like without me having that like ridiculously insane notion to be like, "Guys, it's going to cost me $300 to get a plane ticket to Boston. If I shave my beard, will y'all donate $300?" And they're like, "Okay, $300. If we raise $300, I'll shave my beard." And literally, like, out of nowhere, it was in like less than 10 seconds, somebody donated $300 to the fucking stream, and it ended up being from like a very passionate viewer and a female who was watching the stream. And I was like, "Damn, like, what are you, like, some sort of like entrepreneur or like accountant? And she was like, actually, I am an accountant. And I was like, fuck, yo, like shit. I undersold my beard. Oh, it was fucking terrible. Because I love having a beard. I love having facial hair.
No.
But it
In
is
your
what it is.
lumberjack career, right?
Yeah,
Fuck yeah, yo. Fuck yeah.
The only requirement.
Yeah, you have to have one.
All right, let me see if I can find a question for Kerr real quick. Let's see, hacks, etc. If it's okay for Scholar to not have capped accuracy, would it that mean that it's okay for Summoner not to have capped accuracy? No, I would. I actually. I'm sorry if I answered that too quickly, but go ahead, Kerr.
No, you pretty much just answered it for me. No.
Yeah, I mean,
Was that a
sometimes-
trick
yeah.
question or?
It sounds like a trick question. Like Summoners have to hit, Scholars have to heal. It's nice if they hit.
Yes,
Right?
exactly.
Okay. Ark, what do you do to be the best you can be during progression? And that's from hacks, etc. as well.
As a raid leader, there's a lot I have to kind of keep up on. So I just try to be extremely active, review things well in advance, talk to people who have either already done the research or actually already killed the fight. Just very proactive and do lots of planning ahead of time. I'm just like, we're just kind of below the point where we could potentially server first on and stuff like that. We don't raid enough to do it, but we have a lot of the skill in our group to do it. So I'm kind of comfortable with the level I'm at. I'm very accepting at where we're at, and there's so many advantages that we can take all the advantages you get. Never like turn down any advantages you can get from anyone. If there's people who've killed the fight, like just like grovel at their feet and say like, you're obviously have put more time into this and you're more dedicated to the game than I am. Please give me any information you can give me, and then you take some and you leave some. So yeah, just be really active in planning and just get as much information from people and sources as you can.
Okay. So that's a good answer. Hacks is definitely wanting to one thing a little bit more clarification on that.
Sure.
You missed the same spells and everything, but I mean, again, I don't think it's important for Scholars to hit, right? Because it's nice that they do damage, but they don't have to do damage.
Yeah.
So
Sometimes they do. It depends on how close to the minimum gear you are.
Yeah.
You will need to spend a lot of money on crafting gear when it's current. To do that, you'll usually have to farm money through selling runs or doing lots of crafting if you have the time for it. Raiders usually don't have the time for it. They usually get their money from selling and doing sales. It's just kind of part of raiding. If you don't have a lot of time, if you only have enough time to raid, that's how you get it. So yeah, sometimes you need a lot of money in order to do that, to get a good position in the next tier. But yes, sometimes they need to be as close to the cap as they possibly can. And as you start to overgear encounters, it doesn't matter as much anymore, to the point where they don't even have to DPS at all. But it's good to practice for the next tier. It depends how like future driven you are. The Scholar in our group just likes doing it in general, but it's good that he's practicing it. I would have promoted any healer to practice it for the next tier coming up if they're expecting to, or if they're at least interested in clearing content sooner than with less gear, basically. It's as soon as possible.
okay.
Yeah. I mean, I guess there is kind of like an expectation for Scholars to DPS, but okay, so we're going with a new class now, Astrologian. Say we have Astrologian and White Mage. Yeah, he can buff you, but
Yep, it's a very different. Like I said, they are a good introductory healer class. You don't require as much money. Even I never even thought of that actually. But yes, depending on how they do accuracy in the expansion, if it's easier, it's more accessible. But yeah, if you still need to do the same thing you did in the previous tiers, where you need all the jewelry and the pentamelded gear and stuff like that, Astros are an amazing introduction into healing, and being able to do stuff outside of healing, because yeah, they're like the cheap. It's a lot cheaper to play them, even in that case. You're right about that.
Okay. I'm trying to look at some of this other stuff to see if I can just get the right questions over to Ark before he passes out. How many more questions you want to answer, Ark?
yeah, if I don't know, I'll answer the next set that you send to me then, and then I probably should get to bed.
Okay, we're gonna do one more for you.
Sure.
And so, gosh, let me see if I can find a good one in here. Okay, so X Louise FX is this is stance for, and this is in regards to Scholar. Is this like a stance for more heal, more mind, or something, or do you sacrifice a fairy to use it for AoE benediction, or I don't know, because Scholar doesn't have any real good AoE healing like White Mage. So I think this was more in reference of if kind of what we don't know already. So I don't know if that's a good question for you, because it's saying if you eat Scholar, or if you eat a fairy, does it make you into a certain stance with more magical power? Which we don't know how it works, right?
Yeah, we're not sure if it just gives you mana back, and like if you had like a bad death. We don't know if it's damage buff, and we don't know if it's healing potency buff, or if it's both, or all those things. So it's probably something relatively big, considering you're spending the mana to resummon your pet, and potentially a swift cast ability too, which is sometimes good to hold on to for like raises, unexpected raises, and maybe some just emergency healing. So I'm kind of hoping the move is considering you're killing your fairy, I kind of expect the move to be more associated with DPS or healing potency, or both. So, yeah. So that's kind of what I'm expecting that move to be. I don't think it's something to do with mana, because you have to spend mana to get the fairy back.
Yeah. And since that question seemed like something we already kind of covered, I'm going to do one more. And Joe, after this, I'm going to start blowing you with a couple of PvPs. All right?
Yeah.
You said you're going to start blowing me? I got so excited.
I'm looking, man. I'll be over there and start stroking that beard.
Whoa.
All right, you can stroke mine too. Mine's a little bit more, I don't know, at 5 p.m.-ish.
Hey, you stroke my beard, I'll stroke yours, dog.
All right, so Ark, Den's asked this question. Outside of PvP, what do you feel this game needs? And that's kind of a big question, but can you think of something that outside of fixing PvP that this game really needs to give it maybe a nice platform for other people to come and play the game?
And this is outside of PvP. Could be pretty much. It could be something to do with raiding even, but I've actually been pretty happy with raiding in this game. At least the evolution of it, it keeps getting better. This is okay. This is a selfish thing to say, but it's the only thing that comes to mind. And I would love to see, and they might actually be adding this with airships, but I want to see like real rare monsters to hunt for either experience points while leveling, or for glamour loot, or for straight up actual good loot. That's what I want to see in the game. I don't know if, like I said, it's kind of selfish. That's not necessarily that's going to draw in more players, but I love the concept of when you're leveling, you see a rare monster, and it's like, guys, let's get 3 people to come over here, and we'll get the equivalent of completing a dungeon for killing this monster. And we just need to get a group together to do it. Or come get this mob here. It drops on the glamour item I want, and I've been hunting it for a couple of days, and like people keep getting the claim over me and stuff like that. I want to see kind of that stuff. I want to see it from 1 to 60 though. I want to see people hunting for things in the world, and having this maybe it's like a 24-hour spawn, or even just a 2-hour spawn. And it's an alternative to leveling as you hunt these monsters out in a zone. I know the hunts kind of work like this now a little bit, but not quite what I'm looking for. And then it just makes it a little bit more interesting, even for new players when they're starting at 1, to see like a monster that they actually can contribute in killing if they get like a bunch of other level 10s together. Yeah. And that gives a big experience boost. And WoW did this recently in MoP, and there was a lot of things in MoP they did wrong, and a lot of things they did right. And this is one of the things I love the most, is that through it, for the leveling between 280 to 85, I could hunt monsters to get huge experience boosts. So it was really fun.
All right. Well, Ark, I think you need to go to bed.
Yeah, I wish I could stay up longer, but I really shouldn't.
Yeah, no, I understand it. And we'll get you on the show again. I mean, it's been a blast having you on here.
Yeah, thanks.
And
I hope I didn't offend anyone with some of my opinions.
I don't think you offended anyone.
Not at all.
I
know you guys are
nothing
fine,
but
just in
spread
chat,
positivity and fucking educated the masses today, dude. For real.
Yeah.
I know I for one am one of those, so I really appreciated hearing you express yourself, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, if anyone, I'm totally cool to. I love chatting about this stuff. So if if any of you guys, but even especially anyone in your chat, if they have like stuff they like disagree with me or agree with me, and they just want to talk about it, come to my stream anytime. It doesn't matter what I'm doing. Well, if I'm raiding, I might not be able to talk to you too much. in between wipes, I can talk to you about it, and then you can kind of say like, "See, you just wiped to the stuff I was talking about," or something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah. I love if you like kind of debating stuff and talk about this stuff. Yeah, come on over. I'd love to talk about it.
I will be seeing you soon, dude.
And here's a link to him again. If you guys like him, go to that stream real quick. Hit follow so you'll know next time he streams.
Which is tomorrow. Turn 7 Savage. So
there you go, man.
Our first night. So there'll be lots of bickering.
You mean, yeah, turn 7, the very last Savage for you. So it's pretty extreme.
Yeah. So that'll make some good TV.
Savage boys.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, I'll let you go ahead and head out, and I'll get in touch with you again for like another show that we'll have you on.
Yeah, thanks for having me here. It was awesome. See you guys later.
See you.
Oh yeah, brother. Have a good night, dude.
Night.
All right, Joe. You ready for some PvP?
Throw it. Hit me with it, dude.
All right.
Yo, can we tear our hearts out real quick in chat?
Let's do it.
For
tear all of our hearts
can we tear our hearts out for Ark, dude? Oh my god.
out. Yeah.
Oh my god.
He's not a really well-known streamer.
Can we blow him up, please?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Blow him up as much as we can.
He's really fucking good.
Yeah.
I was extremely impressed. Incredibly knowledgeable and like on such a massive like game-wide level. Like really fucking cool.
And it's depressing of how like, I guess he just started streaming kind of recently, but doesn't have a lot of stuff going on. He's trying to figure out streaming, and so it's all kind of new to him. But man, the game, he knows what he's doing when he.
Oh, dude, the guides that he could make, especially like coming up on the cusp of what's about to happen. Like, god damn, the guides that he could make could really help people and really get a lot of fucking hype if they're placed and come out in the right time. Like, oh my god.
Well, another thing with the guides is if you don't get them out quick enough.
Yeah.
They're going to just kind of go into an abyss. I mean, it's like, oh, awesome guide, but I've already watched these other guys that came out already so quickly.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he has a life outside the game in some way or form. And so even though with all the information he has, it might not seem like it, but I'm sure the guy's great.
Absolutely.
That's why I love having him on the show, because he's always going to be able to give me some sort of educated response on everything.
Yeah,
there's no way I could do that.
I'm going to be... I hope I've made a new friend. I'm going to really love to pick his brain. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Just join us stream whenever he's up and watch him do some of his stuff and talk
No, I followed him instantly, dude. Straight up.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. What do we got here? We got evil. Go ahead.
Actually, sorry, Joe. Would you ever consider doing like a PvP guide or something?
Yeah, I honestly, like, this is my laziness, but I work 3 jobs, so not so much laziness, but busyness. I have like in a notebook sitting right over there, like fucking everything, dude. Like melee class specific for secure before frontlines came or before slaughter came out. A guide for melee, a guide for tanks, a guide for healing and slaughter, a guide for black mage and slaughter. Like, I have everything itemized and like ready to fucking go. Like I had all these beautiful harebrained ideas where I was gonna challenge Yoshi P to a 1v1 in the Wolves Den to show the world like I could get people excited about 1v1s and about PvP in this video game, like in such a very simple concept. It was like it didn't matter whether he like won or lost or whoever won or lost, because it would get people excited about 1v1s in the fucking Wolves Den. You know what I mean? Like, just something so simple as that. Like, I had all these grand ideas, and I ended up just, like, throwing them under the fucking rug because I get caught up with the day-to-day, and I get caught up with work, and you know, I wish I had 48 hours in one day to do the shit that I want to do, but, you know, gotta pay the bills first.
You could make some really awesome guides. And
yeah.
I don't know.
I do them. I do a lot of it. Like, you got to catch it live. Like, that's the thing is, like, if I, like, especially now, like, if you come in the stream and, like, you ask me for a Dragoon rotation, I'll fucking spend an hour and a half, like, teaching you what the fuck to do right now. Like, you come in and ask me how I set up my gear, the reason why I do certain things, like, that's the best possible time. Like, I will stop everything because I got not much going on. Like, I'm grinding for, like, another 10, 12 pieces of gear, and then I'm straight, you know, like, I'm good. until Heavensward. So the rest is just playing with viewers and playing with people that I want to play with. You know, meeting new people and learning as much as I can about it. Like I'd like a chance to do Savage. Damn, somebody. What? Hold on a second.
Huh.
Hold on a second. Who was that? Felcom. Look at you jumping aboard the Jokomotive, you sneaky fucking ninja.
You just like
Thank you for the sub, bro.
Nice.
Thank you. I appreciate you for increasing the Jokomotion. Thanks for increasing the Joe-mentum. If you're feeling making a Joe Nation, you could do so at twitch.tv/JoeNeverFails. And this fucking invisible 360, I'm doing it.
Doing it.
Somebody wanted me to ask you a question, by the way. And they were like, "What?" So it was something in regards to the 360s. I can't really get what it was. I'm so sad that we don't have this going on stream right now because that's wonderful.
Oh, I broke
It's
something.
amazing. Oh.
Did
all good.
are you good?
Yeah, I'm straight. It's all
Okay.
good. Yo, Felcom, I love you, dog. I miss you, bro. It's good to see you, man. Thank you for the sub, buddy.
So what's up with the 360? So every time someone subs, you spin around in a 360?
No, I actually brought it back. I used to do it for every follower. I did that up until 4,800 followers, and then at that I got my sub, and I said I was only going to do 360s for subs because I wanted it to be somewhat of a sales thing. I wanted it to be like a reward, and then I realized that people really don't give a fuck whether I'm doing a 360 for their $2.50 or whatever it was, for their $5. So it's like I ended up being nothing, and I wanted it to be special again. So last week I've been doing the straw polls for the Joe Never Tour 0 World Tour, and I did a straw poll of like, should I bring the 360 back? And the first answer was yes. The second answer was hell yeah. The third answer was Murica, and the fourth answer was absolutely. And like the Murica won, but I wanted to bring it back because like that's my roots, dude. Like I came up with that. It's such a silly thing. I was like, what is this? What can I do? When I started playing on PS4, I was like, I can do a 360 while raiding. You know what I mean? Like I can do this and acknowledge the fact that somebody clicked the follow button and throw hype their way while playing the video game. Because that's one of the things that I love being able to do is just fucking jump around and fucking dance and be a jackass while I'm playing video games. You know, I love that.
That's awesome, man. Yeah, that's great. That's kind of one of the things. If you enjoy what you're doing when you're streaming, it doesn't feel like a job. It feels like it's fun, right?
It's not, man. It's really not. That's why when I was a part of the Dream Network, like that's the slogan, you know, in DreamNet TV, they got it right, you know. It's literally living a dream. I'm gonna be playing video games no matter what. And for 90% of the shit that I do on stream, I'm probably gonna do it in my bedroom alone. You know, so for you guys to be
360 every time you kill someone?
Nah, well, it's the 1%, you know. But like for the most part, I'm standing up. I'm fucking yelling at the TV. Like I am listening to music and I'm dancing when I play video games. Like that's why I do what I do. Like, and if I don't do that, I become this fucking zombie that just like melts into the back of his chair that forgets about life and everything. I'm just like drooling. Heavensward, and I can't do that, man. That's why I love doing this thing, man. It's awesome.
All right. Well, let me actually get to the PvP question because I completely have bailed on it so far. And I don't even think Evil Squeegee's here anymore because he has to stream early in the morning. But he asked, what change to PvP are you looking forward to the most?
The change that I'm looking forward to, and I'm glad that there's still a bunch of people in here. Like for anybody that stuck around for PvP, like I'm gonna drop a little bomb. I was able to speak to. I've said it before in stream, but if you weren't there specifically for that day, I'm pretty sure there's not a highlight for it. At PAX East, I was able to speak to some. I'd probably say associates, but like not associates, like acquaintances. Some people that I met at FanFest and that we're Twitter friends, but like they're part of the community development team, and I was able to fucking have some really great conversations with them about the direction of PvP because they know that I'm an advocate for it. I'm a firm believer in PvP, and I'm trying to spread PvP awareness with the Do You Even PvP Bro campaign that I did. Like I want people to know about it. I want people to know. You know, there's this right here, which is awesome.
What the fuck?
What?
I failed twice at my fucking emotes, yo. There we go. What the fuck? Oh, that's why. Okay. Why did I do that? Why
Like
didn't
a
I just?
capital.
Yeah. Why did I do that? Okay. Anyway.
There we go.
Like what I am looking forward to is a quote unquote hopeful, fingers crossed.
Mhm.
God damn it, give it to me. But the implementation of free company queues.
Yeah.
And free company ranks, free company server rankings, and free company data server rankings, so that I can create a free company and or be a member of a free company that raids, that has an 8-man static for PvP, that has an 24-man static for PvP, that can be ranked on a competitive level, that I can play with the friends that I want to play with regardless of Grand Company, with no restrictions and a queuing system that will allow me to do so quickly. And now I believe that if it goes from free company to Grand Company, the only thing they need to work out is the lore behind it, because the lore is what's keeping us from our free company PvP right now.
Do you think like grand companies are going to break up because of what happened in the story? I mean, or at least get to a point to where we're not associated with them anymore?
All I'm going to say is I'm anticipating something along these lines being teased to me, and please looking forward to these systems in Heavensward.
Okay.
That's basically the type of conversation that I had. I just I can't see it happening any other way. I just think about it. I go, hey, what would create a large demand for PvP outside of like the already incredibly unique and sought after gear and weapons, somewhat of a ranking system, which is awesome, but it's the prestige, dog. It's like being able to say we're the motherfucking best.
Yep.
We kick your ass. You're not as good. Get wrecked, white mage. Get wrecked, black mage. Get fucking wrecked. Go home. That's what PvP is. It's the competition. It's the pissing contests. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's where a lot of the community separates in the PvE base of Final Fantasy and the PvP base of a lot of other video games. And I believe that's where Squeenix is like backing off of. They don't want to be related to the big fucking loud, tall, 6'4" PvP. Do you even PvP wearing bro? T-shirt douchebags that fucking stand up on chairs and fucking wreck people at FanFest. You know what I mean? Like they don't want to be a part of that. But I love it, dude. Like when I get hyped up about something, I get really hyped up about something. And dude, oh my god. So quick story. FanFest 2014. It's me and Mr. Happy on a team with my main tank from my raid group. Fucking our boy Mike. Ryoku, god damn it, I'm forgetting. God, two gangsters from FFXIV. If anybody's watching on FFXIV, I'm fuck, god, Pammy Spammy, and damn it, I can't remember his fucking name. I suck it. I'm so shot out. But we were playing, and we had a Magical Cookie. Shout out Magical Cookie because I love you. We were all playing on one table, and we end up going in, and Magical Cookie was still setting up her like controls for PvP and didn't accept the queue. So we were on a private server or on a separate date. We're on a separate server, but we have like a separate queuing system separate from the game so that we wouldn't go into other things. We'd only be queuing up by ourselves on the server. So 48 people went in, and two teams of our 24, the 16 of our 24 ended up going in, and we got left out. So the game started, and the timer starts, and everybody's in there, and we queue up late. Everyone else leaves on our squad because they were like, oh, that's fucking bullshit. So we're 8 people against 48. Okay?
Oh, wow.
And it was insane. We go in, and I'm like, guys, no stress. We're going to get another game after this because we were literally waited in line for like an hour just to get a chance to play Frontlines there.
Yep.
And
we go in and like listen to the strategies that I've given you, act as a team, don't be a fucking cowboy, and let's go do this. And we started picking off, and it was incredible. It was so much fun because the Dragoon Bard combo in PvP is very effective. And on top of that, the Warrior Dragoon Bard combo is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
And when we're coordinated and literally sitting next to each other, and I can call out, Shrek this motherfucker, Black Mage 2 o'clock, White Mage running away, and I'm weapon throwing somebody to put slow on them. I'm dropping a slow on them, then dropping a stun. Then somebody's getting heavy swung and bound to the one spot, and then home gang straight up on when all of that happens in 7 seconds, you're dead and there's nothing you can do. And then you stand up on your chair and you scream, "Get fucking wrecked, dude!" You know what I mean? So end of the game, it ended up being happy with 11 kills and me with 10 kills. And my tank, who literally is one of the best tanks I've ever come across in this game. Shout out to my boy Brandon. His name is Your Tank in the game, in-game. It's fucking the
Nice.
best. The best. I had 10, he had 11, and Tank had 1 because we started taking all his fucking kills. But it was an incredible game. We ended up going, long story short, that's the end result, but we ended up going and reclaiming ROP. From Storm, we went west, and after reclaiming everyone at ROP, we went straight to Manors. At Manors, we wrecked all the Adder that was there, which was ridiculous. And as we wrecked Adder, flames came up from behind us, and we were battling 16 people. And because we had that coordination, there were a lot of people that really didn't know PvP. Yeah. We held them both off, and we ended up storming Adder. By myself, I am very into PvP, so when you run in a beeline from Manor to Adder OP, it's very direct. You save a lot of time. Everyone else on my team went down the ramp. So I am way out by myself, 17 seconds away from help. And maybe even more than that because people were running away. So I go into an OP and there's 6 people just standing around. And I'm like, fuck this. I don't give a fuck. I go in, I kill one person, go and kill a second person, pop Bloodbath, full buffed, blood for blood, life surge, full thrust, and I'm regaining my health. I pop a mantra second wind, and I've got my heals buffed and I'm pumping, but I can't handle 4 or 5 people. I get another kill and I'm dying, I'm going down 1,500, 150, 70 health. And I get a motherfucking benediction from Magical Cookie. And I'm at that point, I was no one's dying. We're going undefeated. We were losing by 500 points, but we ended up killing everybody that came across our path. So it was a respect thing, and we showed people what coordination looked like in PvP, and people got really excited about it. And the next match we ended up losing, and somebody was talking shit about it on Reddit, and the thread got blown the fuck up because it was I just beat those PvP douchebags on Mr. Happy's team at FanFest, and everyone was half of the team, half of everybody who commented was go fuck yourself, bro, and the other half was yeah. Yeah, and it ended up at the end of the day, it ended up turning me off to Reddit because there's a large community of people that just like to get on a computer or a controller and go
It's rough, man.
It really is, dude.
But I mean, that's the internet in general too. I mean, sometimes you'll have people come. I mean, not with. Actually, the Final Fantasy community is amazing on Twitch, but you will have someone that comes in there and does everything they can just to ruin your day.
Yeah.
And it's just, there's those people out there, and there's not much you can do about it. And the thing, I guess, with Reddit is that no one really cares about who you are. You're not a person they follow or anything. They just see oh, well, I don't care, you're wrong, and they just want to tell you you're wrong.
Exactly.
And it's tough. It's tough.
It's frustrating, man. Really frustrating. I never experienced anything like that before in my life, and I felt there was so much negativity from something like that. I've been never around. I literally, I had so much fun like a little kid. I had so much fucking fun, and I thought people would enjoy that, and people thought like literally like who's that fucking douchebag? Like we were so angry about it. And I was like, you guys are fucking nuts, man. You know, so.
Yeah. I'm with you, man. And I'm glad I had you on the show because
Fuck yeah,
it's
dude.
been awesome getting to know you just from this show.
Hell yeah.
So
I had a blast, bro. Like so much fun. Like I know we went.
we're at 5 hours and 12
I
minutes.
know, dude. I know we plan on doing it long, but like it's all good, dude. Like when it comes to stuff like this, like it's a moment that I don't ever know if I'm ever gonna get again. Like so, I'd like try to just jam out on it. It's been a pleasure, dude. Like it was a really cool format, and you put a lot of thought and effort into it, and I respect that a lot, bro. 100%.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I try to get all this stuff as organized and worked up, and this is just something I'm doing in my free time. This is a hobby.
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude.
I don't care about anything else except for getting a product out there that people actually want to watch, and it's been fun building it up and making it better, and I'm making little improvements all the time. I had a show 2 weeks ago where I only discussed the show because I wanted people to tell me everything because I wasn't getting enough negative feedback. I was trying to get negative feedback from people so they could tell me this is wrong.
For construction, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm having to kind of pick things apart myself and see what I can do to make it more professional. And let's see, who have I had? I have had Evolved Mel on the show, Samus.
Yep.
I've had MTQ on the show. I've had, gosh, I'm blanking because it's at that point to where my mind just isn't working properly anymore. God, who was it else that was on here? That was on here recently. I had Optical on the show.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, he was great on there. And I'm hoping to get every single streamer that's out there on the show at some point because they're streamers we have out there are amazing. And I love talking to them, and I love getting to know them. And I feel like a lot of people will see some of these other streamers, and maybe they'll see something stupid in Reddit. And they'll think, all right, now I have a complete negative feedback on this person, and I see them, I'm going to say something, I'm going to just not like them at all. Mm-hmm. But I love getting them on my show and just talking to them, and then other people can see, well, this guy's actually an awesome guy, right? Or this person is an awesome person. I would love to have them or see their stream. And Shaman, for example, no one knows of him, and I love having him on the show and getting him some exposure because I feel like he definitely deserves it.
Dude, oh my gosh, like you can just tell from how versed he is in the game, like how much effort he's put into that and like creating that, and it's just respect, dude. Like in a lot of ways, I believe that this game has kept me out of a lot of trouble and saved me from being in the wrong position at a very, very crucial point in my life. So I have a lot of respect for it, and that's why I love it. Outside of the fact that it's an incredibly fucking well-crafted, beautiful game, like I'm in love with it, dude. Like it's just the fact of the matter, and like to hear him speak as passionately and as clearly as he does, it's really impressive. And like I tried to help people realize that, like. Dude, oh my gosh, it's incredible. I could literally talk to him. I can talk to him like forever about this video game. I guarantee it, because I know it's just respect. Like I will never claim that I know it all. You know what I mean? I will never claim. I'll never put my position, whether it's streaming, whether it's Final Fantasy, whether it's life. I don't know it all, because the second I say I know it all, I stop learning and I stop growing. Like being able to be around somebody that knows more than me is an awesome position to be in. So like, it's just awesome to be able to hear, and even healing stuff. Like it's awesome to, even though Joe never heals. Like I learned a lot about healing tonight. You know what I mean? Like I'm very excited about all these classes, man. Like I play everything, and I have to play everything because I want to have an understanding of how it interacts and how I can be effective in a group setting wherever I am. So like there's going to be so much cool content to stream. All my current classes from 50 to 60 plus 3 classes from 30 to 60. Yeah. And it's just, and then fucking fishing if I want to keep going with that. Because fishing is the only thing I do outside of it. Yeah. But straight up, man, like there's going to be so much, like this is the biggest hype. And I'll say this just because like, I really like what you guys are doing. It's a very clear, it's a very concise thing, but at the same time, like it helps and it's very positive. The really cool thing that I saw during the last live letter was there was 25,000 people watching the live letter.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And that's over like 100 times what. Well, no, it's 10 times what the normal. It's over 10 times what the normal viewerage for Final Fantasy has been in the last year.
Mm-hmm.
At any given time. The main numbers have been, if you've ever done the stats, like the main numbers have been from like 600 to 800 to 2,000 to 2,400 when like some
It's JP.
40, yeah, exactly, like when the big guys, like the big heavy hitters come in, like Happy brings his crowd and MTQ brings your crowd, and I bring a little bit, like I'm subbed by them because they're bigger streamers than I am, but like I have a little bit of a following now, which is cool, but like 25,000 people, dude, there's going to be a very big pie. You know, there's going to be a lot of pieces to that pie, and it's just natural. It's just mathematics. Like not 25,000 people are going to watch one person. There's going to be overflow to other people.
Yep.
You know, and to be able to be in a position where you can, in a business standpoint, take advantage of that through Twitch is really ideal. You know, like this could be a very big year for Final Fantasy Twitch streamers, unlike how it's been previously. You know what I mean? Like there have been like maybe one or two Final Fantasy streamers that have been able to make a living on Final Fantasy, and it's it's a very cool time to be in this field. Period. You know, there's a lot of people getting involved in terms of the watching, which has been the big discrepancy, as opposed to games like WoW. You know, games like Elder Scrolls and games like EverQuest or whatever the fuck the other games are that I don't play. Sorry if I offended anybody, but
no, it's fine. Like I'm
dude.
with you there, man. Like, and I think we're gonna have tons of people actually coming in with these big name streamers that are coming and say, "Hey, I want to check out Heavensward, so let me go ahead and check out Heavensward and see what else is out there." And these guys aren't going to be constantly streaming, right? They're going to come in, oh, I played Heavensward, I got level 60, I did a little bit of raiding, and they're gone in a month. But you're going to have people who are going to stick around.
Yep.
And maybe they get tired of that streamer, and they're like, I want to see something else that's going on. Maybe it's JP is running his show, and he has thousands of people watching because they want to see Heavensward, and then they see like a podcast up, like Mr. Happy's Stated Arum, or if they see like my podcast on there, and they're like, this is actually way more appealing than watching, you know, just It's JP played a game. I can actually learn about the game during this show. And so that will get some sort of transfer over there. And I think in the long run, Heavensward, we're going to see tons, like we'll probably see Tally in here. We'll see like all the super big MMO and variety streamers are going to be here for at least a month. And they're going to bring a big crowd. And it's exciting to know that some of that crowd could come over to us and make it to where we're in a better position to keep bringing this content to more people.
Correct.
I mean, no, we've been growing though. Like since last year, Final Fantasy would be like way down on the list, but like this year somehow it's like slowly climbed up. And like even when like Mr. Happy or MTQ or even you, Joe, aren't streaming, we have a good amount of people in there. So it's actually nice.
What I like about this format is it's very, like, people said it. They were like, it's so well put together and so much thought went into it. Like, yes, there is, but like at the end of the day, it's a conversation. Like, it is very much so free, and I loved that, dude. I fucking loved that. It was such a cool time, man. For real. I had a lot of fun.
All right, well, we're actually hitting that point to where like I need to.
I'm delirious right now, bro.
I feel like we're sitting and we're just like sitting in a room and we're. I know you're sober now, but if we were like sitting there drinking back and taking a couple of beers and everything,
and
we're just hanging out and just bullshitting, man, and I love it.
It's like, yep. But yeah, guys, again, I thoroughly appreciate the opportunity, and it's been a pleasure, 100%. Kerr, Frosty, thank you guys so much for giving me the chance and to be on the show. I really do appreciate you guys.
Thank you so much for coming on and agreeing to do this with us.
Hell yeah. Like, you never know until you ask is the bottom line, you know?
Exactly.
Straight up.
I loved having you on the show, and I hope, in the future when we're doing more Heavensward stuff, I'll have you back on here to tell me more about Dragoon, man.
Yeah. I would love to be able to do a follow-up with PvP and like an actual like informational based, like after it's been out, like, yo, this is what it is, because I will be dropping the Dragoon guide. People have been asking for a Dragoon guide for fucking ever, and I did like 4 of them on stream, and then I would lose the data that I had. Like, I would lose the like what day I did it on, and I was like, fuck, dude, like I'm so stupid. I'd spend an hour doing a perfect guide on this shit. Like I always do it on stream and like think of what exactly I needed to say, and it would come out perfect, and I'd be like, yes, I have it. And then I'd go to work and get busy, and go to work and get busy, and I'd be like, oh shit, was it this day? And it was like, when was this? And what hour? Because sometimes I'd stream for like 7 hours in a day, and I'd be like, fuck, I lost it all. So like I need to be doing a guide. It just needs to make sense, and I will be doing PvP. Like I'm saving up right now, and I'm saving up for. Like I don't have a lot. I used to make a lot of money selling cars, but like right now I'm just saving up, and I have a very humble job right now doing good shit for kids who are in the same position I was in with problems with addiction and alcoholism, and I'm saving up for hopefully a system where I can have a stronger computer so that I can edit videos and stuff like that and do it, because like I don't know that I have the time to do it, but just the fact that I have the capacity to do it would be fucking huge. Yeah. And just those like silly videos with like whatever. But that's huge, man. Like just being able to take this podcast and fucking put it on YouTube or put it to somebody else, like people will listen to that. People will watch it for real, and especially with, oh my gosh, all that info the Ark had tonight.
Jesus Christ! Like I don't know if I need to break this show up, or like I break it up by 2 hours, but I did a local recording, so it should be able to go up in a whole file. And so it's going to be like someone comes up and listens to this show. Like I have a whole bunch of 2 to 3 hour shows. I don't have a huge amount of videos, but I have a crap ton of content because of how long the shows are.
They're gonna know, dude. It was a cool one, bro. It was a fucking cool one.
It definitely was. And everybody that's still in the stream, I did a shout out, of course, to JoeNeverFails. Go follow him at the least. Go follow him and make sure you catch his next show, because the guy's a champ.
Nah, follow Ark.
And Ark, yeah, of course. Let's do another shout out.
Follow both.
Follow Ark and Kerr.
Yeah.
It's alright. I stream here anyway.
Yeah, she
You
usually
stream on Frosty?
Yeah, she usually streams with me, but at the same time, she does her own stuff every once in a while, and people should check that out. And go follow these guys, because they're wonderful. But I'm gonna go try to upload this. I'm sure it'll take like 2 days to upload, and then I'm gonna go to sleep and get everything done with. And Joe, I can't thank you enough for being on the show.
Yeah, bro.
And I'll be hanging out. I'll be on your stream a good bit.
You come anytime you want. That's all good.
We talk some shit.
That's all good.
We'll talk about PvP or something.
This is what I love. Like I get sometimes I get caught up in a lot of like, I don't appreciate sometimes when the stream is doing well, when there's like 200, 300 people in there, and I'll be like, yo, somebody will come in and be like, I'm about to go live. If you ever come in, yo, you're going to get some fucking hype, dude, for real, because we made a connection and we're friends, which is great.
I feel like we're really close right now. You're like a brother to me, man.
Dude,
like a brother.
I'm your brother's name, and I have a beard, and, you know.
It is like that brown, red hair, too. It's like goddamn same thing. I'm going to host Kooky. Do you know who Kooky Persona is?
Yeah, Kookie's awesome.
Yeah, I'm going to host her because she's with LBR and she does a lot of stuff.
Go love her way. Straight up. I'm going to host her too.
Yeah, and so you guys, if you're still wanting some more stuff, check her out. She's an awesome person. And everyone here might not hear half of this because when I host it, it's going to break off. But thank you again, everybody. And check them out. Follow her as well. Follow everybody that was on the show. And I'll see you guys next week. I'm going to give it 10 seconds of me counting just so some of that hits people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, and then